Hello, hello, hello. I need to get my water. I'll be right back. I'll explain why I was so late in a second. Okay. Whew. Running up and down the stairs is tiring. Hello, hello. I don't even have my headphones on. That's how unprepared I am. All right. Put Cat on. He is not in the room anymore. He was a minute ago. Wow, that music is really loud. Hold on. I tend to listen to music at ridiculous volumes. Can you not hear me? Looks like it should be working. All right. Okay. Oh, C418 cat, I see. So the reason I was late was because I woke up, or I went to bed ridiculously late again, despite telling myself, nah, I'm gonna get some sleep at a reasonable time, and then ended up not doing that. Awesome. I'm glad you can hear me. Yeah, no, I'm aware of that part. I was worried about the audio. Okay, I think I'm good to switch screens now. Ta-da! I might look a little different. I got a haircut, so my hair is really short. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but it keeps the hair. Look at this. It keeps the hair out of my face. I can look down and look back up, and there's nothing in the way. It's amazing. I love it. Yeah, this is the Sands of Time decked out crossover. So this is Artifact. This is what we worked on last stream. Thank you very much. Oh. Everything is good. Audio's good. Cool. Music is still a little loud, but that's fine. There we go. A little bit better. I look like a 21-year-old military student. That's very specific. I look a year older and I look like a student for military school. Okay, so story time before we get into making this game. I stayed up way too late and then woke up late. So it was like, I think I first woke up at like 9 in the morning my time and then fell back asleep and then woke up at like 10. So I had an hour to get ready, which means I had to get myself out of bed, which is already a struggle for me. And then I had to shower, I had to eat, had to like get ready for the stream. I didn't have water, I had to take my medication, like all of these things. I have to set my timer actually. But I had to do all these things that I totally had not prepared for. And I always do this. I literally have done this, I think all but one time. I think last time was the one exception where I was prepared beforehand. So an hour is a ton of time until you remember that I am terrible with time management. I will tell my friends I'll be on there in 15 minutes and it ends up being 45. I don't know where the time went because in my mind it was only 15 minutes. But we're here now. I was a few minutes late, but we are here now. I'll make up for it with a 4.5 hour, 5.5 hour stream today, most likely. I have eaten for once, but the reason I ate is because when I came downstairs to refill my water bottle, my dad had made cinnamon rolls, and I felt like, well, if I eat them now, then I might be a little bit late. But if I eat them later, then they'll be cold. So I think I'm gonna eat it now and be slightly late. Yeah. This is literally my job, and I was I was late to work because of a cinnamon roll. So yeah, we're here now. Cinnamon roll has been eaten. I've got water. The streaming sign is on. That light is on. I didn't ask you. Diarrhea after eating causes and treatments. That's not even what I mentioned, but thank you so much. Yeah, I pretty much ate ancient debris. It was so tasty, it broke all of my teeth. These aren't even real, these are dentures. It was very, very uncomfortable, but man, was it worth it. I feel a whole lot stronger now, having consumed the essential ingredient to netherite. Like, dang, I could lift a bus, or take many arrows, or what's another thing you have to find strength? I could run for 100 miles without taking any amount, or like any deep breaths, or a hyperventilate, whatever. I don't get tired. I'm just the strongest man alive now, having eaten a rock from another dimension. But yes, we are back. We are back working on Artifact, the decked out Sands of Time mashup. And I'm fireproof, yes. Let's see. What did I miss? New shirt makes me not notice the haircut. I've had the shirt for a while. I just think it's the first time I've shown it on stream. I was out of white t-shirts, so I didn't have anything to wear under my flannel, and so I thought, you know, I'll just wear this because it looks nice. But like, I'm looking fresh today. Even I could admit that. Like, I got like the church Sunday fit on right now, which is ironic because it's Saturday and I don't go to church. So I look dapper for pretty much no reason, but on the bright side, I do look rather nice. Yeah, no, time management is not my strong suit. And I try to make people aware of that too. Like, I'll tell you 15 minutes, I'll likely be there double that, and then because I say that, now I'm planning for 30 minutes, and therefore I'm even later than I normally am. So it doesn't really work doing that. Why this time so long stream? Oh, because I was a few minutes late, and also normally I go over the time I expect to. Let's see. Let me quickly go to my channel. I want to see how many of my streams have actually been the length that I said they would be. View channel. Live streams. So I'm just gonna start this back from when I started 8 months ago. I usually try to stream for 8 hours. The first looks like 4 actually hit a little bit over 2 hours. The next one hit hour 50. I didn't even make it to 2. The next 2 were 2 hours, and then every stream after that has been 3 hour 49, 3:15, 5.5, like just ridiculous numbers. So they seem to be getting longer. I've got a date after stream. Yes, I've got a date with the other half of the cinnamon roll. I'm gonna look very, very, very nice for that date, and hopefully I could secure another date and maybe have a third cinnamon roll if there is extra, because who doesn't love cinnamon rolls? Give me that one. I didn't do snip again. Let me do that. Yeah, I finished the cinnamon roll I did. I probably won't eat another one, but I probably finished the cinnamon roll at like 11:58. So I was, or no, 10:58. So like 2 minutes before stream started, and I was like, well, I still have to make the thumbnail, and I already had the game booted. What was I doing? Yes, that's right. So I already had the game booted, and I went to go take a screenshot and make the thumbnail, and I did that in about 2 seconds. So it's just a picture. I didn't really put in any effort because I did not have enough time. I don't remember where I keep this file. There it is. Let's see if it works. Bam. I'm always late with that. Okay. Like your cinnamon rolls, you like your women completely made out of bread and icing. I mean, pretty tasty. Sugar is so yummy, but like cinnamon rolls, you got the cinnamon in addition to the sugar. What's not to love? And it's on bread. Like, that's just heaven in a bun. That sounds like a saying that already exists. Let's let's keep it PG, Mobog. See, what should we do today? So I thought about designing the actual layout of the dungeon. We've already kind of got a skeleton of it. At least how we kind of want to lay it out. How long does normal bread last over there? I mean, I keep my bread in the fridge. I've literally always finished a loaf of bread before it went bad. I can't remember the last time I've had bad bread. And sometimes we make our own bread as well, so yeah, it's hard to pinpoint. No, ours. Actually, we probably get a new loaf of bread every week. So yeah, between 5 and 8 days, I'm guessing. I'm not sure. I don't eat a whole lot of sandwiches. That was my dad made me lunch when I was in school because I sucked at getting up and cooking or making food for myself, and he was faster than I was. But nowadays I make my own food, so I'll cook for them or they'll cook for me. But usually breakfast I'll either skip it or I have leftovers. Oh, the expiry date? I don't know. I'm not sure. But yes, so I think let's do a vote. Should we work on mechanisms for the game, like something we did with the rope lowerer, the rope deployer, and like a door, for example? Work on redstone and the mechanics of it, or should we work on the cosmetic portion and maybe do the starting room or something like that? I'm down to do either one. I feel like that is probably something I could do more right now, but I feel like that's also something I could do more of every day, because the cosmetic portion of Minecraft is not my strongest suit. I love building, but man, it's exhausting, and doing it live is also just not fun. Or it is fun, but I'm just terrible at it. I'm really proud of this. You guys helped me out so much with designing this. Yeah, let's try to do the let's do some of each today. If this stream actually ends up being ridiculously long, let's do both. Or we can do a YouTube poll to see which one's first. You are so right. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that. Add emotes, show support, engage your audience. Let's do that. Start Q&A, start poll. Ask questions. What project should we do first? Redstone. Or building. Start the poll. See how that works. Oh, it covers up the chat. That's not fun. Why did they think that was a good idea? Oh well. Yeah, cast your votes, and this will determine what project we start on. We're gonna do both today, probably, just because I want to do redstone, and I want to get something done for besides redstone as well. So we'll do both, but which one should we start? What one are we doing right now? Water. Make sure to stay hydrated. Make sure to stretch every once in a while. I usually stretch every hour if I haven't stood up for that. YouTube's so smart, the poll was made. The poll was before you made it on stream. Huh? Really? How was that possible? We got 67% for redstone. Wow. I think the mechanics is better, a lot easier to build around the machine. That's one of the reasons why I think redstone first would be a good idea. But also, I really want to focus on the immersion for this dungeon. And so prioritizing the looks mean I can make my dungeon around the immersion aspect. Stream delay. Oh, I see. I got you. Not moved for approximately 27 Jupiter months. Well, let's break that streak and stand up and do a little dance. When I get my next notifier, which is probably going to be in like a little bit under 2 hours, I'll do a little jiggy with you, so that way we can get some blood pumping or something scientific. Yeah, I think this says we're gonna do the redstone first. I just want to get. I think what we're gonna do is if redstone wins, and it looks like it is winning right now. If redstone wins, I'm gonna work on the concepts of the redstone. So I'm gonna build the device, and then what we'll probably end up doing is taking that concept and applying it to the visual element. So for example, let's go to the door actually. Actually, hold on. Speed run. Pew. So I'll take this concept, for example. This whole system was really the main thing I was focusing on, was the door actually interacting, or the way you interact with the door, not the door section itself. So this whole section, I can put that anywhere. I can change the way it works. This was the part I was focusing on. This is the kind of the stuff we would work on right now. That way, if I have something that I think would look better in a larger format, like maybe a 3x3 door or something, all I would have to do is plug this into the door. So that way, I still get the redstone done beforehand, and I get to consider the mechanics when working on the game as a whole, versus making copy and paste doors like this, and then I only have access to 2x2 doors. So I think I'm going to do... People don't have to vote. Oh, I guess we are on 50-50 though. You have to vote now. I'm making you. No, you want to. This is a democracy. Can you right in the eyes? You want redstone, or do you want building? It's important that you answer this question. Very, very important. We're still at 50-50. I don't know what to do. Yeah, okay. We're doing building. We got an answer. It was 50-50 for a long time. I'm honestly surprised. It started... We're going to do both of them. Don't you worry. We're going to do both of them. But we're going to start out with the building part. We'll start with the first room too, so we can actually use the rope we made from last time. Let me grab this. And then delete that, because this was for the thumbnail. I did it in like 2 seconds. The nice thing about building too is eventually when we get further down the project, I'm going to basically make this in such a way that I can apply it to anywhere in any survival world. So if I do end up building it in the Revolution server when it comes back up, then I'll be able to just basically load a schematic and then build it. If it doesn't end up being a server, then what I can do is... Oh, it's the turntable. What I can do is take any seed that I want, find the perfect spot for it, and then I can do all the exterior design. So if I have, like, for example, a jungle mountain cliff, so it's like flat plains and then a huge jungle cliff with vines and trees and all that stuff, then I can build my temple into the wall and then just put my dungeon underground somewhere. I think that would... Yeah, let's stop the voting. Hold on, how do I do that? There it is. 60% building, we're doing building. Now I can see chat. That's cool, I've never used that feature before. Yeah, focusing on the player's view. For me, and the way I do literally every single project I've ever made, at least for this channel, I have focused primarily on the vision that either you guys, the viewers, watch when getting my videos, or the players who are playing with me. So, for example, World's Fair. I could have just made the boat go directly through the bridge, and it would have worked. In fact, I didn't need a boat. I just thought it would be fun. But I wanted to challenge myself to make it as realistic and most sense-making. That sentence didn't make sense. But I wanted it to feel like there was a functioning purpose and a reason for it being the way it was. A poll for making polls. Not a bad idea. And, but yeah, making things like that where immersion is absolutely key, I think that is what I'm going to prioritize with this project as well. Another thing I wanted to address, if you've seen it already, both on the Discord, I think that's where I announced it first actually, but I also posted about it in the community tab. the cold craft, I don't think I actually mentioned this part in the community tab. The project that I said I was working on, I needed usernames for. That is for the next mod video that I have. It was supposed to be a two-day project that ended up being, I think I've been working on this for a week now. There's something just in my eye. But I am so incredibly proud of what this project has turned into. What is going to happen? This is too loud. Hold on. I'll turn it up for you guys, but that music is too loud for me. Let me know if I need to turn up the music too. I can absolutely do that. It's in a quieter spot right now, I think. But yes. So the next mods video is all about art mods. Art mods specifically that I felt fit within vanilla Minecraft. And so my emphasis was on things that seamlessly blend with regular Minecraft, while also adding art-related additions. So I've got a mod for music, I've got a mod for painting, I've got a mod for, this is the third one, statues, I've got a mod for like detailing, and there's one more I can't think of. Oh yeah, excuse me. The not artifact, the exposure update. There's an update for the camera mod that I reviewed earlier. So I'm going to be touching on that, and then also a bunch of other mods. But this was supposed to be like, oh, it should be a quick video because it's only 5 mods that'll allow me to get something out. It will allow me to get something done because the biggest problem with me is because I'm such a perfectionist. Every project I do, I feel like has to be just perfect. I have a vision and I need it to be just magnificent. And so I go above and beyond with probably the required effort. I spent way too much time and I'm still working on the video. It's been a week and I've only gotten to the second mod and I haven't finished it. Yeah, it's we got Joy of Painting. That's the mod I'm going to be reviewing. I honestly think this mod is entertaining more than just the list of mods. Like, I have made this mod video an art piece itself, and I'm so excited to share this project because I've put so many new mechanics and new tools to this video. I'm using body doubles with not body doubles. What do they call it? I don't have it in this mod pack, so I can't show it. But basically, you start a recording. I'll do an example. You start a recording, just do /mocap recording start, and then you can move whatever, blah, 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 and then you push recording stop, you save it, and then what will basically happen is you can type play, select that recording, and then it will redo exactly what you just did. And you can set a delay, you can set the coordinate offset from where you recorded it, you can set the skin that's used. And so I'm taking that idea and I'm making a concert where I have 400 of you guys in the audience all listening to a song I wrote in about 6 hours. I still have to do the lyrics, but I've composed it already. Oh my gosh. This is a massive project for such a small video, but it's gonna look so good. I've already built the set, I've already got the song, I've got the idea and kind of what I want to do with it. It features a saxophone solo that Krazen will be performing. It's going to be incredible. It really should be a building project with the amount of building I've done in it. I built an entire concert. I built, if you've seen on the Discord, I built the street from Passport 2, the painting game. I painted a picture of Garfield. I painted a picture of the Windows XP landscape wallpaper. I painted Miles, my cat. Yeah, the stage is in the Discord under Podium. I always forget what I renamed it to. It's the second most recent thing I posted in that. I posted like 4 or 5 teasers for this video. I can't promise it just because I haven't done it yet. But if you sent me your name, there is a 95 to 98% chance you'll be there in the crowd somewhere. Names won't appear in the replay footage. I've turned that off just so there's not 400 names. But if you sent me your username, I've probably already written it down. Let me see. If your name's the same as your username, I don't have you on this list yet. So either send that to me in the Discord or comment on that post. And that's probably the best way for me to know. Yeah, just if you go to the channel itself, and then I think it's in the top middle now because they've moved it. It'll say like links that I have. Go to the Discord and then either DM it to me privately or type it in the general chat. Or then also, if you don't want to go to the Discord, the community tab, I think it's the most recent community post I've made that talks about it. Just comment it there. And I'm going to go through after the stream and add all those names. When I came back from... See, I went to bed at... I forget how long. I think it was like 3 in the morning. I was chatting to a few of the people on the Discord about graphic design, and I fell asleep in the middle of my response. And so I don't remember what time it was. But I took... And now I forgot what I was saying. I slept for... So if it was 3, I slept for 3 to 4, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. About 7 hours. So that's not bad. We're in the Discord server. Just in general chat, the Great Hall, or I forget what did we rename the off topic to? My memory is not great. Yeah, either sending it to me, like DMing it to me, or Town Hall, Great Hall, Town Square, any of the MISC chats. Those would all be fine. Or like I said, directly to me, that works. But yeah, I went to sleep and I woke up with like 25 notifications on that specific video, and some DMs saying I would like to be in it, which is awesome. Originally, I was just going to get a bunch of random skins, and then I thought this would be a fantastic opportunity to have people actually in the video. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to open this up to everybody who wants to be a part of it. And I think that's a fantastic idea. It's going to be super fun. For multiple reasons, it's a really good idea. First of all, it means you can watch that video and see yourself, and that is already really fun. I've seen myself in my friends' videos, and even that is like, oh, that's me, I'm there. But if you're not a creator and you see your skin, that feels awesome in a different way. And I want to be able to give that to other people. In addition, those community posts seem to send to more than just my viewers, meaning if people who don't know who I am see that, they are likely to, first of all, comment their name and then check in on the video later. But it also means, and this is probably going to sound slightly selfish, but I think of it as efficient. Or maybe not efficient, but smart. Because they're looking to this video, they're going to subscribe. And you see, if you subscribe, you get to see all of these amazing projects I've been making. Big brain, see? I really thought hard about this. Exactly. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. Oh, man. Is there a way I could implement that into the video? Let's see. I could. There's got to be a way I could do that. I think you might have just given me an idea. So I try my best with these types of videos because they're sometimes scripted, but usually more planned. Unlike Coldcraft episodes or Tall World or Create Mod World's Fair, usually those are I'm working or I'm playing through, and that's the experience is what you're getting. But for these mod videos, I have to figure out what I'm doing and make sure that I'm delivering information properly. When you said, look, Mom on TV, that gave me a great idea for a transition for the mod video. And this is a little bit spoilers, but who cares, whatever, I'm terrible at keeping secrets for my projects. I have the first mod I'm doing is Joy of Painting. And to transition to Music Maker mod, I paint a picture of a record, and then I think, let me see if I have it actually. I don't think it's in this mod pack. Let's see. Yeah, it's not. So I have a mod that remodels the jukebox, and it makes it slightly shorter. It's like 1 pixel shorter. And then when you put a disc on it, I don't know why I'm looking for a disc. When you put a disc on it, it actually puts the disc that you put in it on top, and it's like spinning around. That's a good idea. I should write that down. Let me do that. I'm gonna put that in my notes Discord, actually. I have a Discord just for me. No one else gets to see this. Haha. Look, Mom. I'm the musician. There we go. Now I won't forget. Thank you, Slavic. But yeah, so I'm gonna transition from Joy of Painting to Music Maker mod. I thought I'd remove that from this playlist, but whatever. I paint a picture of the record, and then I zoom in on it and fade between the painting I did and the actual record. So it goes from a picture I've painted of this jukebox, or of this record, to an actual record, and then it pans up to me walking over and starting to talk about this other mod. Things like that are just awesome. The server I'm talking about is a private one. Literally only me, myself, like my other account, and a messenger sniffer are there, because I use that as a test server. It's just a place for me to keep video notes and stuff. It's like a second Trello. If ever I have a random idea, I just toss it in there and come back to it. My eyes have been... We're good now. Let's see. Yeah, so what I'm going to do with the Look Mom, I'm on TV is I think I'm going to transition next... Jeez. I think I'm going to transition next to the segment about exposure, the camera mod. And then what I'm going to do is after I talk about the Music Maker mod, I transition to a concert, which will like basically be showcasing the Music Maker mod. I made the music with that mod. And then I'm going to do a segment where it's like talking about, like it's like a news segment where I can speak. It's like a news segment, like someone's getting interviewed and then somebody in the background will be like, look, Mom, I'm on TV. So I think that will be a great way to transition from the first mod to the second mod and the second mod to the third mod. This is going to be so much work. Oh my gosh. Oh. Hello, Orion. Welcome in. Onion. Yeah, right. Did write it down. And I do get advertisements technically for using the community posts, which I wasn't actually atoning for when making these posts until recently. I realized that more people saw it than I thought I did. And so I've been asking more vague questions that are non-specific, like what's your favorite variant of the skeleton? Because I was genuinely curious. With the new addition, does that top all the other mobs that are skeleton related? An alarming amount of people, and I was actually really surprised by this, a lot of people preferred the skeleton horse, which is bizarre to me. Because, yeah, seriously, 30 minutes, I've done absolutely nothing. I was so surprised that the skeleton horse won, because I don't care for the skeleton horse. I find it kind of a useless mob. It's a cool mob, don't get me wrong. I like that it's in the game. For practicality, why would I use a skeleton horse? They have low health. They're often slow. Yes, you can use them as a submarine, but why wouldn't I just use Depth Strider? I'm not stuck at the bottom of the ocean. I also need water breathing. It's a really cool mob, but wither skeletons give you beacons. Rather, regular skeletons give you XP and bones. Like, they're more useful. People really seem to dislike the Stray, which, granted, makes a whole lot of sense because they're annoying. But so are the other two skeletons with bows, and wither skeletons sure aren't fun. At least they're taller so you can block it off. But yeah, it's not very practical, but it is cool, yes. And yeah, you can ride them underwater, but you know what else I can also use for mobility underwater? A conduit. Or a boat. Well, actually, that's above water, but still, water related. I can use Depth Strider and Respiration, which I will always prefer over a Skeleton Horse, unless it's a water-based project and I want to look cool. Maybe then I'll use a Skeleton Horse, but yeah. I need to figure out what to do with my camera. You can't even see it. Hold on. I don't know why that just all of a sudden needed to happen. I just realized you couldn't see the creeper. And I feel like you needed to see the creeper. But yeah, the bogged is cool. It's stylized to a specific biome, which I think is neat. Biome-specific mobs I think are really cool. The only problem I have with it is just a retexture and a slightly different variation of already existing mobs, which is not the first time they've done that, but I don't think it's a bad addition. It adds more diversity, and it can be utilized. If you blow up, I think if you blow up an arrow, no, if you shoot a creeper with a tipped arrow, so anything with that gives an effect, and that creeper blows up, it makes a cloud of that effect, meaning if you blow up a creeper that has been shot by a bogged, it makes a poison cloud. That could be useful for a game. Or maybe you want to farm poison arrows. You could probably do that, since that you can do that with strays, with their slowness arrows. If you want to make a mini game that poisons people when you get shot, you could do that too. Like, it adds these little bits of functionality, while overall aren't that impressive of a feature. You can work with it and make something cool. Strays are definitely annoying, but the fact that you don't see them, yeah, because they only spawn in snowy biomes, so you're not going to see them all that much. Likewise, what's the other mob that does that? Slimes in swamps, and pretty much any passive mob that's barred by some biome, like parrots in jungle, for example. But yeah, adding variation to biomes I think is great. Instead of just having all the mobs in every biome, have some diversity, force your players to travel, explore, and maybe while they're out there, they find some loot. Maybe they find a really cool place to build. Like, because you're forcing your players to explore and work for it, and like mushrooms, yeah, that's a wonderful example. Because you're forcing your players to explore and look for these things, it allows your canvas to work on projects to expand exponentially. Now you have more resources. Now you have cooler places to build. There's a ton of cool stuff like that. That just you forcing your players to explore gives you that ability. Gonna hop off now. Hope we have live stream. Thank you. Yeah, we'll probably we should probably get started. We're gonna start on the building though, because that one. But thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing twice. Have a good day. Thank you for joining. Well, okay. The Ender Dragon is a little exception, because that is a boss. That's not something you can find a lot of in the end. You find one, and then you can respawn it. But you'll never find 2 Ender Dragons spawning in the end, or a biome of Ender Dragons. So that's different. And I guess an argument could be made that the Wither, you can make a biome, but the difference is it's randomly it spawns naturally. So the Bogged, you go to the swamp and you find a mob that makes sense to be in the swamp. The Ender Dragon makes sense to be in the end, but it's also a core objective, whereas the Bogged or a skeleton is kind of a obstacle rather than a goal. That's the difference. I think that they could probably have done something a little bit more unique than just a retextured skeleton, but I don't think it was a bad addition at all. I think it's very cool. All right, let's get to some building, shall we? Building 1, I think. Right, can I still see that? Let's scroll up. Yeah, looks like, yeah, building 1. Skeletons were, but I think they replaced them. I think that's how that works, because that's how they do it in the snow biomes, I think. Is that it replaces all of the skeletons with strays, and I think that's the same with swamps. Like, I'm trying to be conscious of hydrating because my voice is already almost gone, and we've been live for 40 minutes. All right. So, focusing on building, I think we should start with the main room because we already have one of the mechanics set up. This system here is pretty much perfect in the way that it works. So we have the ability to raise and lower a rope from any height, meaning we can make this longer or shorter and it will still function. It's not based off a timer, it's based off of not based off of timer, it's based off of a, what's the word? I can think of the word. What's the word? A function, a variable. That's it. It's based off of a variable. Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's intentional. It's supposed to do that. I forgot. I almost thought I broke it. So you push the button. It goes down for as long as it wants. I have this timer here for time between it going down, going up, but it doesn't start that till the rope is fully down. So I can make this as long as it possibly I wanted to. This design, on the other hand, only goes down as long as this has sand in it. Meaning, if the rope is any longer, then it won't get used. And I think the system also just won't work, because... How does the system work? Oh no, you push the button, starts a timer, that goes down. This waits till it's empty. And then it says, hey, start this timer. That brings it back up. Okay, so the difference between this one and this one is always turning. So it makes a lot of noise. But because of that, this needs to be reeled up in a certain amount of time. So if there's too much rope, I'm not going to delete the old one just because if I need this for something else, I can come back to it. But I think I am going to just use this one, at least for the main section. I wanted to get both concepts down on paper, so that way if I do need to switch between them, I can. I have that available to me. But I think this is what we will end up using in the final version, or at least a variation of this, because I could probably make this smaller. Let me see, can I? We're going to focus on building, but I do kind of want to see it. So the only thing I can really see that's taking up, I could probably hook this cog directly up. I don't need a redstone, so I could bring that up one block. Means everything goes up one block. And then that's fine. That still needs to be inverted. That needs to be hooked up a wire, so that way it powers this block. That needs to, so maybe I can't make this. There's got to be a way I can make this smaller, but yeah. Banish it to the nether. I'm gonna keep it here. This is kind of like this. The whole point of this world is a testing facility, I guess. Like I've got multiple variations of the door. I've got multiple variations of my starter base for the world. Like this was the test one. You can see I didn't do the roofing. There isn't any detail, or at least not much detail. But like the whole point of this world is to give myself a blank canvas to experiment with. So I'm not going to get rid of it. In case I need to go back to it, if I get rid of it, then I don't have it anymore. Like even this system, which actually I can get rid of because that's what this is. This is literally the same thing. So this one I will get rid of. There's nothing of value here. That's just the system we already worked on. I built that so I could remember to build it after finishing this one. Okay. So building, let's work on the first room. The very first room that you enter the dungeon after starting the game. So not the doorway, the actual in the game first room. The concept that I had in mind was this really big room with originally this was just going to be a flat ground, but I'm thinking maybe there are like a section in the middle and then 4 pathways. If we do something like this, where it sprawls off into different sections or different directions, then I can have a bridge that goes this way, this way, this way, and this way. And that way I have a ton of variation. I would like to have one at least go sideways. So maybe I'll only have 3 or maybe I'll have 5. But I do want to have multiple ways to go, and I don't want it just to be a flat floor. I don't have the concept art anymore. I think I closed the tab. So I don't have it anymore. Boo. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, so we took we took basically that concept where you come down into this big open jungle temple, and I want this giant room. I want there to be a section for submitting your artifacts, and a section for, let's see, how did I do? I gotta read up on this. I haven't looked at this in a while and I forgot. Artifact, here we go. So I wanted to figure out, how do I get the keys? I don't want to do what Tango did, where he just has them spawn on the floor. I wanted to do something different. So for me, oh, time to stand. Okay. For me, I wrote down keys can be bought with the artifacts. So you submit points, and then as a result of that, you get a key. And the smaller keys are cheaper, and the larger keys, like for the big loot rooms, those would cost more. So you're sacrificing time that you have in the dungeon for access to a room with a ton of loot. So it's either going to be a huge reward if you can get all of those artifacts out, or you've just made it really difficult for yourself because you've spent the time that you would have had otherwise on a key. So you gotta choose wisely. Do you think the amount of time you're sacrificing for a key is worth it? Kill a teammate to obtain a key. That's not a bad plan, but I don't want to. The problem with that is some dungeons will require two-player effort, either to maximize loot output or to even get in there. So like maybe there's two hallways, like for example this. I'll just make a really quick demonstration, and this is a terrible example, but something like this, where you have a hallway that stretches from here all the way to over there, and two players. You would have actually something like this. Yeah, okay, that works. So you'd have a player, this, yeah, or hold on, it should be like this. Yeah, okay. So you have this on both sides, and the players are standing, and then for example, well, that's a terrible example. There we go. So the guy needs to jump from here to get to the other side. This will only be visible. Oh, I wasn't. I power this block? Oh, interesting. Okay. What about this? Huh. There we go. So you're on this side, and your teammate needs to get across. Only the person standing here can activate this, meaning both teammates need to work with each other for one of them to get across. So at this point, you could sabotage your teammate and drop them in, or you could have your teammate get across, and then they could say, nope, sorry, you're on your own, and then you're stuck. And you have to make a choice whether to take a bunch of damage falling into whatever the trap is down there, or do you maybe take a risk and die to get across. So I want to give the players options. That's kind of like the big thing. So killing a player to get a key is not a bad idea, but the problem is I don't want that to be an immediate thing that people go to. So there has to be some reason that would deter them from possibly doing that. For this main section though, let's get just a base shape. I'm going to start with the most bare bones materials. I'm going to come over here's fine. What are we at? 175. Let me go down. And just to make sure I don't accidentally build into something, I think the dungeon is going to start right here. And I can always move that too. So let's go up one. Place a block. Boom. That is our dungeon. We're done. That's the whole thing. Artifact is complete. We did it, guys. Woo. 20 more seconds for a player head. 20 probably isn't enough. Just for how much you have to do. Because remember, you have to solve puzzles, you have to go out of your way to find these artifacts. So 20 seconds probably would not be enough. It'd probably be like a minute or something. You get a ton of time. That's a cool concept. I'll keep that in mind. But I want to see if maybe there are other ways. I don't know, something about that just feels like maybe there could be a better option. Okay, so I'm just gonna start with, this platform was originally where it was going to start, but now that I have two systems there, I'm gonna just start it over here. So I want something very large. How long is this? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. 1, 2, 2, 3. I can't count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, this is 12 blocks long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. I always miscount, so I have to count really slow. Yeah, I don't want it to be something that happens all the time. 5, that was 6. That's 5. See, I can't count. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't feel like that's enough space, because you'll drop down, and then the entrance is just right there. It doesn't feel grand enough to me. I want traversing the environment to be immersive, so having something small, I feel like decked out, and this is probably a controversial opinion, I think decked out is too small. I think decked out should be larger. It's not like ridiculously small. Decked out 1 was just 2x3 corridors. That was ridiculous. But decked out 2 was larger. I feel like he could have gone larger yet. The reason he probably was limited was A, time, B, resources, and C, he has to keep it within the map chunk to make sure everything is loaded. Hi, Fulzy. Welcome in, welcome in. We are building the entrance to the dungeon. Time-consuming traversing, yes. I don't want that to be like everything is so far away, but I want you to be in the dungeon and feel like, wow, this is like a considerable effort that the people that made this dungeon went through to make it. Smoke. So if you fall down, and this is going to be probably hard to imagine without an actual physical world, but imagine you just walked through the big dungeon door, and you set your spawn, you put all your stuff, you get ready, and then the rope goes down, and you go, and now you're in the dungeon, and the room echoes around you because it's so vast in size, and now you and your teammate are looking to explore. So I want it to feel like a significant moment when you jump into the dungeon. So I think I did 14. I just added 2. I don't feel like that's enough. I just added 4, so that's 18. Does that feel large enough? We're getting there. Let's try 22. That still doesn't feel large enough. 25? There's going to be a lot of variation in elevation, so it's not just going to be a flat ground. So in the actual game, it will be more than this. But I do want to give myself that. Yeah. So I want it to be big enough that running around with it, you can see a lot of detail in how it looks, but then also, yeah, 96 is probably a little large. You want to see a lot of detail in the actual temple itself, but then I don't want it to be so big that you're like, I gotta run all the way over here. If you're being chased by something, that space could be useful to you, and you could potentially dodge it. This first room probably won't have any threats like that. I think I'm going to limit that to everything outside that room, so this is like the one safe place you have, except for your teammate. You're not allowed to kill your teammate directly, so you can't just punch them to death. That's not allowed. You have to use the methods that are provided. Either, well, you can punch them off a cliff or something, but don't just like immediately spawn kill them. That's just mean. The one thing I'm also worried about is if you spawn in and try to attack someone and miss, it might break something. So I have to have players in adventure mode, or if this is on Revolutions, I have to make sure people know that you're not allowed to break the environment. Yeah, probably, as like the whole dungeon is going to be way more massive than 3045, but for the first room, that might be okay. That might still be too big, because That would be 30, 45 in addition to the other side. So what's like the easiest way I can measure this? I know there's a mod for it, but I don't have that. Let's try this. $25. So that's 25. I'm gonna try 25 on all sides and see how that works. I don't know what this is. This is still 14, 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be 25 on both sides. Just so I don't prove myself wrong. Let's see. Yep, 25. Perfect. Cool. So, yeah, that's 25. This is the size it would be to the other side. I feel like I need to see it as like an actual... Yeah, time, how many sprint jumps. That is a good measurement. Food is probably going to be more common. That's going to probably be something you can buy in the shop too. What would you have in the safe here? This is the point where A will start. So, I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about this, but we have this device up here. When you enter the dungeon, the door will open. You'll set your spawn, you'll put your items away, and then you'll get to where Tango has the minecart in his. I will instead have this rope here, which I right now have to trigger it from the top. By the time you get to it, this will already be down. But you will... This rope will come down, and then once the rope is already down, you can go down. You won't take any fall damage because you're touching the rope block, and then you'll be in the dungeon. So this room is going to be the starting point for the dungeon. It's going to be where you submit artifacts, and it's going to be where you buy keys and utility. So that could be food, it could be a brush for getting artifacts, it could be for... what else? Maybe ink sacs for throwing at your teammate to blind them, because in this mod pack, throwing ink sacs will give them the blindness effect. Yeah, so that's what we'd have in the save area. When you select it in the world edit, it tells you how long it is. They don't have to run a command. Oh, it does it? You select it in world edit. Oh, that's what this is! Oh, I never even considered that number being an actual useful value for some reason. So if I... That's really useful, actually. It tells you how many blocks is in that selection. That is really awesome, thank you. Could be for Nespresso. What is that? Just an espresso? Espresso. It is a coffee shop in Portland, Oregon. You're just talking about an espresso machine? I don't know if the stream delay made me forget the joke, but I don't know what you're referencing, Light Tech. Okay, this was 12. Actually, we can just count it. 14. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I wasn't counting and keeping track. 24, so we need one more. I do that a lot, where I'll start counting, but then I'll forget what I need to stop at, and then I'm like, wait, I needed to stop, and then I forget what I stopped at counting, and I have to recount. Logan for the company. Oh, okay. So let's go to the corner. Right here. I don't have... Yeah, okay. Use this, actually. Up 1. Or up 2. Perfect. Grab the first coordinate, and then we'll do the same on the other one. Kind of eyeballing it. Nailed it. That's one off. Not nailed it. Almost nailed it. And then set... Let's do replace air packed mud. There we go. So this is kind of what we're working with right now. Let's see. Might be thinking ahead here. Making it big enough allows you to put shops and other things in places in your safe zone, making it people have to go around. So that's a good idea. I don't want players going to one spot. I want them to have a reason for it being so large besides cosmetic. But I do have to figure out a way that isn't just a shop, because that doesn't really make sense to be in a temple, to just have a villager or something like that, or a dispenser and a barrel. So I need to find a way. Maybe there's an offering point. That actually is a spectacular idea. I think I might do something like that. So I think, oh, actually that's a really good idea. Okay, I'm gonna, hold on, I have a sketchbook. I'm gonna kind of jot this down. So I'm gonna take, I'm gonna take this idea and kind of just translate what I have in my mind to paper. Of course, not too big since it takes away from the ocean. Yeah, but yeah, having it so people aren't in just one spot in the middle, I think is a really good idea. Didn't catch the start of stream. What is this version for? So this is a mini game that originally was going to be on an SMP I was on, but the SMP ended before I could construct it because I gave myself like 40 projects. And so the owner of that server and I made another server called Revolutions, and I didn't have the time to make it then either before we went on a pause because everybody had school. So I decided, well, I want to have a project ready for that server by the time it goes back up. So I'm developing it now. So this is heavily inspired by Indiana Jones, decked out in Sands of Time from MCC. This is in a modded environment, so I have access to a ton of new functionality, a ton of new building blocks, and that's what we've been messing around with here. So redstone wiring in block form, we've got timers, we've got item pipes, all of these new things and mechanics that Crazen and I have hand selected to be Vanilla Plus. So it's either going to be for an SMP and then released publicly after the server is over, or if that server does end up not coming back, it will just be immediately. Actually, I haven't decided yet, but the idea is either server then release, or it could be I just invite other content creators, or it could be I just immediately release it for everybody. At some point, you guys will be able to play this, I promise. That's something I do want to do. I do remember you. Yes, I specifically remember your profile picture and the color scheme. I don't remember the name, but I remember the color scheme. Yeah, I don't have create actually. That was one thing Crazen and I were very adamant on, is we don't want to use create mod. Because once you add create mod, it becomes a create server. So everything that adds functionality, we've got supplementaries, we've got simple copper pipes. What's another one we have? I forget what they call it. We've got decorative blocks, we've got You've Got to Be Kidding Me, Wilder Wild, new enchantment stuff. Like everything that we thought could be an addition to the game. Farmer's Delight, Universal Ores gives us variation. We've got new flower types. Anything like that that isn't create mod pretty much. It does look like create, yeah. Especially the rope pulley, because there is a rope pulley. But yeah, we wanted to avoid using create. I've got another series that will have create mod as the core of it. So I will be playing around with that one. I love that mod. It's so much fun. Love Vanilla Plus. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I was so excited for Revolutions too. I feel like we've done something game changing. Gonna be back in a minute. Take some ideas down. Hopefully pitch too. Awesome, cool. If you've got some ideas, more than welcome to share. I would love to hear what you gotta. Love to hear what you're thinking. And yeah, take your time. Thank you for coming up with ideas. I thought, oh yeah, this is gonna be a project where it's just me. I have everything in my head, but I started streaming, and it has been so much fun talking through the process and being able to bounce ideas off with you guys. It's really cool. Yeah, please write down your thoughts. That would be amazing. I'd love to hear that. If you want to DM it to me on Discord or just type it in the comment section or the chat, that's totally cool. But yeah, let me write this idea or draw this idea. So I want there, and you're not going to see this right now. I'll hold it up in a second. I want there to be a rope. I'm going to put way too much detail in this. I want there to be a rope that you climb down, and then there's this. What shape do I want this room to be? That's like, things like that immediately put me into like a paralysis. Like, I can't start on detailing if I don't know the shape of the room. Naturalist, Weapon Master. We don't have Weapon Master, but we do have... I forget what it's called. Maybe it is Weapon Master. But you can take stuff like all your different tools. And then in survival mode, you put them in these slots, and then it automatically switches to the tool. Maybe that is... No, Weapon Master is the one where it displays on your body. So yeah, we thought this was more vanilla than Weapon Master. There we go. Back. Yeah, no, it's really fun. I was not expecting it to be as interactive with coming up with ideas. I literally thought it was going to be you guys watch me lose my mind over Redstone, and that would be the entirety of the entertaining aspect of this. But you guys are blowing my minds with the amount of ideas that you're coming up with and giving me ideas for. But yeah, no, it's really cool. And oh my gosh, no, see how much of this has been you guys so far since we started streaming. We've got this whole system, like this whole variation. This was my idea. This one was pitched, I believe, by... Who was this pitched by? Was this? I think it was by Lion. I might be wrong on that, but this whole concept was somebody else. That was not me. Would not have made that if not for you guys. Likewise, I think this idea also stemmed from something somebody said as well. Wouldn't have had that idea. I have not played Mario Odyssey. My brother has, and I watched him play a little bit, so I know a little bit about the game, but I haven't played it myself. I play 99.9% of the time, I play PC games. My brother, 99% of the time, plays console games. So he has a Switch. He plays on the family PS5. I'm pretty much spend all my time on the computer. I have so much more experience playing with a keyboard and mouse. I could not use a controller and be used to it without a lot of time. Map making, none of my friends really get it. Map making is super intriguing. When I used to play a lot of TF2, one of the things I really enjoyed doing, even though I never actually developed it, was coming up with ideas for weapons and coming up with ideas for maps. Because even back then, vision was still really important. Immersion was still really important to me. So coming up with ways to make battlefields that actually look natural, but then also function was like, how can I do this the right way? A lot of people will make warfare maps, like, I don't know, Warzone or something, and they'll just put a rock somewhere to give people cover. I want to, like, I'm so detailed, I will put a reason for that rock to be there. That kind of thing. So, yeah, map making, I love it. It's so much fun. I don't do a lot of it, and this is kind of getting into it more. I've never done a project quite like this. I've drawn 2 lines this whole time. I have done absolutely nothing. But yeah, I haven't played Odyssey. Map making is a ton of fun. Here, when that was... Yeah, that was last stream. The VOD is available. That was a really fun stream. We didn't start really getting into actually doing anything for the first 2.5 hours, and then we were just talking about YouTube and content creation and stuff. But after that, then we made 2 really awesome machines, so definitely worth going back and watching it. There was something else I was going to say, but I forgot. You develop PC... Oh, wait, hold on. You could hack the Switch so you can play games on your PC. I don't want to do that. It's not going to run as well, but then also... Like, my brother has God of War on the PS5, and I have it on my computer. And because the game I'm playing is made for my device, even though it was $60, $70, it performs better, it looks better. I would rather just spend the money. And especially that game, that is my second favorite game of all time. Like, I would give them another $70. When Ragnarok gets ported to PC, I am buying that game immediately. I've been avoiding spoilers for 3 years. I'm waiting for it. I'm so excited. They said it was going to be out 2020, and then COVID happened. It's been 4 years. I'm waiting for it. But yeah, I could hack the Switch to my PC, but I honestly don't have a whole lot of interest for a lot of Nintendo games for that to be worth it. I spend so much of my time doing Minecraft related stuff anyway, I don't even know if I would be able to do that. The only other game I play, actually that's a lie. The only other game I play consistently is God of War. I usually do that once or twice a week. I play that with Corey. Why have 10 gaming computers if a laptop has the same option? Exactly. I have a laptop. I have a PC. There are pros and cons to both. That one's more mobile. I can go places with it. Still functions. It's got a great monitor. It works really well. I can work on the go. This one, much more powerful. I've got a dual setup. I've got like a proper area to do stuff in. I would have to set up my microphone stand and all the other stuff. I can play games. Like I'm getting what? I'm getting 1,500 frames. Oh, we're down to 1,000. Oh, huge decrease. I can't do that with my MacBook. But there's reasons I would use a MacBook, like music creation and stuff. I couldn't have done that on here. GarageBand has been so helpful. So there's reasons, but why would I use the PS5 if I could play it on A, device I'm more used to playing, B, did I start with 1 or A? Secondly, I have the ability to record other games. So if I have all of my games on one device, then I can do whatever I want with them. Yeah, so I've got a ton of performance enhancing mods, but then also because the game is smart. I don't know what mod does it, but the game is smart enough to know that the chunks underneath me aren't being rendered. I do have Iris, I do have Sodium. Oh, did Iris lower your frame rate? Well, I have Iris right now, but I'm not hurting for frames. And sometimes I do use shaders, like for the thumbnail I use shaders. But it's a PlayStation exclusive. Until it wasn't. It was a PlayStation exclusive for a while. Wait, is Ragnarok? No, because they said they were porting Ragnarok. Play the shaders because my monitor only goes up to 60 frames anyways. That's fine, yeah. I think I have a 120 hertz monitor, but I notice when it goes below 60, and I notice when it goes below 120. Actually, that's probably not true. I like the number being in the 300 range. We're talking about a bunch of things right now. We're talking about shaders, we're talking about frame rates, we're talking about God of War, and we're talking about consoles. First 1,500 frames per second doesn't even change. No, not really. Like this right now, 1,700 frames I had. I walk over here, we're down to 600. Still smooth. Like I'm not complaining about that. I was joking before. That's not a low number. I don't think so. I haven't noticed a significant. I mean, I'm sure Sodium is better on its own, but you don't get the ability to do shaders, and there's other mods I have that need Iris to function, so I can't remove it unless I want those other mods to then not be in my impressively sized mod pack. I don't even have all of the performance mods on this one. My vanilla one, I have just maximized its efficiency. This one, we tossed the essentials in, so Iris, immediate fast, I think, is in here. Sodium extras, Reese's extra, like there's a bunch of them, but like the essential ones. But I have like probably 50 performance mods on my other one. Just saying, play with shaders. I would play with shaders, but I really like the vanilla look. And one of the perks of playing with no shaders is if I build something like the house I built, I like the way it looks without shaders. I'm not relying on shaders to make it look good. Meaning, when I turn on the shaders, it looks even better. So if I prioritize the way it looks without the shaders, turning on shaders only makes it better. So I prefer playing without. Plus, way more consistent in frame rate. I think this is going to be on either medium or high. And plus, sometimes the rendering stuff doesn't work with shaders anyway. So we're running on custom. Okay, that doesn't really help at all. Yeah, my frame rate goes down quite a bit. It's not terrible. Okay, it's not great. 40. If I play this on complementary inbound, it's going to be faster. Rethinking voxels is a tank. Nope. There we go. Yeah, this is way better. doubled the frame rate. 100 frames. So this isn't bad, but look at how much better this looks. If I built it relying on shaders to make it look good, then it probably wouldn't have looked as great. Because I needed those shadows, I needed those color differences from the shaders to make it look good. But because I was worried about that in vanilla, adding shaders only improves what it looks like. So I like building and stuff without it. I usually use shaders for showcasing stuff. Your monitor can only do 120. Minecraft really doesn't need the generator. Probably not. I just like seeing the number go up. It makes me feel better when the game is more than I can count to without losing my mind. Even getting that sentence out was difficult, so if I just don't have to worry about frames, I won't complain. If I get 100 frames somewhere consistently in every part of the world, totally fine. If I get 1,000 frames right here and then 30 frames over there, I'm going to complain. But because of my specific setup and the way I have it set up, it's pretty much at a point where wherever I go, I have at least a usable frame rate. I need to sit up. I keep forgetting to do that. Building, it's best to play without shaders. Playing, yeah. So because I do content creation, I generally try to make it consistent. If I wasn't doing content creation, I would probably play with shaders more. But I do just really like playing without shaders. Like, this to me does not look bad. I don't know how much it actually is noticeable to you guys because of the YouTube compression, but this is the best shaders I have ever found, and I don't have it on this one, so I have to copy it over. I don't even remember what it's called. I'll just grab it from my other mod pack. This one. Shader packs, here we go. It's called Vanilla A, which is literally just vanilla Minecraft, but it's anti-aliasing, meaning whatever I do, shader packs, the wrong one, there it is, open the downloads in a new tab, drag that there, boom, here we go, Vanilla AA, or Vanilla. I can't tell if you guys can see this or not. Yeah, we've done basically nothing. But all it does is add anti-aliasing. So all of those rough edges that were there a second ago are they're just smoothed out. So like notice right now, you can kind of see the pixels in the corners. Like look at this line here. Right now you can see it. If I turn on anti-aliasing, gone. It's so nice. It makes everything look incredible. And it runs vanilla, so it's really lightweight too. The only thing that I complain about with this one is pitcher plants, which for some reason, maybe they fixed it with this version. No, they didn't. Look at the colors here. Look at how much brighter it is. I don't know why it does that, but I've gotten used to it, so it doesn't bother me as much as it used to. It looks way better. Yeah, it's called Vanilla A. I got it from Modrinth, but it probably is on CurseForge too. Yeah, it's probably more visible to me because I don't have YouTube compression in my gameplay. And I don't think you can really see it unless I record at a higher resolution on YouTube. So it really makes the biggest effect. Yeah, that's what it's called. It really makes the biggest impact on me playing it. And it also helps, for me at least, in areas with a lot of changes in detail. So things like a lot of different shapes and different... anything that isn't a flat surface, basically. Having this makes it smooth. I don't know how to explain it. I'm basically advertising something I have no knowledge on. I make no money from it, I swear. I need to push my monitor back. I'm running out of keyboard space. I need like a deeper desk. That's fine. Whatever. This will work. Okay. Hi Casey, welcome in. I've always annoyed about those jarred edges. Yeah, that is literally what this shader pack fixes, and now I'm never not playing with it. It's just phenomenal. It's such a subtle change. And that's the kind of thing I love. It's just tiny changes that make everything a little bit better. It's so good. It's so small and it adds so much. It makes playing without shaders just 10 times better. It looks so smooth and it's so nice and it's lightweight. Most of the colors are the same. But yeah, let's get to actually working. It's been an hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, deeper might not have been a word. I have a really long desk, so I have a lot of space horizontally. Yeah, the reason I didn't say longer is because the longest part is the width, and so I was using those the same. Fan return. Oh, I missed that one. Gonna head out, but I hope you have a wonderful day. To everybody else too. Yeah, you too. Have a fantastic day. Thank you for popping in, giving me some ideas. If you've got more, my DMs are always open. Thank you so much. Have a good day. See ya. Okay. Oh, did I miss something else? Yeah, we do have a creeper plush. I moved that over because I realized you couldn't see it on camera. I feel like I'm missing something else. But yeah, I wanna build a desk that has more space. With the word. Longer. Yeah. I feel like this is longer. Like if I wanted it longer, it would be longer horizontally. I want it longer on the Z-axis. Nerd talk. Whatever. Here. You probably get the idea, but I'm going to make an example anyway. Here's my desk right now. I've got my monitor right here. No. Here's my desk right now. Here's my monitor. Here's my keyboard. I push my keyboard into the monitor, so if I move my monitor back, it will fall off the desk. I want a desk like this. So then I can move this back, and then I have more room, and I still get the monitor. Like even 2 inches would be better. I'm not complaining; it's not bad, but just a little bit, please. Longer, wider, like a Daft Punk song. Harder, better, faster, stronger. DMD, can you send me your performance mods? I can. Actually, if you join the Discord, I have a mod pack already in the podium channel. You might have to scroll up a little bit. It's called it's the decked out one that has probably 90% of my performance mods. The only ones I don't think it has is more leaf culling or less leaf culling. Just put the keyboard in my lap. Oh man, I hate doing that. It's so much worse. It's a wired keyboard too, so I can't do that. But yeah, I have so many mods that I can't even recognize the file names of, so I don't even know what they are. I knew what they were when I added them, but I have 150 mods in my vanilla mod pack. I don't know which ones do what anymore. There's just so many. And not all of them appear on my CurseForge loader, so because I got them from Modrinth. So most of them, I just don't see them unless I go into the files. You love that song? The last one? Floating Trees, I think it was. That's a good one. Yeah, no way am I putting my keyboard. Let me actually draw. This is like the 3rd time I've tried to get myself to do it. Okay. So I'm just gonna try to sketch out a vision I have. Now I have to make a vision. So what do I want to do? I want to have some kind of well or like place you offer stuff to, and that will be where you submit points. And then I want something else for the keys. I have an idea for the keys. What if it was this? This is actually a really cool idea that I think could work well. Bass guitar. I want a barrel. That's it. And this is using, once again, the pulleys. What if I take this concept? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. If I take this concept with the rope, what I could do is have a section where there's a barrel. I don't want to rebuild this whole thing. I'm just going to steal this. Take that, take... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. And then take that. How fast can I make this? Let's see. I don't want to build with packed mud. Give me smooth stone. Icky. There we go. So my idea for submitting the artifacts to get keys is this. I will take... Hold on. How can I do this? Take this. Put that there. And then I'll do this. The reason I'm doing this right now and not building is because this will affect how I develop the cosmetic part. Do these go down? That goes down. It also goes down. Okay. So this goes down. That goes up. So what I'm going to do, or at least the idea I have right now, is I'm going to have a barrel connected to a rope, or even... Oh, I can't detach them. So yeah, it would be connected to a rope. And what I would do is I say, you put a key in here, and then it detects if there's something in it. I'm not doing a full redstone thing. I'm just trying to get an idea down. Because if this idea is something that we decide, yeah, that's a great idea, then that changes what I actually do for the building. So yeah, what I'll have is I'll say, here's a barrel, and this rope connects to the top. So like where the archaeologists are, not archaeologists, the explorers are up there. I'm thinking maybe it's not just you and your partner. Maybe there's an NPC, maybe it's a villager or something, and they're at the top, and you submit artifacts to get keys. So here's an artifact, and then when you put the artifact in there, it will take it up, it will empty it, and then it will say, oh, you have, you just gave us a key, or gave us the artifact, so we'll give you a key. And then it spits out a key. So the way you buy keys is by putting it into a barrel, sending the barrel up, and then the guy at the top will trade you that artifact for a key to get further into the dungeon. So it's a very interactive way. You don't just put an item in a barrel and it shoots something out at you. Okay, that's literally what I've just done. But it does it more than just this. Where's the observers? There it is. It's more than just this. This isn't even going to work, is it? Character. There we go. No. How do I do this? I forget redstone. That interacts there. Look at that. So it's not just going to be, oh, you get a key. Ah, you get your... Oh, you submit an artifact. Oh, you get a key. I want it to be something that actually functions. Don't have a lot of ideas because you have... I'm not gonna... How do I pronounce that? I'll look it up. Would be a better explanation. It doesn't form or use mental images. Oh, that sucks. I'm very sorry. That's such... I have ADHD, and I don't know if this is related to it at all, but every part of the way I think ever, it's all pictures. If I think about anything, I go into way too much detail about everything. If I have one idea, I have to flesh out a whole story. I couldn't imagine. I'm very sorry to hear that. I have too many ideas, like to the point where I overwork myself and I'm overstimulating myself because I just have so many things. I think it's pronounced Infestasia or Infestasia. That's my guess, because usually PH is F sound. Infantastasia. Infantastasia. Amphantastasia. I think it's Infantastasia. Yeah. Yay, ADHD. Woohoo. So nice. It has its pros and it has its cons, but more often than not, it's just a burden. But, you know, we gotta live with it. Okay. I gotta remember to sit up. Okay. Whew. Still haven't drawn anything. So, if we take this concept, this is an idea. I have to figure out, how am I getting the artifacts out of the dungeon? How am I going to get keys? And other things as well. If I... Yeah, it's... The thing about getting... Excuse me. The thing about getting tested is, if you have it, whether you're diagnosed or not. So it's more worth it to try and get diagnosed just by talking to your doctor, getting a diagnosis, and that will help you exponentially because it will explain a lot of your behaviors. Now, I've been diagnosed since I was very young, but it went untreated for so long that pretty much my whole life I didn't know why I would make decisions. I didn't know why my brain worked the way it did, and it made things so much more difficult for myself. And it's why I was a terrible high school student and middle school student in elementary for that matter. I didn't understand the value of what I was learning. I didn't understand not punctuation, like deadlines. I just thought they were really dumb. And it's because the way school taught me anything, my brain was not fit for that learning style. And so I was just an awful student. I would never turn in my work because everybody would finish an assignment and they would be happy that they finished that assignment. But for ADHD brains, we don't get that dopamine that you get for completing a task, like doing your laundry or completing a homework assignment. We don't get that excitement or that little bit of boost of motivation to continue. It's just like, okay, well, that's a thing. The way the ADHD brain works, or at least my brain works, is I have two times. A lot of people, like neurotypical brains, you get, okay, this is in 5 minutes from now, or this is in a month from now. For me, it's right now, or it's in the future some amount of time, which is why so many ADHD people do all their work right at the end of the project, is because we are terrible at time management. When we try to do something with any kind of, what's the word? Punctuation. Maybe it is punctuation. What's the word? Any type of organization. That's what I was looking for. So you say, okay, I want to do this on this day. I want to do this on this day. I got to get this done. For me, I see that. I have reminders for myself for stuff like that. I see that, and I'm like, well, I could just do it later. Like I got more time. And then once it gets to that time, I'm like, well, now I don't have time to do it. And that's why videos are always so late. It's either that, or I keep adding on to the project. It becomes so large that it's no longer a small project. Like the mods video I'm doing right now, that was supposed to be like a 2-day proposition. I record it, I edit it, I post it. 5 mods, not that bad. 2 cats have just entered my room. But now I've written a song. I've constructed 2 different sets. I've had a custom skin commissioned. I'm singing. I wrote a saxophone solo, and I'm playing 400 people in a concert. Like that was a huge project. A sense of punctuality. Yeah, I feel like that is the word. I'm just thinking of punctuation, and that sounds wrong to me. But I think punctuality, maybe that's a different word. But yeah, like I don't have a great sense of keeping myself on top of things. No matter what I've tried, it's just I'm really terrible at it. I'll be right back, and it ends up being 2 hours. Or I'll be right back, and then it ends up I didn't leave at all because I forgot to leave. Pretty much nothing. You've missed pretty much nothing. The only thing of importance that you've missed is we're trying to come up with ideas for what will be in the main room. And so far, the idea we've had is once you drop in, you want this really big area to explore, and you don't want the places where you buy keys and the places where you submit artifacts to be in the same spot. So I'm going to have variation in that. But to buy keys, the idea I came up with was this. Basically, what you'll do is you'll say, all right, I want to buy a key, and you send up an artifact, or you put an artifact in the barrel, and it says, oh, there's something in this barrel, send it up, and then it will apply it to an item filter, and then basically that says, okay, well, if you sent me the correct item, then, or like, you'll put an item in, it'll bring it up, it'll detect what's in the barrel, and if you sent the right item to the barrel, it will give you the correspondent reward. So if you put in 2 artifacts, it gives you a key, and it will spew that out from the top. So it's like someone is hauling up a barrel on a rope to collect those artifacts and then tossing you down a key. That's the difference. The moment the cat comes on and you're leaving. Yeah, Miles just walked away. I wasn't petting him enough, and he's no longer interested. He doesn't ever sit in my lap, and he's never in a convenient reach. So it's not like I can just pet him unless I'm sitting on the floor. That's the only time he lets me pet him. But yeah, that's the concept. And if you're about to go, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, we should... Okay. With the cat. Yeah, he's... Did he leave the room? Where'd you go? Oh, he's sniffing the drum set. Something. Huh. Go. He's chilling. Oh, every time. You say cat, and I immediately instinctually think you're talking about the cats, because he is also just here. Sometimes I dream, because yes, you can still dream. Well, that's nice. I can't remember the last time I've had a dream. It's been so long. Most of my dreaming is daydreaming. Coming up with projects while I'm awake. When I'm asleep, I don't think about anything. Or I remember. How did I fall for that test? Because you didn't specify. I didn't realize you were making a joke, and I wasn't paying attention to the music. I don't even think we were listening to Cat, were we? I can see that. I can see the recently played. Yeah, we weren't even listening to Cat. I have the music really low for me, so you guys probably hear it louder than I do. I can listen to it and work, but I can't talk while it's loud. So that's how I fell for it. Which cat photo was cuter? Are you trying to get me to fall for whatever it is you're trying to pull again? Oh, your current cats, your old cats. I'm gonna say all of them, because all cats are cute, and I've totally forgot already what they looked like. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the cat that walked in the room. That's why we're talking about. Oh, I see. Do you not like Cat? Let's see, how long do we have till Cat? There's a lot of songs in this playlist, so it might be a bit. Cat is 28th, so it'll probably be another hour, but I've removed it from the queue just for you, so now there's no Cat. I don't like the default discs all that much. They're good in-game, but like listening to them on their own, I prefer stuff like this. The album 1 by C418 is my favorite album. Oh, you like Cat? Okay, I'll add that back into the queue. Where's Cat? You said you were leaving. That's why I was confused. Add to queue. There we go. Alright. Let's draw, shall we? So I want some kind of... Alright, I'm leaving it in. Whatever you say, I'm just going to leave Cat in. I gotta figure out what I want to do for submitting artifacts. Something to submit to the dungeon. Because I think what is going to happen is instead of choosing whether or not to submit artifacts for time or for points, I'm going to make it one thing, so you don't have to pick. And so what I'll end up doing is... You dislike Other Side? I love Other Side. That was one of my favorites. That's probably my third favorite behind Stall. I think for me, Stall is third place, Other Side is second, And then first is, what, Runic? The new one. Relic. I love that one. That's my favorite. Add and jam to Cat Alone. It's a good song. I prefer the other two. Those are my favorite. Okay. I need to stop getting distracted. What is going to be the thing that we submit points to? I think it would be cool if submitting points was tossing artifacts into like a pond, like an offering pool. And so what we could do, and I don't know if this has been changed yet, so let's see if it works actually. I'm going to do a little test here. Stall is good. Yeah, I like that one. Feels decent. What? Okay, let's try this. First of all, let's test that. Whoop, there goes my theory. Okay. I gotta figure out an alternative then. I thought it straight up just picked up. What am I thinking of? Did that used to be a thing? Maybe I'm thinking of just minecart chests. Or minecart hoppers. Hoppers. Why did I say it like that? Hoppers. I think I'm gonna try this. This is a little bit more complex now. How do I do this? I could use the good old hopper minecart. I want to be able to cover a large area though. Soul sand? Well, the thing is, I want the items to be sucked into the water. That's why I'm using magma blocks. Because if I take this and then do this, now if I put something in there, it sucks the item to the bottom and doesn't float back up. And I thought it would pick up then through the hoppers. So I think what I have to do... You just said you like cat. You said you love cat. Make up your mind. Yeah, so I can't do this method because I thought it would just pick up directly through, but I guess not. So my options, I guess, are to use hopper minecarts instead. I gotta make something like a wishing well, or I don't know. This is specifically for submitting time to the dungeon. The water, yes. I don't know what I was trying to say. So let's take hoppers again. This is a concept, so it's probably... Oh, I see. That's what you meant. Okay, that makes a whole lot more sense now. Let's do 4x4. Where's it going? It's going right there. There we go. 4x4. Perfect. These will all link up to right here. Yay. And then we'll do... Be the best way to do this. I guess something like this. I want to make sure it's gathering. Maybe like that. I don't think item pipes are going to work. So having it kind of like halfway. What if I use boat chests? Would that be better? That's good for splitting. I don't think that's good for this. I have been slowly making my way through Season 10. I'm still getting there. I'm watching, I think, 9 different perspectives this season. So I've got a lot of content to get through. But I think I'm caught up on... What am I caught up on? I think I'm caught up on Etho and B-dubs. I'm still getting through Mumbo. I'm still getting through Grian. Getting through Corrales. Gar, I'm still getting through, I think, a 1 behind. There's a few other people. Azuma, I've only seen the first episode. I need to catch up on that one as well. I got a ton of them. I'm getting through more people this season than I did last season. This still needs to be magma. Magma. Yeah. I don't have as much free time as I did when I was in high school watching all the different hermits. Oh, that did not work either. Working so well. I'm such a experienced mechanic, aren't I? What if I do it right on top? No, okay, so it's just straight up doesn't. I can't use soul sand. That will make it not work. Caught up on everybody. Iskall the most. People like Iskall a lot, and I don't have a problem with Iskall at all. I just, for some reason, maybe it's just the build style. My watch told me to stand up. Maybe it's the build style. I'm not a huge fan of Iskall. I love him in other people's perspectives. Yeah, I did also see that Wells was active too. I tried starting him season 7, but then he disappeared, and so I didn't ever get into him. Behind. Go. That's another reason why I couldn't do add Iskall to my list, is because he makes so much, it's hard to keep track of. That's why I stopped watching Decked Out, because I was watching Cub, because for a while I was addicted to watching those videos. Every time I would eat lunch, I would load one up. But because I was following his main and second channel, I was getting a stream worth of video a day, and sometimes 2. So by the time Hermitcraft ended, I hadn't even seen... what hadn't I seen? I don't think I had seen the Warden get added to the intro, and I hadn't seen the Forge that ended up not getting ever built. Which I didn't know that because I didn't make it that far. Alright, I got my stand up. You guys should stretch too, it's nice. Yeah, I was so behind because of the amount of content. So I'm trying to... I try to stretch every hour or so. My watch reminds me every 50 minutes if I haven't stood in that hour. So last time I stood was an hour ago. Yeah, it's just a good way to remember to stretch and make sure I'm hydrated too. But yeah, so I was saying something. Yeah, I can't get through as much as I used to as far as content goes. I'm backed up. I've been working on Etho's single player world for so long, and I am on episode 557. I started from the very beginning. And I also have a green video I'm getting through. I also have 2 Skiz and Impulse podcasts I'm trying to finish. I've got the entirety of those other hermits, like anywhere from 2 to 6th episodes I think they've got at this point for season X, not season 10, whatever. He started... Oh yeah, I didn't watch season 6. I got back in season 7. I watched B-Dub's perspective in season 6, and I can't remember if I finished it or not, but I've heard really good things. Gave up on 100 episodes. Yeah, I guess it depends on who you're watching, because Corrales tends to upload less videos, but are typically longer, and Iskall Cub Fan, because they're less detailed, they focus more on quantity than they do detail, not quality, because they are still good. But he does a lot of streaming and he does a lot of recording, and people like B-Dubs or Etho or Mumbo, they are either really focused on building with detail or making machines that do things in a different way, so they're literally inventing something, and that kind of thing takes way more time than just playing. So I think either Cub Fan and Iskall have more free time, or B-Dubs just takes longer because he's got more detail to him, like cinematics and stuff. So the Magna Blocks is a failed experiment. I was trying to make it so when you throw an item on it, it would suck it up with the minecarts, and I thought because the magma block is slightly shorter... That was a bad example, this one's also shorter. Okay, it's the same size, but these are different. Like if you see if I crouch. Hold up, I'm wrong, aren't I? That's probably why. I'm wrong. That's why it wasn't working. I thought those were less than a full block. Huh. Maybe that's just soul sand. Okay. Yeah, my favorites this season, Etho, B-dubs, probably. I'm still catching up on the others that I used to have favorites, but so far Etho has absolutely been my number one. Yeah, mud might be the go. The only problem with it is the reason I was using magma blocks is because we're going to submerge this in water. So this is the thing you're going to toss your artifacts in to get more time. So when you come back from your level run, you get your artifacts from a room, you come back to the middle, and then you toss in your artifacts into this hole. Yeah, dirt path isn't going to work. You toss it in, this will be completely filled with water, and then the magma blocks would basically suck up the items. But yeah, the problem is because it is a full block, it's not going to... Annoying. There we go. So that will suck the items down into the water like it's supposed to. It's not going to float back up, but then it doesn't suck it up through the hoppers. So that was the issue. Soul sand, yeah. Soul sand, it literally would do the opposite. It would push it back up. Although, this isn't working. Hold on. That one's working. Give me a wand. Take that, set water. Hi, dish soap, welcome in. This should work now, right? Yeah, okay. So now items will be tossed and they'll stay down. Although before, when I just tested it out, if I just replace this... Let me just set that to mud. That worked. So maybe I don't even need that. Okay. In that case, I don't need the minecarts either. I can just use the hoppers. And I think it looks better than the magma blocks anyway. The carts are on the rails, it will pick up. Okay, I knew that. I was mixing it up with that working with a smaller block. Because it will work without the tracks as long as the block above it is less than a full block. So like if I take mud... And see, how's the best way to demonstrate this? I'll do that. And then I'll do... water. Do that. If I do this, it's going to pick up. So I was confusing the two. I'll do this. Okay. So this is probably what we'll go with then. Because it depends on how deep this is. First of all, I don't want people to fall in, so that's one problem. So I could just surround it with fences or something, or maybe I give a way to get out. That's probably the better option. It'll help with the immersion, and then also I don't have to barricade it. So I think what I'll do is I'll have something like this. You can toss your artifacts in. It will send it into the system, and it will add more time to your queue. The carts are lined up. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't want to... Oh, that's old. I don't know why I thought I saw something move in the chat. Yeah, so that's the system. How tall can this be? Converted to the fallen player time. Converted to... Yes. Let's turn your misstep into a mechanic. At some points in the dungeon that will actually happen, but I don't want that to be the point here. If both of the teammates get stuck in here, that's just going to make it unfun. I don't want that. So now I have to figure out how deep can I make this hole before it stops reaching the bottom. So if I toss something down here, is that still going to work? It still works. I don't think I want it to be perfectly level with the top. I think if I have the water here, or this, just for an example. Yeah, that looks better. Because now you can imagine running over, grabbing your artifact, and then coming over and tossing it in, and then that puts it into the system. I figure the more people who play this, are going to figure out what corner of the hole takes the least amount of hoppers before it puts it into the system, so they get a little bit extra time. If you're a tryhard like that, be my guest, but I'm just going to toss it in. I couldn't be bothered. What is your favorite build style or thing to build? My favorite build style is industrial. I really like building with brick. I love building with natural colors. I love building with moss and leaves, putting moss on it, making things feel old. So for me, things like this, where it's more natural, I'm a little bit out of my comfort zone as far as building goes. But something like this, I feel like not only is this something I'm more familiar with as far as building, but then also it makes sense because this is like a place that you do research for archaeology. The whole thing was in Coldcraft episode 3, I fall through a well, split into two, one keeps falling, one flies out. The one that fell into revolutions. So my goal of that server is to try to figure out how to get back home. So I built this, and I've got a blackboard in there, and like I'm trying to do research on how to get back home. So I'm trying to use the power of, maybe I don't spoil this. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it anymore because there's a lot of cool stuff, but I don't want to give it all away right now. Let nature rule. I usually do terraforming before I build too, but it also depends on how much of a priority it is. Like this structure, this whole dungeon is going to be underground, so terraforming is not important. But as far as the entrance of the dungeon goes, that part I will have to plan with the terrain that already exists in a world. But also, Minecraft is a sandbox game, so you can make the terrain whatever you want. You could remove a mountain and put your own there. Like that's totally acceptable. It's a sandbox game. Your weakness is roofs. Yeah, mine is too. This looks bad, but it makes it works, and that's all I really needed it to do. I hate building roofs, which is why industrial works for me, because a lot of the time it's either a curve or it's a flat surface, and it makes it super easy to just not worry about the roof. But I do try to. It's just there are only a few roof styles I know. I'm very limited as far as having knowledge in making Minecraft roofs. Your mountain. What about it? All right. While you answer that, back on track. The millionth time. Depth is hard because you're adding a whole nother dimension of building to think about. So if this is what we want, and I think this is what I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to have some kind of pool of offering. So I'm going to try... No. Drew one line and I'm erasing it. Should do this digitally, but whatever. I'm just going to start with like rough shapes. I am by no means an artist, so... Sure, that'll work. Might have a doorway of some kind. This is already not what I wanted to draw. How can I better illustrate this? You know what? I know how I can better illustrate this. Pictures suck. I can't draw for crap. What I'm gonna do instead is do a miniature, because it worked over there, and I think I could make it work again. Getting rid of everything. We're starting from scratch. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take an actual rope. I lost the O key on the keyboard. Here it is. Why can't I place it? There we go. Here's the rope. We're going into the dungeon. Packed mud. That's what that block is called. Here's the dungeon floor. Oh, no. We're going to still have a barrel up. That was an idea. But that was for something else. So what my idea was I was going to have this be where you submit time. This is how you make the timer in the dungeon last longer, so it stays easy for longer. And the less time you have, the less time it'll be easy. That is how you make you'll get points from this too, but this is how you will increase the amount of time you can be in the dungeon. If you want to buy an item, like a key or food or something, that's where the barrel comes into play. This is like you're offering artifacts to the temple, and you're like, the temple is like, okay, you gave me an artifact, I'll give you some more time. You're offering pleased the temple. This is you spend those artifacts instead to get access to more rooms. So you're sending up the artifact, some guy at the top is bringing up a rope, gets the thing you got, and tosses you down a key. Hence why it shoots out of a dispenser. So if I were to use both of these, they wouldn't conflict with each other. I would be using both methods. But right now I'm just going to do like a small scale. So really, really undetailed. Just kind of want to get the shape out there. So what I think I'm going to do is have... So this one rope is going to be that whole thing, basically, for scale. I think I know what I want to do. So what I want to do is this. This is where you will submit your points. So you'll go down the rope. People are dispensers. Yes. You go down the rope here, and then you'll say, oh, I got to submit my points or submit my time. You throw the things in there, and then the dungeon will receive your offering and say, ah, yes, thank you for helping. It really appreciate this. Digging up my artifacts and giving it right back to me. Really, really fond of that idea. So you'll toss your artifacts in there to, thank you, modded Minecraft, some kind of temple god or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think it's just saying it's part of the Minecraft album. I don't know. But I don't think Minecraft itself made the music. I think it's music that was made by the developers. I don't know, because it's a collaboration between those two artists. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, so you'll have this here, and then, for example, you might have over in this corner, let's do this and this. Yeah, I like that. Okay. I'm gonna have, what can I use to illustrate this? Yes, thank you, adventurer. That really helped. Now that you have desecrated my temple, I will give you some extra time before I make it really difficult for you. Let's do this as an example. This will be representative of our doorways. It's like to different sections of the dungeon. And then let me grab a barrel as well. So we'll do this, and then we'll say, for example, this is not perfect. Something along the lines of this. And this is not permanent. So you can have a spot to submit your artifacts, and then you can also go to different sections of the dungeon. I might end up not doing that, because I feel like this should be... Yeah, this needs its own proper attention. Something like that I feel would be better. I don't know what you just said, but alright. So we'll do this. This is where you submit your artifacts, and then over here, for example... Yeah, that's better. Over here is where you would submit your thing, get pulled back up, shoot an item back down. Confuse the temple, turning the artifacts, makes it... Yes, so then you're confusing the temple, and that's why it takes so long for it to stop. That makes sense. Restocking. So that was an issue until Lion developed a mod to assist me for that. I had a data pack that I was worried it would just make the game really laggy because it'd be constantly checking for ideas. It would be constantly checking for if an item is shot out of a dispenser and there's a piece of sand. But if what Lion did is more efficient than that, then that fixes our problem completely. I was trying to hopefully come up with an idea that made it check based off of a trigger that's very specific. So instead of checking every dispenser in the world, it checks for a specific condition, whether that be maybe in the UI of the dispenser, you can push a button that changes the type of dispenser or something. Or maybe it's just a straight up new block. I don't know how it would work, but I don't want something where if I have 100 dispensers, say in an SMP with a lot of farms, then it would check every dispenser in the world. That would just make it really laggy. So if what Lion did doesn't do that, and then also makes it so I can use dispensers to embed items with a custom MBT into suspicious sand and gravel, then that's how I will automate it. Either by having a piston that moves and then the regular sand drops and it dispenses an item at the side and a new one falls on top, or even better, if I can just put the sand with the dispenser under it, you brush it, you get the item, and then use a dispenser to just put it back in, that would be amazing. That would be so good. And I don't know how to do that with my current knowledge, but I'd be willing to check if there's nothing else I could do. It'd be a door that closes. All I have to do, keep it open. So that's kind of what we have. So for exiting the dungeon, this system up here where we have dropping the rope, this is going to be all over the place. This one will be the one right at the spawn. I'm thinking either will be always active or will go away every time. What's going to happen is there will be various points you can come back up in the dungeon. So for example, maybe here's the entrance. Oh, I'm in free cam. Here's the entrance. You drop down in, and then there's a way to get back up. You can leave whenever you want. There will also be points, other spots in the dungeon, but the longer you're in there, those ropes will go back up. It reduces the amount of exit points. Have a good night, Mopog. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, so we have exit points that will change depending on how long you've been in the dungeon and the conditions that you are in it. So if you're really low on time, you've been in there for a long time, maybe you're in there for 15 minutes or something. I don't know how long these rounds are going to go so far. You're in there for 15 minutes, you'll start to lose rope options, and you might be forced to come back to the very start. But there will always be at least one exit, even when you're down to your last amount. Like if you have no time left, it will get really difficult in the dungeon, but you'll always have a way to get out. So that way it's not just like, well, I'm screwed. So I'm thinking either this one in the middle is always here, or it will go up every time after you come down, and there will always be one somewhere in the dungeon. You have to find that one. There are pros and cons. Maybe there will be an easy and hard mode that change what happens, but yeah, there's something like that. I like the idea of having a consistent exit point, but I also like the idea of forcing players to go out and look for them. For right now, I think I'm just going to make it so it always stays. So the rope will always be here as long as the round is going on, which means I have to tamper with this design if that's the case. What did I write down? I know I wrote something down for this. Chamber keys are bought. Chambers have high artifacts. Player activated doors. Maybe I didn't write something on this. Okay, I didn't. All right, that's fine. So yeah, what I'll do is, for right now, I will work on this. Gonna make some rooms for it. Right now, I'm gonna say no, just because my needs are very specific and I'm using modded blocks. And also, I kind of want to do it all on my own or with the other people that are in Revolution, since they'll be in on the project. So for right now, I'm gonna say no, but I will consider your offer if it. It just starts. Yeah, I will consider your offer. Just right now, no. Especially this early on, if you make a really cool room, but then I decide that doesn't really fit the game, then I would have wasted your time, and I don't want to do that. We'll have something like here, the barrel here. Maybe this is a checkpoint, not a checkpoint, but like a little station. So it has like a tent and some storage and decorations. Like the archaeologists have set up camp in the entrance of the temple, and that is where you would lift up the artifacts. So be something like that. And then you would have pathways off to the side here. Something like that, and then maybe right here as well. I don't like the look. I'm imagining how this will look, and I don't like this. I feel like it needs to be larger. What if I need this to feel less enclosed? What if I just move back this? I'm just trying to get like a really basic shape. You guys probably have no idea what I'm talking about. Make some concept. If you want to, sure. If you want to make some concept rooms. The main mods we're using for decoration blocks are just the base Minecraft, and then supplementaries, decorative blocks. Those are like the big two. We have Wild, but so far I've yet to touch those blocks. But decorative blocks and supplementaries are ones I will be using extensively. So if you want to use the modded stuff, or if you just want to use vanilla blocks too and just like make shapes, that's totally fine too. But yeah, as far as building blocks goes, supplementaries, decorative blocks. My main issue is I don't want this to feel cramped. I want it to feel very grand. So when you fall down in this room, it's not huge to the point where it's just big for no reason, but it's large enough that you feel like, whoa, this is the center. This is the big thing. Almost like the throne room in Decked Out. Not exactly. What are those plank? Oh, you're probably looking at this. So these are palisades, and they're more like walls. They're in the middle of the block, like walls are, or fences. But you can't jump over them. But they're really nice for walls because now you have access to more than just trapdoors. You have access to more than just walls made of stone. You got wood stuff. So they're like wood alternative, basically. That's not even the best part about this mod. The best part, and like the big reason I wanted this in here, is for this block. Holy moly, this is probably my favorite block in modded Minecraft. And B-Dubs loves this one too. When he did the Create Mod series with Tango, Scar, Corrales, ZF, I think there was one other person too. He also loved this, and it's because there's so many things you can do with it. Right now, it could be a shelf on a wall. Now, it could be, you got these stacked up. Now you can have like maybe you're making an airport and you have something like this. And now you have something that scans or like whatever this, the metal detector. That's what they're called. Like there's so much you can do. You can make them long. You can make them short. You can add the top. You can make that long. You can make that short. There's so many different ways you can interact with this block that just give it so much character. And it's that kind of interaction with blocks that I love in vanilla Minecraft, which is why I love decorative blocks. It's why I love supplementaries. There's a lot of functionality to decorative items. That's why we're going to be using it so much. So there will be details like that just all over the dungeon. But right now, yeah, we're just going to focus on small things like this. To me, this feels too big. I want to get a rough shape. Maybe something closer to... I don't want it to be perfectly square, though, is the thing. Diagonal part seems the most nice to me. The diagonal part is nice. I wish you could remove that part. Because sometimes I want the support, but I just want the top and the side. Because like trapdoors, you can't put two in the same block. If you could remove the middle, that would be amazing. But I'm like 90% sure you can't do that. This is as close as you'd be able to get. Yeah, you can't. You can also flip it, so you can have it reverse. And if you crouch right-click the air, so now you have even more options available. You can flip it. You can toggle between big wall, and you can hide the sides. There's so much variation with this block. It's amazing. All of these have different versions. I haven't even seen this one. You can toggle on and off a rod that shoots through the middle, just like the other one. I thought... Oh, maybe not. I thought you could right-click at that one. Yeah, it makes for a really nice chair. This one doesn't have any functionality. Yeah, I think it's just those two. These two blocks just phenomenal. It adds so much ability to what you can create. Okay, so we want an offering station. This was kind of the first idea I had. I wanted something like this. You come down from the middle, and then let me do this in the air. Something more like this. You drop down, and then you have some space here. You'd have your shop, which this is still doable with this system, but then I have to figure out something. Really, just this would be fine, honestly. Oh, I just had a great idea. Oh. Okay, new plan. Here's my idea. I'm gonna grab, I already got the statue. So I am going to make this changes everything. Oh. Will this be in a cave, an ancient building? Kind of both. It's gonna be like a cave that was turned into a temple. So they added all this decoration around the existing caves. But yeah, there will be a lot of structure, which is why that section that was over there, you can see there was like pillars and supports and stuff. There was railings. So this section specifically would be like archaeologists have already come over here. They've started adding storage for finding all their stuff, but they've added lights, stuff like that. With other sections, it might look more natural or more temple-like. But yeah, this is the kind of concept. The one thing about this dungeon is throughout the different areas, they'll all be themed after different things, whether that be biome or just how vacant it is to construction. So if archaeologists have explored heavily in this direction, maybe they haven't gone over here yet. So it's just like it was before they showed up. Whereas the section we just saw is probably over here because that's where archaeologists have already explored. So throughout the dungeon, you'll find different variations and levels of it being explored. And that's kind of the point. You are here to explore. So that's kind of the story of it. But the idea I just came up with, and I think this is awesome. I might end up going with it. I'm gonna scale it up a little bit just to make it easier to add some detail. So I got a big room like I did before. Let's add another piece of rope. There we go. That works. This is probably too big for my scale, but whatever. It's fine. So what I want to do is before I have it kind of as a big room, instead of having it as a big room, I'm going to have it in the middle of a river. So what I'm going to do is I'll carve out probably much. That's not even close to a perfect circle. How's that? That's better. There we go. Even then, I think I'm actually going to do this. Yeah, okay. And so I'll have something closer to this. So there will be a bridge here and here, perhaps. There we go. And then let me grab a regular axe. I am so bad at explaining things like this. Let's do this. Yeah, that's better. Okay. This gets my idea across much better. This. I'm big braining right now, so I'm probably getting quiet. No, I'm getting rid of this. Hold on. Better idea. How do I do this? I think I'm going to do that. Yeah. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about. I'll explain this in a second. So just a little bit more than before. I'll have a section here for, this is where the archaeologists have set up. And then I'm going to have, grab right here to right here. It's probably fine. There we go. And then, what's the best way I can show this? Put these in. Missed a block on the side. Okay. Where? I don't know what you're talking about. This is supposed to be not even, if that's what you're talking about. Oh. No, that's even. I don't know what you're talking about. Missed a block on the side. Block. This is just an, oh, I see. I got it. I got you. And by the time you comment, I'll probably have already done it. But here's the idea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a really big wall over here. So the problem with this room is it was large in scale, but it also was too much space for the player to traverse. So what I'm going to do is actually remove that. So now you're able to, yep, that's what I thought. Just got the comment. What I'm actually going to do is this. I'm going to put blackboards here for just an idea. And then we'll do this. Bring that. This will be like basically a miniature of what I'm trying to imagine. I've never done this before, but I'm really liking how this helps me visualize it. Over at the screen for 1 second and missed 2 blocks. Okay, here's the plan. We'll do probably something like this. We don't want these doors to be grand. Something like that. Flood the room. Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. So I'm gonna flood the room. I want to give it just a little bit. There we go. I probably don't need this much. Yeah, probably here. I didn't make this high enough. Let me take. There we go. And this can vary in size. So yeah, large room, but you can't walk everywhere. That was my idea. And this is obviously it's going to be more detailed and in a larger scale. But to just get the basic shape out, and it's not just this too. The biggest reason I think this is going to be so cool is because I'm going to have a bridge here as well. Making this up on the spot, and then maybe something. It's gonna be. I think it'll be probably smaller, so that's probably fine. Yeah. Okay. This is what I want. I want this more though. And then maybe the cave closes in a little bit. I think that works. We'll have it a little bit off aligned. But I want it to be not too much. Just enough so it starts feeling more enclosed. And then this is going to be... I'm going to need to make this longer, I think. I am making this way more work than it really needs to be, but it's going to make for a great miniature. Maybe I can use it for a thumbnail. That's actually not a bad idea for next stream or something. Then I'll just get blue concrete or something. There are perfectly accurate water. No one's going to complain about that because that's just water right there. I don't know what you're talking about. So we'll get... I want... I think realistically, this goes down. For the vision I have. This would be closer to statue on the smaller end. I'm not going to do a statue anymore. Or if I do, it's going to be a little bit different. But my idea was, instead of a statue, you do a waterfall. So you just toss your artifacts off a cliff. And maybe there's a big carving into the wall behind it or something. I haven't figured out how this would work for lore or anything like that. But yeah, that's the idea. So it will be much more atmospheric, especially if you have something like dynamic surroundings where you can hear waterfalls. Or physics. What is it? Sound physics? So it might be something. Maybe there's a face. There we go. Yeah, it's our really scary evil temple man. Ooh, so spooky. Yeah. And then maybe this goes up a little bit more too. I'm just kind of nailing a concept because I really want to get atmosphere like nailed. That is like the most important thing for me. So if I can get scale, imagine being down here. That's not tall enough. All water flows through the heart of the dungeon. That's not a bad idea. I like that plan. And having rivers that connect through little tunnels, kind of like the River of Souls and the little tiny river that connects up to the entrance of Decked Out. That works really well. Let's do this and just move this one up. There we go. Now, if you imagine being very short, you have this giant face, and in order to submit your artifacts, you would let's grab this, and let's grab right here. No, right here, and then replace air, water. So now you have this. I don't like that. I don't think I have a choice. How it's going to look regardless. Yeah, okay. Big brain. On a larger scale, this won't even be an issue. We're going to use barrier blocks just to kind of cheat a little bit. Yeah, this is how water works. Perfect. And then at this spot, you wouldn't even be able to get over there, so it wouldn't be an issue. Or it would kill you or something. Sound Physics Remastered, that's the one I'm talking about, yeah. So now you have... Now that looks weird. Maybe I don't want that. I gotta figure out some way to make the water... on a large scale, like I said, it won't look bad. But for the concept, I think this does a decent job. Yeah. Whatever. But yeah, that's the idea. So instead of having just a very linear big room, there's a river that flows through it. You eat your microphone or something else ASMR? I really don't like ASMR. It makes me so uncomfortable. So to protect the ears of everybody else and my own sanity, I'm gonna decline your offer. But there are plenty of ASMR videos on YouTube. Yeah, this is the idea. We'll probably have something like this. And then I'm thinking the top of the cave will be rounded. So that way it's not just a big square, there's actually some depth to it. It might be something like that. You replace the mud block with water. Oh, maybe. Wow, that worked way better than I expected it to. Thank you. I didn't think that was gonna work the way I wanted it to. There we go. That's perfect. Yay. Understandable. Have a nice day. So this is kind of the concept I was thinking of. When I said this is game changing, this is what I meant. So this will allow me to make a very atmospheric and large scale room without overwhelming the player with the amount of space they have to traverse in the dungeon. At least in the main room. So I will add rope to the top. Just like that. And then maybe it opens up just one more level. Again, basic concept. Yeah, I'm thinking this is gonna work. And then we'll have lighting too as well. One thing I really did like the idea of having was sections of the dungeon that aren't underground. Or they are underground, but they have access to air. So something like this, for example, where you have vines coming out from the top. And that way it feels overgrown and something like that. Glowing eyes, maybe that's like an indicator for it accepted your gift. So something like this where it starts to feel old. That's an idea I feel like would work well. I don't want his hair getting in his face. Oops. Apologies, sir. Look at that. So I could have frog lights. Vegetation that imitates a blue sky. I like the idea of actually having a sky. Whether that be to make it so spectators can watch or just so it feels like it's an actual temple. I don't know. I don't want it to be so powerful that it lights up the whole room though. So at a larger scale, this would be much dimmer. Maybe something just for the sake of experimenting with atmosphere. What if I try something closer to... What's a light source that I can manually control level? I know there is at least one. I think you used to be able to do that with lamps, but now it's just on or off. What can I do that with? There's some item or some light block. I could just use the light block. I thought there's one in survival. I just can't think of it. That depending on the input of redstone level, it will change. Actually, let me break that. Put that back. Put this back. Light bulb. I mean, I got the light block, but I was trying to think of something in vanilla. So something very dim. It gives you a little bit of light, but not too much. Yeah, the light block's what I got. The light bulb. Oh, the copper bulb. We don't have that in this version. Yeah, we don't have that yet. I could even use leaves. Something like this. And then that's a problem too. That's probably why it feels so bright. This, you shouldn't be able to see daylight, so I do have to close this off. I don't know why I did it like that. I could just... There we go. I don't want to be able to see this, so I'm going to cover this up. And I'm going to cover this up. And I'm going to cover this up. Ooh. Now, we'll have... Redstone torches are much dimmer. That would work. There might be sconces throughout the dungeon. I think sconces will be... Oh, there's redstone sconces, though. But these act... Soul torches, not bad, too. I think I'll just go for redstone torches, just for the example. So, you can imagine this. Magma works weird with lighting, too. You're right, that would work. Here we go. And then maybe you're able to see jungle trees. So you know where it is in the world, but until you get to this room, you don't see any exposed light. So if you imagine, and obviously it's not super detailed, at a small scale, you will be able to go throughout the dungeon. Maybe you can even go a third way that's like parkour or something. You go through and there's like a bunch of stuff over here. But then here, to submit your points, you would come to the cliff and you would toss your artifacts off the cliff, and then the face might communicate. This is a mini game. So originally this was going to be for a survival server, and I haven't decided if we're going to end up doing that yet. But I will build it in survival at some point. Right now we're just designing it. Jungle Deity needs a haircut. We can give him the here, let me make the, what does this need to be? One down. Wait, that's not this. Hold on. I'm trying to remember it from memory. That's light blocks. There we go. That's close enough. I was trying to make that look like green, but I realized that looks more like my face. I forget how his hair goes. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of the idea. Let's put the original face back, just for the sake of simplicity. I'm not trying to do details here, just because the focus literally is on this. Parkour, parkour. Yeah. So this is heavily inspired by Decked Out, Sands of Time, and Indiana Jones. The idea of the game is there's this jungle temple, and your archaeology team is going down into this temple to collect artifacts. That should be there. And so you go down a rope, and then you and your teammate go out through the dungeon, solving puzzles, escaping mobs, and then you come back. You can either offer the deity or whatever ends up being the thing in here, your artifacts. You toss them into there, and then the game allows you to be in the dungeon for longer. So you basically trade, like, you'll explore, and when you submit the points, it will count towards, or submit the artifacts, it will count towards points, and it will count towards time. We have a system somewhere over there that uses a timer, and so what I'll have is a queue. Push the wrong button. What we have is a queue. Where's a good example of this? Right here. And I can basically say, grab that. I'll basically have an hourglass here. This is modded, so we have a ton of new stuff to play with. And we'll do Ash. This is how the timer system is going to work. It's not going to use Ash because Ash is so short. And maybe different artifacts are worth more time in the dungeon, who knows? But for right now, it's going to be like this. When you submit an artifact, when you throw it off the cliff, it will add a thing to the counter, and this will indicate how long you have in the dungeon. So when you run out of ash, or whatever it is, to use in the dungeon, then it gets really difficult, and you have to get out of there as soon as possible. So you want to try to work with the time you have, and as soon as you run out of time, it gets infinitely more difficult. I haven't figured out exactly how I'm going to do that yet, but that's the concept. So we have a timer system. The more artifacts you submit, the more time you'll be allowed to be in the dungeon without it getting ridiculously difficult. That's like the gameplay loop. So right now we're just trying to nail what kind of atmosphere we want for the starting room. I feel like even that is too much light. Maybe, I'm thinking maybe we add more stone too. Like we mix in packed mud, but then also it's very rocky. So that way it can kind of be carved. There is a specific cave in God of War. Let me see if I can find a good example of it. God of War cave. There's no way I find it with this search. That I'm using as inspiration for this. Not that one. That's a different cave. That's the Witch's Cave. I don't know the name of it. Oh, that's not it, but that's close. There's a cave in God of War that was a huge inspiration. I think that's Ragnarok. I'm worried I'm going to spoil this game for myself. Here we go. This is a good example. This is actually, I think, what I was trying to think of too. Let me save this image. Gao Cave. And then I think I just drag that directly into here. Bam. So this is the cave that kind of inspired me. I want to have a lot of water, but mostly the part I was taking inspiration from this was the ability to see outside with the cave. So with this face, if I turn that back off, this face, maybe I have this exposed and you can see more outside, or maybe it's just a big opening. Something like this. And it's very like rocky. Then I would have to figure out some other indicator. Maybe the statue is here. I don't know. Maybe the waterfall is just decorative. I want to keep the waterfall. I think that's a great idea. But having some kind of exposed element above or to the side, I think would be great for natural lighting. It immerses the dungeon with the rest of the Minecraft world. It's not just there. It actually interacts with the outside. And I think that is a very powerful element. So yeah, that's the cave we're going for as inspiration. That's the idea. So I might have a jungle deity, or I might just have a statue on this little island. But I do want it to be on a separate section. Let me see. I don't know if this is going to break some of the blocks. My friend just came back from like a month-long hiatus, and he's just now looking at all the memes I've sent him over the last month. And so I've just been getting pings for the last 10 minutes. Wand, that's what I'm looking for. Let's do... Oh, whoops. Need to go down here. I'll keep that block just in case I need to reselect this later. But yeah, what do you guys think about this concept with the waterfall? I feel like it's much more interactive than what we had before, just it being a big room. It's going to be much more atmospheric. There's going to be a lot more life to it because it's going to be very heavily infested with nature. Like there will be vines everywhere. There's going to be lots of fauna and detail in the walls, but it will give you a sense of age with how the cave looks in design. So I'm not going to go into huge detail here, but I want it to feel very natural, like the people that built this worked with the existing terrain. It won't be vanilla, but I want it to feel fairly vanilla. Too symmetric. Oh yeah, no, this is just... I might have it a little asymmetric where maybe this one is longer. I just wanted to get the shape. Just something that I could get an idea. Now, I think this is a good idea, though. I might have... Obviously, I'm pretty limited as far as the scale, but at a larger scale, this might be more rounded. It might be a different palette. It might be... this is no longer a bridge. Maybe it's a series of stepping stones. But the concept was the thing I really wanted to get down. I feel like the center section with the rope should... Like, it has to be... it has to be on a concrete ground, because you get down here, if there's already civilization from the explorers, that doesn't make any sense. They would have had to hang on to the rope and then build the platform underneath them. So this island here has to be natural. And maybe this bridge is not natural, but... No, this whole section... Yeah, this has to be natural, but these have to be made before the archaeologists get there, because that would make sense for the statue or whatever we end up putting there. Did I take the second selection? I didn't. Let me copy that. So now I'm just going to try to mix in the palette. I'm going to replace packed mud with 30% What should I do? 30% stone. No. 60% stone. I want it to be mostly smooth. It is a cave after all. 60% stone. Maybe 20%. I didn't type stone. 60% stone, 20% cobblestone. And then 20% concentrated power of will. Mossy cobblestone. Mossy cobblestone. See if this works. Just see what it would look like with a different palette. Oh, I like it. I feel like that actually works more, but I do want to work more with more than just with just gray. I do like that a lot though, so I got to figure out how to make. I think I have to figure out how to make the packed mud blend with the cobblestone, and I'll have like variation. So maybe the top of the dungeon is more. Let me actually try that. The top of the dungeon is more more dirt-like, like that, and then here. Hello, Aurora. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just doing some planning. Try that. The first position. So now I'm going to try to do basically the same thing, but I'm going to replace. Oh, that's not going to work, is it? Okay, I can't do it all in one command, but that's fine. Mossy cobblestone to terracotta. And then I'll do the same thing for regular cobblestone. And then I'll do the same thing for regular stone. There we go. And then I still have that all selected. And now, for some reason, you can't have more than one argument in the replace command. So now I can replace terracotta with packed mud. Well, actually, undo. I didn't want that. Let's try to figure out a gradient. Or not a gradient, but something that blends with stone. Acacia might be good, because that goes from our browns to our grays. A little higher on the island. A little higher on the... I like that. I do think there will be high elevation. I like the idea of having not straight bridges, too. I tried to make pretty much everything in my... Like, everything I build, I tried to make it very... not symbolic, but it is affected by nature heavily. And time and aging. So... The base of this island might be thinner because the water has eroded it over the years. The bridges might be slightly damaged because it's so old. The statue might be slightly broken, that kind of thing. So having variation, especially for this main island, because I think it would be either really cool to have this higher than this island or have this lower. So that way you go down and you actually end up looking up at that guy. I feel like that could be cool. Not to the extent that it is like that elevation is way too high. So maybe like half a block or something. But looking up could be really cool. But I could also see it be really cool going down. And well, that's a terrible example, but not as much, so that way you have a look at this. Think of this as a side. Scott here. Think of this as a side view. So here is the main island. It's the cliff here. Here's your rope, and then you'd have something like this, where the bridge slopes down into the second island. And have something like that. And then, yeah, you would come down here, and then you look down, and then the big hole would be here. I think this might actually be the one of those two. Yeah. So I do really like the idea of height elevation, or height different, or elevation difference. That's the combination of words I was looking for. Being able to come down and then be presented with this grand statue, either above you or below you, I feel like is great. Can't see those things, simplified concept. It really is difficult to visualize a large scale. My mind is very visual in how I think, so the ideas that I'm coming up with, I have a very clear view of what it looks like, but it's super difficult without an actual model for me to explain that. So that's why when I said this is groundbreaking, it made sense for me, but you guys had no idea what I was talking about, and I had to finish this before it made sense. So I have that selected now. I still have to make this. I think tough might be a good option. This is where we'd start to look at modded blocks as well, because this will give us some variation. We'll probably have ores in here. Helios wood's not bad at all. Cypress log's not bad at all. Might not even need that. The statue to pray stands above. I feel like that makes sense too. But I don't know. Maybe it's not a statue. Maybe it's like a very... I don't know, how would that even make sense? Maybe it's a spot. Like that specific island they thought was special. So instead of it being a statue they pray to, or a statue they give offerings to, it's just maybe that's where people were adopted into the civilization that built it, or maybe that's where weddings are had, or I don't know. Something like that. There's got to be some significance to a spot rather than a statue. That was my idea. So having it below could be like you have to... the emphasis is less on the statue and more on the scenery behind it. A geyser probably wouldn't make sense in this cave. I don't think that really works. But yeah, the statue, I feel like that would make sense to put it above. I just have to make sure it makes sense actually in the structure. These are pretty much identical. I might as well not use that. That's too bright. That's not bad though. Can I just directly... No, tough is not going to work. Helios. I think I'm going to actually go with the Helios because I'm pretty sure that's easier to get in survival. Those trees are massive. They're like dark oak trees on 1,000,000%. Tough, that's what I was thinking. So I think that's going to be our temporary blend. Spruce might be a good mix too. I'm trying to darken it and then fade into gray. What other options do I have? I've got stone. I need something that's like almost brown or darker brown. So maybe just dirt. Something grayer. I could almost fade into a red. Copper's not bad. But I need something that would go into the gray tones. So many things. It's just regular Minecraft stuff. Cypress leaves. Coral block's not bad. Horse dirt, maybe. I feel like that's still too brown. The dirt is nice, and in the large scale version, I'm definitely gonna do that. I'm thinking way too much about this small scale version. The coarse dirt is nice, but it goes darker brown. I need it to go like a mix between gray and brown rather than brown and dark brown. Dripstone, maybe. Suspicious dirt. Oh yeah, that's another block we have. Suspicious red sand, suspicious dirt. Although, because they're from another mod, I have no idea how that would work. In an expansion mod. Vanilla Minecraft is one thing. Adding resources from a second mod is something else entirely. Okay. So... yeah, let's try dripstone. That might be too bright. That's not actually bad. What if I just go directly into toughened stone? Squinting sometimes helps see just the base colors. I think that works. Maybe it's just a tough cave. Tough cave. What my mod? I don't know. It depends on how you developed it. I'm assuming it wouldn't by default work. You'd have to program that in separately. Yes, piano. That's a great decorative block. Yeah, that's a fun mod. That's included in the next mod video I'm doing. All right, this is gonna be our palette. So we're gonna do. I already had the selection done. Let's do. So select that. Place terracotta with 50%. No, let's do 40%. 40% tough. 40% tough and 60% stone. 50% stone. 10% cobblestone. There we go. So now we start getting into those deeper tones. Vegetation too, to lessen the difference between brown and gray. Yeah, so I feel like in a large scale version, glow lichen will definitely help. That will set the atmosphere, set the tone very well as well with light. Right now though, I'm trying to focus on just what the overall palette is. I will absolutely be adding moss and vines that are growing into the rock. But for right now, I really just want to focus on... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Really just want to focus on the core colors. I think that... I don't want to put too much, and the further it goes up to the top, I gotta surround these more with their darker counterparts. That... I don't want it to be perfectly visible where it starts to change texture. I'm having some go way more down than the others. And then I need to accompany those with tough, because a lot of time it will just have a random disconnect. Then maybe stone here as well. Because if it goes straight from stone to tough, it doesn't look as good. Like right there, I'm going to add tough. I'm sure this is harder to see with YouTube as well. Alright, that'll work for now. And then start adding packed mud. I want this to be mostly like outside, like we're nearing the surface. So we're adding packed mud to kind of indicate how close we are to the above ground section. That way you can get a sense of how deep you are in the world. Might be too much. Let's do that. It's fine. I don't want it to be too bad. Or not that. This. There we go. Miniature build is hard to think about for me. The build. Yeah, the thing for me is I love to build off of ideas. So whether that be a written idea or a building idea, I need some kind of thing to work with. So I have a bunch of concepts. Like for the overall dungeon, I sketched out a bunch of pictures in MS Paint that showed the different variations. It could be one starting room that branches off into 8 different sections, or it could be one starting room that branches off indirectly. And that's the one I ended up going with, but only because I started building and thought that was better. So this, for me, gives me a really good starting point for how I want the structure to look as a whole. This works for me. It might not work for every person, but and especially with... Was it you who said you had the... Is it a disorder? I don't know. I'd never heard of it before this. Whatever somebody was talking about, the thing that allows you not to be able to visualize things. If that was you and that's what you're talking about... Yeah, I think... Yeah, for me it works. But yeah, the further up, I want it to be more and more packed mud, more and more dirt. In fact, let me mix in some dirt. Oh, we've also got rocky dirt. I totally forgot about that. That will help out a ton. Yeah, look at that. That's such a nice block. We'll mix in different variations here. Oh, this is looking so good. That wasn't you, okay. I thought it wasn't you, but I wasn't 100% sure. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Slavic. So yeah, we'll probably have more stuff like this too. Loving the rocky dirt though. That works out wonderfully. Adds so much more variation. Oh, that looks great. Okay. Let's do rocky dirt here and here as well. This is mixing up our textures quite a bit more, and the further we go up, the more we will get in variety. And also, scale helps a lot too. Rocky dirt. Yeah, look at how much better that looks. And I think also andesite right here, next to the water, kind of shows the erosion. Again, for the millionth time. The rocky, okay, so yeah, I do kind of agree. I think the rocky blocks do look a little modded. I'm not a huge fan of the texture, but at a large scale, it will be way less detailed looking, so you won't even notice it that much. Let me get cobble. Yeah, so maybe the spots that are much more eroded, especially where the water is coming towards it, would be more more eroded. So we'll switch to cobblestone. This might be much more like that. And then maybe also having, I don't even think this is possible. Grabbing vines and putting that against the rope. No, we can't. But having maybe there's something like this. I don't know. Something like that. So it adds a little bit more. Like saying, oh, the fauna is coming from up here too. I don't know. Maybe that one doesn't work. Again, 1 billionth time, larger scale will absolutely make this much easier to look at. So I don't expect it to look great right now for you. It will make a ton more sense later on. Okay. I like the idea of having not a lot of light. So something just like that. And maybe, I think because these are see-through, I could just theoretically take this. Do that. I did 2 blocks. And then 2 blocks. That might not be enough, actually. I really want it to be super dim. And I have to figure out a way to mob-proof this too, which is going to be terrible. Do I have a mod, actually? I have a mod in my vanilla one. Light. Toggle lighting, maybe that's that. Oh, that's for replay mod. Never mind, that's not going to work. Yeah, okay, so there's a mod that adds light level. But I guess we don't have that on here, so I gotta use F3. So it has to be above 0. I don't, why am I doing that for this? I don't have to do that for this. It's just me. Blackboards are not walk-through, but they do let light through. That's why I was able to put them far away. They're not exactly like paintings. You can't actually interact with them. I was gonna cry if I landed on it and I went right through it. I was like 112% sure. But yeah, it does look like they are interactable like that. I was only using it to cover up the fact that I didn't have... Cover up the fact that I... What? Oh, I see. Cover up the fact that I didn't have anything behind it. But this might lead to another river that curves off into a section over here. I don't know. You're using a mushroom island or an ancient city, mobs don't spawn. That is true. In fact, I think I am going to utilize an ancient city, but I think what I'm going to end up doing is I want to use the ancient city a little bit different. So Tango's decked out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Let's try that. Tango's decked out has wardens. It's a whole level dedicated to wardens. And I love that concept, but I feel like, and I think he agrees, the wardens weren't really a threat. So we have to figure out a way to make them more careful, and I have the perfect solution. So this mod pack was made in mind of it being multiplayer, and I found a mod called voice interaction, which does this. Hello. It uses your voice chat if your mic is on to interact with Redstone, meaning if you're in the section with wardens, you're gonna trigger skulk sensors. And if you're playing a co-op game where communication is really important, you have to figure out a way to communicate without that. I think that's gonna be really fun. And also, I do want to utilize an actual ancient city rather than just having wardens there. So that way, if you're not quiet, the warden emerges from the ground rather than just always being there. I feel like that adds a whole another sense of dread when you just get the blindness effect, and then all of a sudden you hear the warden spawn through the world. I have to. So first, there's a few problems with that. First of all, the only reason to get that to work is if and I might be wrong, but to my knowledge, the only way to get that to work is if the skulk shriekers are naturally spawning. Because if you break them and place them, if you break them and place them, it doesn't give you the blindness effect, and it doesn't spawn a warden. If it's in the deep dark, it does. So I have to build the dungeon, that section specifically, not the whole dungeon, but I have to build that section of the dungeon around where the naturally spawning ones are, which also means I have to wool every skulk shrieker while I'm constructing it. So that's going to be a whole lot of fun. But if I'm building it for just creative mode and the server doesn't come back up, then I can just figure out a way to make them naturally spawning. Just use text chat in the game. No, I'm going to make that a rule. It's not something I can really enforce, but I'm going to make that a rule. You're not allowed to use text chat. Decide to use text... Oh, wait. With commands, you can configure... Okay, yeah. So if I do this in creative mode, then I will have to figure out what MBT I have to manipulate to make that a naturally spawning one. Naturally. But other than that, if it is in survival mode, then I will build probably a concept and then freehand it to make it fit the environment in the survival world. Which I'm only just now realizing how insanely how much insane work this is going to be building this whole thing. Like that alone. Text chat's also way slower. That's also true. If you've got a loud keyboard, it's going to pick up the typing. But also, I'm just going to say no. Hey, and if you play it after the world download comes out and you use text chat, the only immersion you're breaking and the only feelings you're hurting are your own. I don't care. Like, if that's the way you want to play it that way. When I release this game, it's going to be available to any person, so they can take it apart, they can look at all the redstone, they can take pictures, change the blocks, whatever. I have my world, that's the part I care about. So I will be delivering my vision to you guys, and you can use that vision however you want. If you want to play it with text chat, do that. Oh yeah, that's I don't know what mod does that. I think it might be Andromeda. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Love that. And it also works if you change your game mode. It uses the icon for like creative mode. It uses random creative mode items. Spectator does the Eye of Ender. What do the other ones do? Things that represent survival. So Ender Pearls, sword, food, armor. Adventure mode, things on adventure. I hadn't actually used these two before. That's neat. So you get like maps and compasses and stuff. So that's pretty cool. This is something optional that I'm not sure if I want to incorporate yet. And I'm thinking probably not. Like, you could do it as an optional thing, but it won't make it a default mandatory thing. There's a mod called Auto HUD, which I talked about in my last mod video, where unless you interact directly with your chat, your hotbar, it hides. Stop duping items. I'm so sorry. So basically Auto HUD it won't hide the hand, but it will hide the hotbar, so your screen becomes way less cluttered. From Russia. Just watched a couple of your videos. Gotta say, it's excellent. I appreciate that. I don't know who my like classical composer. I'm not sure. I'm not like I'm not hugely knowledgeable in classical music. I have been to a few Bach concerts that were in Oregon. But he didn't show up, unfortunately. It was just some orchestra. Bach didn't show up. That would have been really cool though if he was just, hey guys, I'm back from the dead and I'm gonna play you this cool song. So I really like Bach's music. There are a few songs I can name that I am really fond of, but as far as a specific composer, probably that would be much more difficult. Clair de Lune, huge fan of that song. Cello Suite Number 1, la da 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 da. That one, really good. Morning Mood. The songs I used in my mods videos are all different covers of classical pieces, which I'm sure you knew if that's why you came over here. But those songs specifically that I picked were ones that I recognized and were like, this makes sense to be in this video. And the atmosphere of that video. I would agree with you if I knew who that was. I only use Minecraft music for the streams because I don't want to get copyrighted. Let me see. Because it's classical, I feel like I might be able to get away with it more. But I know sometimes. Oh, he's on Spotify. Wow, he's back from the dead. Let's see. So I have a really weird relationship with classical music because there's some classical music that I just love, and like the way it feels, and then there's stuff like this where I don't feel anything. I mean, I've only been listening to it for 20 seconds, but nothing really resonates with me quite like something like this does. There's something about it that just, I don't know. So that's why that kind of song, really fond of that. So again, I don't have a specific composer that I can name, but or even like how do I describe this? I really like classical music that makes me connect with it. And I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do it. It's just a personal preference. So when I listen to classical music, there's something about that song that makes me feel, oh, I really like it, or oh, I really don't like it. And I can't pinpoint why. So picking an artist, for any genre for that matter, is really difficult for me, because there are a lot of artists where I really like these specific songs, but then the rest of their work I'm not as fond of. But for a safe answer, I'll probably go with Bach, because there's so many that I recognize. But yeah, there's probably more. Let's see. Hi, Miles. I am terrible at typing all of a sudden. Is that it? Let me just type the full word. So bad at typing. There we go. Okay. I kept like looking back and forth to make sure I was spelling it right, and as a result, I lost where I was looking at, and I had to re-find the word. Like this kind of stuff. I like this. It's not as emotional as Clair de Lune, but there's something, maybe it's because it's kind of swing. Like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Maybe that's why it resonates with me. I also really like Clair de Lune specifically because it's in Ocean's 11. A lot of the times when I'm listening to various types of music, I can imagine myself being somewhere where it would make sense to hear it. So like, I think it's called Dixieland? Yeah. I think. Dixieland is the kind of music that would play in Disneyland, for example. And I love the atmosphere of the parks. I love the era that it's themed around. And so when I hear Dixieland music, it makes me feel like I'm in Disneyland. And I don't know. I love like the outfits and the architecture. Something about it just it all meshes together into something that I just really enjoy. But yeah, I like this. This is good. Let's try a stair. Mix it up. A little cobblestone stair. There we go. No. Yeah. And then waterlog it. Look at that variation. Perfect. I like that. So on a larger scale, it look better. The backstory is nice, but even if there's a really good story, for me, music is I'm very particular about what I like. And sometimes I'll like a song for a while and then just stop liking it. There's quite a few songs. I have playlists of music. I'm just like, yeah, this is great. And then I try to listen to it again a year later. I'm like, why did I like this? Or I don't like this anymore. And that's totally fine. It's just my taste is changing. Wow, that was a big crack. Yeah, I like this one. When I think of this, what do I think of? I'm thinking... It almost reminds me of Atomic Heart for some reason. Like, I think that game is about... And I could be totally wrong, I'm not big on history. But I think it's if the Soviets won the war, and then technology, because of that, advanced exponentially. It's basically like an alternative to Fallout, I think, or something. There's something about futuristic old things that I really like. Steampunk, Fallout, where it's like 60s technology, but it's still futuristic. That stuff is just so like interesting to me. You can try Knight's Dance. I'll try that one. I don't want to try too many just because I don't know if I am allowed to use this music. But if you want to recommend me a few songs, either in my Discord or in here, I'll write those down and listen to it after the stream. E-R-O-K. Dance of the Night. No, it's not. I can't spell at all. There we go. That might be it. I've heard this song. This is from a playlist called I Don't Like Classical Music, but I Really Like This. That is... that is so specific. I feel attacked. Wolfenstein is another good example. I haven't played that one. Diesel punk. That's a great word for it. Yeah, that's that style. There's a stealth game that's kind of like that. I forget the name of too. But that's a great example of it. Are these songs old enough for... I hope so. I'm not sure. I'll go back to Minecraft just to be safe. That was why I was skeptical about playing music that I knew wasn't, or I didn't know was safe. Like, I could play stuff from Epidemic Sound, but because it's a website, it's kind of annoying. But yeah, I'll definitely listen to that. Huh. Having music with history attached to it is so intriguing. I don't feel like that changes how I feel about the actual tone of the music, but Dishonored, that's it. It doesn't change how I think about the tone of the music, but it does add a lot of intrigue to the story behind it. Okay, so far, for the 3 hours and 20 minutes we've been doing this stream, I have built a square with a box on it that I'm not even gonna use. I might still actually use this somewhere. But then we also build a small scale of the entrance room. I kind of want to make this small scale thing large scale. Or, well, duh. I want to make miniatures of the entire dungeon. I think that would be fun. Hello, welcome in, Apple. We've been doing some, or Leaf, I guess, is what we call you in Discord. We've been doing pretty much nothing for 3.5 hours. I was just done explaining. We've made a square, and I'm not gonna use it. We've talked a lot about a bunch of different things. We just got finished talking about music, but this is like the big thing we've actually done. Is we've nailed the idea for the beginning of the dungeon. Did I get rid of it? Hold on, there's something up here. So this is an idea. So originally I wanted a shop in the first room. You go down the rope and there is a shop for there's a shop for buying keys and food and tools and stuff, and then there's a separate section, or even the same section, for buying or for submitting artifacts. And now I've decided that it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to separate those. Hey, Destiny, welcome in. We're going to have a section specifically for submitting artifacts, and then a separate section specifically for buying those things. And the way I'm going to do the store is Tango's shop in the lobby. You have a bunch of items that change every 2 hours, and you can buy those and they go away. For me, the shop is in-game, because you're not really, at least at the moment, you're not bringing anything into the temple. So my idea is to, in addition to coming down on the rope, once you get down into the first floor, then you will be able to find a barrel attached to a rope. And because you can move it with the rope, it means if I put an item in it, so it's like, oh, let me submit this artifact so I can get a key for a section of the dungeon, it will detect that there's something in the barrel, and then it will flip up, and it will pull up the barrel, and then I'll find some way to get the items out. And then the system redstone will redstone, and then it will say, okay, you put in this item, and it fires out a key. So then it will throw it down from the top. So to kind of illustrate that concept, I'll go back down to the small scale test we did. This is what the first floor is probably going to look like. So the rope comes down here, and this is the barrel I was talking about. So my idea, and I might make this hole bigger just so I can make this not two separate holes. But I think what I'm going to do is you come down this big rope, and then, ooh, I just had an idea. Brainwave. Okay. Leaning heavily into the Indiana Jones theme here. What we could do, my big problem was I liked the idea of reeling up the rope after players have come down, so that way they are forced to look for other exits. But what if the story is not you're an archaeologist looking for artifacts? What if you are being forced to? Like, what if you're an archaeologist like Indiana Jones, but then the bad guys say, you have to go find my treasure and I won't let you back up. Yes. I won't let you back up until you get the treasure, Mr. Jones. So that would explain why the rope goes back up. And it would explain why submitting an artifact just tosses down a key. So it's supposed to be, you put the artifact in the barrel and they take up the artifact, and then like, oh, this is great. We will trade you this artifact for a key. And so now they toss down the key, which is why it just falls from the ceiling. And because this has custom music discs, I could even record voice lines for responses after you send up the artifact. Like, very good. Here is a key for going deeper into the dungeon. And then you would just get like tossed down a key and then you'd be able to continue. I really, really am excited to use Audio Player for this because of those details. Little things like that. We've already got dungeon include no political people. Probably not. No, I will find some other way to incorporate the story. Yeah, I was trying to avoid that part. We'll find some other way to incorporate a similar storyline. But yeah, this already is going to be very unique with its audio design. Each section of the dungeon. I'll zoom in with this. Here. Oh. Actually, that's really terrible. Let's teleport. So each of these blue sections and the purple sections might be differently themed. So there might be cave, desert, jungle, I don't know, mansion, something, an abandoned mine, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's one thing I'm still trying to figure out how that would work. I want to figure out a story that actually functions other than just stitching together some ideas with no real story. So I still have to figure out story-wise why they would be throwing keys. Why are those not already? Maybe. Yeah, I really don't know. The first thing I can think of is if you were Indiana Jones. You get sent down and they're like, okay, you're gonna go down, get as far as you can, and then if you want to survive and keep going and be let out, you have to bring us back an artifact, and in return we will give you a section to get closer to the end goal, which is like the big artifact. So there will be smaller things like sherds, maybe a statue or something, like a toy, but then those sections, teleport back. The sections here, the purple rooms are like the big loot dungeons. Those are going to be really difficult to navigate. One might have the warden thing I was talking about. And these will have big boy artifacts. So these blue ones might have a sherd, while these purple ones might have something that resembles a totem of undying. Something like that. So these are... Actually, can I get item frames on these things? Theoretically, this should work. Nope, it does not. Awesome. Love that. TNT to get through a brittle wall. That's not a bad idea. I kind of like that. Maybe a vertical one just so it differs from Tango's a little bit. Man, I wish I could put stuff on these. It's kind of annoying. Let me get a barrier. I don't know. Dumb. Let me put an item frame. Yeah, but you get the concept. So these blue ones, you'll get smaller amount of artifacts, and you would trade some of those for keys to go deeper. Story-wise, that would be like, we don't want to give the explorers all of the different, all of the components to just go get the big treasure right away. We want to make sure they get out alive before they die in the cave and then lose all of our stuff. And then also it would be like, if we send this experienced adventurer down into the temple and they make it out and find another way to escape, then now they're free and have the loot that you were trying to get them to get for yourself. You have to go for a sec, be back in 5020. Sure, take your time. That could work for the story though. I'm actually gonna write that down. Just so, I feel like that might be too weak of a connection. But the first thing I mentioned, I think, might be stronger. So, people are holding you captive. Only way to be let out is by submitting submitting a big artifact. Ooh. Another exit. No, our leverage. By submitting a big artifact. So that actually helps. That benefits the story quite a bit, and gameplay for that matter. So now it won't be a case of, oh, you want to get some of these and then leave, and a future round come back. This makes it so the idea I just had, you come down in the dungeon, they will not let you out until you submit an artifact from one of these purple ones. These are worth more points, and originally it was just going to be that, and you want to get more points. If I make this a objective that forces you to grab it to be let back out, that would make a whole lot of sense, because they're like, okay, if we send Indiana Jones down into this dungeon with all of the components for getting into the temple and getting the artifact, and he gets out, then we've lost all of our progress. If he dies with all of that stuff, then all of our stuff is down there. We're going to have to go down there ourselves. So they're giving it to him piece by piece to make sure he can actually get through it. Give the baddies shards to get more time, they'll leave you. That is not a bad idea, but I feel like that doesn't really work, because then you have to offer shards or shards to the temple to make it not as difficult, and you have to offer oh brainwave. Oh, big idea. Okay, so that the problem you had, oh no, our leverage, this is how we're gonna get around that. So people are holding you captive. The only way to be let out is by submitting the big artifact. Or you can find sections in the dungeon with these barrels, these things that go up and down. If you submit the big artifact to them instead, no. If you submit a certain amount of the small artifacts instead, it will unlock another exit. So it's not that there are always 8, and the longer you're in there, they go up. You then have to spend your points to instead be able to escape. So that way you don't get as much, but at least you'll get out at all. Or you can not do that, try to risk it back to the beginning, and you'll be able to get out with, or it'll be like much more risky to get out. You might die if you take the long route, but you'll have more points if you do. That has plugged so many holes in this plot. Okay, so people are holding you captive. You're basically bribing another member of the people, another bad guy. So there's like one big bad guy and a bunch of goons, and the goons you're bribing with the smaller artifacts to let you out. That actually works like ridiculously well. Okay, or maybe it's like another person you're working with, like the guy that betrays Indiana Jones, and he's like, give me the artifact and I'll let you swing across, and then he has to use the whip in the first movie, that kind of thing. So they're like, give me some shards and I'll lower the rope for you, but he doesn't actually betray you. People holding you captive only realize by submitting the big artifact, unless you bribe another. You bribe with, because you have to imagine the big bad guy is paying the goons a lot less money than the artifacts are worth. So if you're giving shards to the lower, like the, what's another word besides goon I could use? Like the hired muscle. Yeah, the bodyguards. If you bribe, I'll just use bodyguard. If you bribe a bodyguard, hired. Maybe I'll just use baddie. No, it's use muscle. Unless you bribe a hired muscle with shards, in which case an additional exit will become available. There we go. So that makes a whole lot of sense. Henchman, thank you. That works. That works way better. That was the word I was failing to remember. The henchman for singular? It is. Okay. Okay. So that works for our story then. I think I'm gonna slash the idea of the ropes going up though. I think that would work. I think the goons would be unionized against the big bad. I don't think... So I think the story would be, picture a group of 10 bad guys, and then there's one big bad guy. The big bad guy is paying the other bad guy, like the henchman, way less money than the artifacts are worth. So, but if you bribe, you say, here, I'll give you these sherds, which are worth way more than your boss pays you. You get to keep them for yourself, and you don't have to split them with the other people. So it's like I help you, and then you get to keep the reward. So you're sacrificing some of your points to get out easier. Goons Worker Union. I think that works. So where do I have it? General key, achievements, ambient sounds, blah 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 blah, breakpots. There's a lot of these things that I have now. Need to go back and cross off. I'll do that after stream, because that's much more boring. It's like my big notepad for all of my ideas. But yeah, that works out really well. Like a wipe. Glasses. I have our tissues. And my shirt's tucked in, so I can't use that. But I think that works for a story. It makes sense functionally and story-wise, which is awesome. That was one thing I was struggling to do, is connect those two. Yeah. So next step. See, it's been 3 hours and 40 minutes. Wow. It took me 4 hours to make this. This is why videos take so long. What can I do? I said I was going to do some redstone. I feel like we've gotten a really good idea of what we want to do for the build. So next time we do building, we'll actually be able to construct this. What can we do for redstone? So I kind of want to work on the front door. Like the door that opens the whole temple. And originally, because this was in a server, I wanted people to solve puzzles to unlock it for the first time. So the temple would be there, but people wouldn't know how to get in. And so throughout the world, hints would be spread to solve this puzzle, and they'd have to work together to unlock it, and therefore play the minigame. But I think if we don't do survival again, then I have to do it in some other way. But the door that you have to figure out how to unlock, how do I do that? And I don't want it to just be a piston door. I don't want it to be something like that. Tango has custom models. You can actually just walk right through the big doors inside the dungeon. The two doors that slide open, oops, bumped the mic. The two doors that slide open are just custom models, so you could just walk right through that, I believe. Like, there's nothing stopping you. It's just a 3D model. There's no block. It's a combination lock. Maybe I want it to be something that really hasn't been done before, or has been done but in a different way. So I was thinking a door similar to Tango's, but instead of going two to the side, it's one that goes up. And there's a few ways I could do that. The first idea I have would be doing something like this, where I would have an armor stand, and then I would have a carved pumpkin on its head, just like Tango does. And then, ooh, actually that kind of doesn't work for what I want it to be. Let's see how bad this is. Get water, let's get glass, let's get soul sand, and that's probably fine. There we go. Okay. Do the henchmen at least get 5 8-hour work days with dental plan? I don't know. You have to ask the bad guys. Okay. So here is the idea I had. And this probably won't work the way I want it to. Oh no. First I had an idea, and then the idea I realized wouldn't work. So never mind. I mean, their username is please don't talk, so I'm assuming they just don't talk. That's my guess. I'm not sure. Okay, let me get piston and a lever. Ta-da. And then I'll grab this. And that'll be fine. I grab the sconce. There we go. So this is my idea. I'm thinking of something like this. So if you imagine, and this is going to be terrible to explain, it has a carved pumpkin on its head. I have the ability to add custom models. So I can... What? Anyway, I have the ability to change this from a carved pumpkin to something massive, like a door. Yeah, the problem is not even that. So I could possibly maybe flip it. This might be the go. Oh, but it doesn't work through trapdoors. Scaffolding. Maybe. No, that's not going to work. Let's see. Hold on. Let me take... Scaffolding doesn't work through soul sand, right? If I take this off and I put scaffolding here. Do that. Would really appreciate you not doing that. Maybe. So the effect I'm trying to get is I really want to make it so the door slides up and down really slow. So that way it looks like it's a hefty, like a weighted door. It's made of stone or some really heavy material. So my idea was I wanted to see if I do this, it's not going to work. There's no way this works, right? Yeah, okay. I thought that might not be the case. What? Number stands be levitated with shulker bullets. That might be... I don't know. I don't think they can. I feel like we would have seen that in the redstone community if that was the case. But like the big thing... Like the big thing, this was the first thing that I came up with. If I replace the soul sand with just dirt, it's fine. Now there's nothing keeping it up. I can put this armor stand here, and it will slowly go down. That works when there's a custom model on it. The door will slowly go down with it. But then, how do I get it to slowly go back up? Magma pulls it down. Soul sand will shoot it up. So that doesn't really work the way I want it to. That's way too fast. The bamboo idea could be a piston. It could be a piston. I have to make sure the armor stand is above it. Alright. I also have to make sure the armor stand is... Oh. See, there we go. I have to make sure the armor stand is, where I want it to be. Alright, have a good day. Have fun. Enjoy your dancing. Okay, here's the problem. Wait, what if I... So if this isn't a source block, then it won't get affected. What if I change this to vertical? So I could do... Let me make this taller, so I have more room to work. And then I guess for now I'll remove the water. Okay. Idea. I have block like this. Hey Nova, welcome in. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. I got a block like this, and then I think I need this up to be solid water blocks. I have no idea if this is going to work. So if I do this, and then I make every block above this solid water, that way, when this soul sand is pushed up, then this turns into a bubble column. So I get pushed up, but when I flip the lever, this is just running water, and therefore will just be regular. That means I don't have to worry about the armor stand getting stuck. Because before, I would push it out to the side. When the armor stand comes down, then if I flick the lever again to turn it back into a bubble column, then it would push the armor stand to the side. But because I have it underneath it, I can flip this, it pushes the armor stand up, and then it turns back up. Flipping that back down, it doesn't push it again. So that works, but I want it to be slow going up and down, not just down. Armor stands don't levitate, but the bullet is destroyed. End hunt stretch. Seriously, yeah, if you were getting attacked, you just have a ton of armor stands. Sucks that they only stack up to 16. Alright, I gotta stand again. It's been another hour. Hydration break, stretch break. Get your legs blood pumping. You guys gotta do this too. I'm making you. Mandatory now. And if you have it, why not? Pistachio break. New thing. Love pistachio. Good, hope you're having a good day too. You put that fish in the water. I could put a fish in the water. I don't feel like that would really help the goal I'm trying to go for, but it would definitely turn it into a fish tank. That's for sure. I'm trying to make it so the armor stand goes up and down slowly, but right now it only goes down slowly, it goes up really fast. I'm trying to figure out ways to make it come down and up slowly at a consistent rate too, because I could just have trap doors that lower every second, and that would be slower. But get my stand up yet? No. It would be slower, but it also wouldn't be consistent. I don't know. But yes, I am having a good day. Thank you, Innova. I hope you do as well. Hey, I did it. I can sit down. Yippee! Stretch. Okay. So what could I do? Magma will pull it down. I've already got that part covered. So what this is probably really complex. This is going to sound incredibly nerdy. So what's going to happen is what I'm going to do. I'm making a big game. And it's a game where you drop into... You know, let's just go over to it. You drop into... It's like themed around archaeology and Indiana Jones. So you will descend from the above ground by a rope. And then the rope will go back up, so you're trapped down here. And you have a waterfall or a statue. Haven't decided on this one yet. And you either toss artifacts off the waterfall or put something next to the statue, and that makes the temple satisfied with what you're doing. The more artifacts you submit, the longer you can be in the dungeon without it becoming more difficult. Throughout the dungeon, we're gonna teleport now. Throughout the dungeon, there will be sections where you can find puzzles and loot. So here's that start room we were just at. You might go down to one of the corridors and find one of these rooms, which has some treasure, and then you take it back, and then that allows you to be in the temple for longer. If you run out of time, then it might unleash mobs or something to make it really difficult. Maybe it shoots poison potions or slowness or something like that. I don't know. A drown, they can go up. Yeah, their head would move, so the custom model would too. It's a good idea though. To use a display entity. Well, I'm limited to things that I have to be able to do in survival. That's the problem. I can do custom models. That stuff's fine. The problem is just moving the armor stand. If either's we work, but put it against honey. Use a shulker for levitation. That's a good shout. Let's try honey. The shulker I don't think will work the way we want it, because it just breaks the bullet Or it breaks the armor stand, I think. No, it breaks the armor stand. The bullet will hit the armor stand, but the armor stand doesn't float. It just destroys the bullet. DK. Donkey Kong. That's a good song, Slavic. Yeah, we can try honey. As long as the armor stand is pushed against the honey, it might have the properties of it being affected. So something like this. Well, I'm just gonna do test it. If you run against... Whoa, what the... What? Huh? Huh? Hold on. There we go. Okay, so you have to be pushing against it. What? What's going on? Oh, I guess, was it because I'm pushing W? Pushing W was what it did. Okay. So I guess if you run into it, it just negates the honey effect. But if you don't push any buttons, you will slide down. Now the theory here is that if the armor stand is theoretically pushed into the honey blocks, like so, like that, then it would still have the properties of the slow rise and fall, but it would be able to be affected by the soul sand. So it would be pushed up, but then slowed by the honey. Oh, it destroys and the armors. Yeah, okay, that's what I said. I was explaining it just terribly. So let me try... Sure, mangrove wood, why not? I don't know why I'm so picky about placement blocks. We got the armor stand. Press that into the side. And then if I drop this, that does go down slow. We hear honey sounds, but you know what? If there's custom audio, maybe I can make a texture pack to remove that audio file or something. I don't know. Let's try this idea. Oh yeah, here's another thing. Does water break the block? Because that will foil our plans. Honey? Water. Oh, it works. Look at that. Okay. So theoretically, that'll be just fine. All I would have to do... I'm just going to send this up so I can break it. And then I would replace this wall with... I'll just set that to honey block. That won't affect it. That should be fine, right? Yeah, okay, cool. That's still running water. That should be good. The only thing I have to do now is this here. Armor stand. Piston. Lever. There we go. Break that. And moment of truth. That goes down at a speed that I like, and it looks like the water actually muffles it too. Meaning we're not gonna get the sound. Except for, I guess, right at the end. If I do that, it's still fast. That was a really good idea, though. A villager? How would that help? Their heads are still gonna randomly spin. It would have to be an entity, like an armor stand, that doesn't rotate. And also gets slowly raised up. Like the honey was a really good idea, and it works again for down, but not for up. How could we do that? I'm set on figuring out a way this works. I'm kind of curious just to see if this does anything. If I get a hollowed block, does it affect this? Literally will not change my plans at all, but I'm curious. First, can it be waterlogged? It can be waterlogged, but it does not get affected. Well, that's good to know. I don't know what that would be useful for, but good to know. Yeah, a villager wouldn't work because a villager still randomly will turn its head and stuff. It has to be something that is movable with environments, but then doesn't move its head, where I can put a carved pumpkin on. That's why an armor stand I felt like was the only option. Highly considering going to bed at this moment. Good luck. Gotcha. All right, Slavic, have a good night. You're probably already gone at this point. I read the second text and missed the first one. Have a good night, dude. Thank you for popping by. Also, I haven't been able to see if... oh, the analytics is working, finally. Viewer activity is still not working. I don't think... actually, I just don't think anybody's become a member, so I think it's working fine. But I can see the activity feed, or the analytics now, which is awesome. They finally fixed it. Yeah, this almost works. The honey... What if we try slime? Set slime block. I don't think this is going to make a difference. But we are... Oh, I think I just broke it. Use a triple... Yeah, I really want to focus on smooth, because I'm gonna match it with an audio disc. So if it's not smooth and it kind of just like goes down or goes up, it's gonna look odd. Okay, let's do this section again. Get our piston, armor stand, lever, flick. That's not what I meant to do. But there we go. Test goes down to slow speed. That might only be affected by the water and not the slime, which leads me to believe that this is not going to work. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Powdered snow, that's not a bad idea. Although powdered snow is affected by water. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Good idea, though. I have not watched Wonka. I was very interested in Wonka until I learned it was a musical. That was my only... I was like, well, there goes my interest in it. There are very few that I enjoy watching. Yeah, that's gonna be too fast. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine that it goes really fast. Maybe it's like... I don't know. Like this sound... I'm gonna pause the music for a second. I know it's stall, the best one. This is what I did a test for. Which one is it? This is just the stereotypical one. This is the one I want. So... Powdered snow and diagonal. You're right, I could do that. Maybe, that could work. I'll try that in a second. So this is a test. So one of the big things that bugged me about Decked Out was right at the beginning, right at the front door, where the way to get into the dungeon is by putting a frost shard in a barrel and then waiting for it to open. I wanted to make it interactive, so I'm removing the barrel and replacing it with custom music discs. So for example, instead of putting it in a barrel, all I have to do is right click the block. I'll have this retextured as a key, so that way it makes sense, and then when I right clicked it, it didn't make any sound. Either something's bugged. Let's see, let's try this one. That's a problem. Forget what button it is. Settings, like speaker, headphones. Huh. Jukeboxes are on, music shouldn't be on. What? Picked up my mic. Huh. You can't make it smooth up. Use the disc to make it sound like it's being mechanically up. Clunk, clunk, clunk. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. I actually really like that. That'll be a great... If we can't make that work, I might do that. That's a really good idea. Why is this not working though? Where'd the other one go? There it is. Doesn't sound like the sound. So it might have broke my audio. Let's see if these are working. Jungle, let's see. Yeah, okay, so it's all my audio. Well, that's not great. I had custom music discs that don't seem to be working right now. I sure hope I still have those files. That is not great. Okay, well the idea was I had a really short music disc that I retextured to a key. Powdered snow doesn't work? Oh, okay. My idea was to have a really short music disc that when you right-click the block, it uses the key, which is just a retextured music disc, and then it plays the locking sound, or the unlocking sound. And the same thing for getting into the dungeon. I had this, you put the key in, and then you start to hear cogs and wheels turning, and it ramps up, and there's a riser in the background. It gets more and more chaotic and more mechanical, and then everything stops. And then you hear this giant clunk, and the door opens. That was the goal, but it made no sound, which is awesome. Love when things just suddenly stop working. That's my favorite. So, oh well, I'll have to look into that and reapply the music files because I don't know where they're stored right now. Yeah, but if powdered snow doesn't work, then I would love to have it slide up and down, but honestly, if we do have to do the other ones, fine too. Bouncing bubbles. Bouncing with a slime would be slower than bubbles. Really? I kind of want to disagree. Let's see if that's right. You do that. No, that's way faster. Boing. Yeah, that's gonna be way faster. So this is, let's see, how fast is it? So I could do all the mechanical sounds before the door opens, so it's like you hear cogs and something, or oh, you heard something? Wait, what? Hold on. Turn this up. You heard something? What? Are you guys hearing that? That's so weird. I don't hear it. Why? Why can you guys hear it, but I can't? That is so odd. What would make it do that? Huh? Okay. I am so confused. Why are you able to hear it, but I'm not? What? That's so weird. Okay. I'm gonna try it again. What if I have another sound playing? Like this. I can hear myself in the bubble water. Okay. I was trying to see if it just muted the whole game. But no. If it was, then you guys should be hearing it. I should. I think. Because it's recording game audio. Like the specific program. And if I can hear Minecraft, then you guys should hear Minecraft too. So why would that differ? It's the same speaker. It's going to my headphones. Turn music up. But you guys can hear it. I have my music up. Let me try. I'm just going to do it max. I'm hearing nothing. So loud. I can't hear anything. Noblox is at 33. I should be able to hear regular discs too. Disc. I can hear that. What is going on? That is so odd. But I want to experience the magic too. Check jukebox. No, I did. That didn't. It's already like I can hear jukeboxes. I can't hear my jukeboxes or my records. That's so weird. Hold on. Somebody else. Music not master. I turned it up to max and I couldn't hear anything. Okay. Audio player. This is such a specific and niche issue. There's no way I'm getting an answer for this. Audio player playing sound for live stream, but not through headphones. Minecraft. Nope. 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 Yeah, it's all like things not related to the mod. Audio player mod. Nope. Okay, what if I just go directly to the audio player page? That's so weird. I can't hear the music discs. I can only hear the vanilla ones. Music is off, you don't change. But the problem is you guys can hear it. You guys can't hear like default game music in my menus or anything. You can only hear what comes through Spotify. Yeah, you're 4 hours late. You guys can hear Spotify. You can hear game sounds. You can hear all this. It says it's coming through my OBS. I can see the bar going up. But when I right-click this jukebox, I can see the meter going up, but I hear nothing, and you guys hear it. What is going on? I can hear other sounds, like chests, I can hear blocks, I can hear music discs that are from the vanilla game, but these I can't hear and you can. That is bizarre to me. I've never seen that. That's so odd. Apparently there aren't any issues for this mod. Yeah, there are. I've figured that out. OBS eats the music. Clearly, it doesn't leave any for me. And I bet you, if I end the live stream, I'll be able to hear it too. That's so weird. What if I just straight up... What if I turn off game music? Now you guys should not be able to hear. Can you hear this? Go to the mod config. Good shout. There's no mod config. Hold on, let me go to the files. Here's the output, then back. I could. That's a good idea too. Were you guys able to hear the chest though? You shouldn't. Hope not. Because otherwise that's a whole other issue. No. Okay, perfect. Awesome. I love that. That's supposed to happen. I muted the audio. So now if I test this, okay, it might be related to the stream then. It has the custom sound IDs. So that's good. I should unmute this now. You guys should be able to hear the game. Perfect. Okay. It does look like it's working. But why? Why can you hear that? That's not fair. I want to hear it. Let me look at the files. MCR, config, audio player, server, notepad. Sure. Oh, Spotify's muted, or it's paused right now. There you go. Okay. Permission level to upload, that's fine. To play with command, that's fine. Cooldown of goat horns, that's fine. Range of discs, that's fine. Goat horns. Playing. No. Allow, wait, no. Disc allowed. Duration, no. Goat horn duration, no. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense at all. Why would it let you guys hear it, but not me? That's so odd. The weirdest part about this too is that I can see it working in OBS, and I thought maybe it's No, that doesn't make any sense either. It literally makes zero sense. I have no idea why it's doing that. If you guys hear it, I should be able to hear it too. There was no exception. That's just how OBS works. It can't pick up audio that I can't. Like, the only thing would be maybe ear trumpet, but I can hear Minecraft overall. Because I use a plugin that allows me to customize the volumes of applications. But I can hear Minecraft, I just can't hear certain sounds. But you guys can. I would have to restart the stream for that, and I want to keep going. But it's not OBS that's the problem. It's my game. Because I have the game sound on. Clearly, yeah, skill issue. That's so weird. Because you guys can hear the sound, but through my game, directly to my headphones, I can't hear it. It's Windows forcing an update. Maybe. I mean, I updated multiple days ago. This is the only occurrence that would have affected it. Maybe? That classifies as weird things, so possibly. And I don't think there's an update. I broke Minecraft. There's no explanation for that I know of, at least, that would affect your ability to hear it versus mine separately. Like, I can have, I could make it so I can hear music and you guys can't. That I can do. But to my knowledge, there's no way to make it so I can't, but you can. Unless I turn off all my volume then on my headphones, because that's separate from the computer itself. Yeah, you guys can still hear the Spotify in my microphone. I have turned it off on my headphones. That, to my knowledge, is the only way. And I can't separate audio with that. I haven't changed anything. That's so weird. I guarantee you found something neat. I guarantee you if I end stream, close OBS, maybe even restart the game. In fact, let me restart the game. Or at least let's try the world first. Let me know what you found that's neat. Unrelated or not. I guarantee you it will be fine if I end the stream. Where is it? There it is. Boat that goes up. I could possibly put an armor stand in a boat if that's a thing. Now I hear it. What? That doesn't make any sense at all. I don't understand that. That's so weird. That's a little loud. That's so odd. Why would it do that? For what reason? Let me try again. It works. It's just the lock sound effect. The villager in. That's so weird. Because now I hear it. I just paused the music for Spotify again. I heard the lock sound. Let me try the jungle. That works fine. I can hear it. I'm glad it's fixed, but what happened? I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, now I can listen to this with you guys, so that's cool. I guess I should probably explain what this is. This is the music disc. That is a test. It's not the final version. Imagine that first part was just the ambience that will be playing in the background, because I want to have just ambience permanently going in the above area. So what that is ambience, and then putting in the key and the machine functioning, opening, like behind the scenes, all the mechanics going for the door opening. Yeah, nothing's playing right now. So if I put this in, here we go. Just put the key in. Machine is working. And that's when the door will open. So that was a test to see if I could make something that resembled it. No way it barely... Now OBS says it's working. It was really loud for me. And it turns... But you guys could hear the sound. Okay, that's good. So I could turn up game sound. That was really loud for me. That's why I was walking away from it. But yeah, that was really loud for me. Because sometimes, especially in recording, you want to have your game sound fairly low so that it doesn't overpower your voice and background music and all that stuff. So I generally have it fairly low, and I tried to match it from what I have it in Premiere to what you guys can hear live streaming. But thank you. Yeah, I made that sound, I think, a month or two ago. And I was like, you know what? Today I want to work on sound. And I grabbed some random ambience tracks, which the cave one I have since lost. But yeah, I still have those, and those are pretty neat. The third music disc was just the one we just listened to, but without the ambience, so shorter. The food is dehydrated so that... Oh, hold on, I missed the first one. Bread is not allowed on ISS because of crumbs. The substitute for bread is tortillas. Interesting. Huh. I did not know that. And tortillas are a pretty good substitute. You can use them in for sandwiches if you want. And it's less messy, so yeah, that makes sense for not having crumbs. And it's a carb, so yeah, that makes sense. An odd rule to have, but I guess that makes sense. So you were saying put a villager in a boat. They are fixed. That is true. Can I put an armor stand? I'm assuming not. And then if I just name... It doesn't even have to be a villager, too. It could be a zombie. As long as I give the zombie... My Nintendo Switch is broke, but we fixed in 2 days. Nice. Get you in a boat. There we go. And give you a pumpkin. You're gonna pick that up, right? You're gonna be nice to me? I don't need to do that. I can use a dispenser. Do this. And a lever. And that. Oh, but that guy looks around. So yeah, let's try the villager. I feel like the villager does that too, though. Oh, but if you're not looking at the zombie. Let's try this. Oh, that's... Okay. Your head is not moving. What? I disconnected from a single player world. Huh? What is happening? And why did that trigger it? If I do it again? Yep. I am so confused. What is... Huh? Mod exception? I'm not that technically literate to know what that means. But why was it triggered by... Was it just in general, or is it specifically that item trying to put it... Yeah, that works just fine. Is it carved pumpkins specifically? It's carved pumpkins specifically! Oh, I was trying to put it on my head. That's probably... If I stand out of the way, it should probably be fine. That's so weird. What would affect that? Okay, so it does that whenever it shoots a carved pumpkin at all, which is a problem. That's so weird. Why does it do that? Man, that makes me like want to remake the entire mod pack. Run to an error, it crashes the game. But the game didn't crash. It disconnected me and put me back in the main menu. That is really odd. Well, I guess if I walk away... Okay, so that idea doesn't really work anyway. I mean, we could try a villager. But I feel like that would work exactly the same. I need a mob that won't move its head. That's so weird. Hit the boat. Get to the boat, boy. There we go. Yeah, he's gonna move his head too. As long as the villager doesn't move its head, the item needs to be in the hand. You're 150 mods. I have no clue. The worst part is 150 mods. Oh, it works when I do it. It's just the dispenser. LA with the item. What do you mean? Ally with the item? Oh, like detecting for this? You picked it up. Thank you. Be free. Is that what you mean? Ally with the item is using this. The item needs to be in the hand. Oh, you were talking about... I see. I was thinking you were talking about like what Tango does. He has an armor stand with a custom model on it. You were talking about just a mod or like an entity holding an item with a custom model. Ally in the boat. You. I'm gonna kill this one. I don't care. Die. I feel bad. You I don't feel so bad about. Thank you for your villager head. Okay. Ally in a boat. Ally in the boat. You. Over here. Possibly because it tries to simultaneously place down and put it on its head, causing it to soft crash. Maybe? You can't be in a lead. Go on the boat. Go on the boat. Go on the boat. You. Annoying. Wow, you have a lot of health. Holy moly. Oh, that's convenient. Thank you. Ah, he looks though. And I can't put a custom model or have him... I mean, I could have him hold. Is this gonna... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Go back on the boat. No! Do it again. Do it again. Come on. Come on. Go with the boat. Go with the boat. You did it before. Yay! Okay, I don't think that's gonna work anyway. Let's give him armor stand. And it's moving up and down. I'm assuming if I gave it a carved pumpkin. Oh. I mean, I could work with that, but the door is moving. Can't kill it. Oh! I'm gonna text Crazen real quick. He might know. Where is he? There he is. Crazen. Do you remember the 21st night? If any of the Revolutions mods includes something that would affect dispensers placing carved pumpkins. So weird. Then a zombie with an item in their hand. Wait. Ally in the boat. Yeah, do it again. Come on. On the boat. That works. Yeah. Okay. Music, return. And then a zombie with them. Okay. Let's try that. With an item in their hand. Oh! With the item they want! Got it! That makes sense. I wonder if I can... Yeah, I should be able to do 3D models with items. can do it with tools, I know that. Zombie instead of an ally. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Well, yeah, that's what we... You've already got an item. And then I have to find one, pick up that pumpkin or something. Okay, well, that's fine. Still moves. It didn't used to be that way. They used to be, not like that. Yeah. I have to be checking because I have notifications off. This is so weird. So... the only other thing I can think of... No, because that would be fast too. Not a head item. Why didn't... It's not holding a head item though. And zombies don't... Only a villager when it wants to trade. I'm confused. Hold on. So no allies. Zombie in a boat with an item in their hand. Okay. Do you not have a mod that displays items? Other than... I mean, we have the custom model one. But even if I gave this a custom... Like, a custom texture or a custom model, it would still move like it's an item in their hand. It would just... It would be something else moving. Like a big door. The whole door would be moving. The head doesn't move vertically, but when the zombie turns its head... I mean, I have a pillar. Well, not this. I have item frames. I have all the vanilla stuff. I have a column. No, what are they called? Forget. They're from... What are they from? Supplementaries, right? Or supplementary. Oh, it's just part of the functional blocks here. Pedestals. The problem is it spins. Although I do believe a sack does not spin. But the problem is, I can't... No, it does. Never mind. Oh! Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. No, never mind. Idea failed. Although I actually do kind of want to test just to see what this does. It moves really fast, but then breaks anyway. So even if it did move slowly up, it doesn't matter because the soul sand broke it. I would need it to land on something that allows a bubble stream to pass through it, but then also can catch the sack. And even then, I don't know if I'd be able to retexture it. I'd have to make a mod for it. So that doesn't work. A mod that displays items. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. I mean, this doesn't have the mod I normally use. I have a mod in my single player, the Coldcraft mod pack, that adds another type of display. But even that, only a certain items are allowed to be displayed, and when you display them, it doesn't display the item, it displays a model that looks like the item, so that wouldn't work. I feel like there should be a way. Let me just look at mob eggs. Enderman might work, but I can't force it to... I can't force it to pick up certain items, no. Yeah, maybe I might do the... Maybe not triple piston extender, but something with trapdoors. It's just gonna be loud, and I feel like that kind of ruins the thing. I can't give him a block, right? Yeah, we have a data pack that removes that. Can't right click him. We won't do it naturally. I'd have to force it in with commands. Douse skies and have the door. That's not a bad idea, actually. I always worry about that mod because the amount of crashes we've had from it scares me. That's not a bad idea, though. The doors sink and float. The only problem, again, is I can't do a custom model, but honestly, that's fine. I just have to... They have to move up in soul speed. Hold on. Let's try this. I've never driven one of those boats. Let me just get one. I'm making a big square, so it's be fine. Copy. And then here should be fine. Up one. Set that to glass. Take this. Take my mouse. Yep, I see you. Set air. Copy that. And then one on the other side. This. Set soul sand. That. And then I want to set that. Copy that. Set water. So now all of this should be Bubble Vader. Custom boat mod, right? And you put the item frames. I mean, this does use Val Sky, Val, whatever it's called, Val something skies, Valerian, something. It does use that mod, I'm pretty sure, and Eureka. I could try it. See if it works. The only thing I have that is the issue is if... How do I do this? I forget. In this, I need some block. I need just a block. Sure, that works. Redstone activated block that gets heavier and lighter. I don't think we have a redstone activated one, at least in this version. Control lever. I think these are just... Yeah, these are just different ship helms. These, I don't think are redstone. Maybe that? I could try it. I don't recognize that. So let's get just, yeah, this really advanced boat. That's gonna probably be really heavy. Do this. Assemble. Okay, we get a functional boat. I don't think it's affected by that thing. Is it even working? Oh! Yeah, that's not at all what I thought had happened. Align. Can I that's... That's really funny. So we don't have soul sand water on the blacklist, so it reads this as a block and then connects it. That's really funny. So what happens if I... Okay, I thought that might be the case. I actually thought I was going to crash the game, but, you know, that's actually better. Yeah, that's, this whole thing, the whole thing is a boat. The whole tank. Because it's thinking that the bubble water is a block. It's not on a blacklist. And the disassemble button is unbound because it kept crashing the server. So I have to handbrake this, basically, is what we're saying. This is going to be so much fun. What about sponge? That would speed things up. Oh, it does work. Okay, cool. Kind of. Oh, man. Darn. That's working. Thinking outside the box. This is literally not at all even close what I wanted to be doing with this concept. I don't think this is gonna work at all. This is absurd. The fact that this is even... So what happens when this part is no longer connected? Placing it down here is pointless right now. This is so annoying. commands I don't think will work. That's why I'm using... Oh, you're right. That might help. Yeah, commands I don't think work because it's an entity right now. I can build off of it, but this is... It's not solid blocks. I really should be using an efficiency. No, it's not worth it. Oh, that didn't work. I tried. I don't actually. Either way, I don't... At this point, I might as well just... I'm just gonna use my pistol shooting trigger finger to break all the souls in. I just don't know what kind of entity it is. I mean, I guess I could... would this be Eureka? Boats, maybe? That's a big problem. I sure hope the entities I killed weren't blocks. I'm seeing missing things here. That's a problem. I don't know what that was. I'll have to go back. It killed every entity. Including non-mobs. Well, now I know never to do that again. No, I don't have a backup. Uh-huh. Yeah. Just trying to do everything based off memory. Fortunately, I can look back in streams and stuff. Because I toured this last stream. I feel like there was something here. This is what I get for not taking backups. Huh? Yeah. I'll do it at a later point, just because I don't want to waste people's time more than I already have. Why does the boat... Oh! Because that negates it. I killed everything but the boat. Why is that a default command? Why is that the autofill? For what reason? Does that work? No? Oh my gosh. Did that break anything? I don't think it should have. The only thing it could really alphabetically... I guess that makes sense, but still, like the default Minecraft doesn't have not exceptions auto-tabbed or like auto-filled. That's fine. Not noticing anything from this. They're all not block, or yeah, they're not block entities. That works just fine. Should all be good. This is all decorative. Torches, does that count? Nope, torches are fine. I don't understand. Control Z, I wish that did something. It just opened up, or Z opened up replay mod settings. Control Z does not work in Minecraft. Dude, not sign. Yeah, but well, I was saying the fact that when I did tab to autofill, it autofilled the knot. It didn't autofill. Normally when you use the tab, I didn't push exclamation mark, so by default it should have just selected. I don't know if I'm explaining that at all correctly. But yeah, it killed everything. Like it said not boats, which is funny because I tried to do. This is what I typed. So theoretically, that should kill it. Here we go again. No entity was found. Awesome. Love that. I love modded Minecraft. No problems whatsoever. Haven't had any issues today at all. Yeah, I could let the... I'll try to do that. The problem is I don't know if it's going to get rid of it. Dude, this is not going well. Is this... Yeah, I made sure to make this a big world so I had more room underground. There we go. Woo! Goodbye. This is why I didn't want to use this mod. Where is he going? Where have you gone? Is it still going down? Yeah. There she blows. It just went off into the infinite abyss. Where was that going? It wasn't going to 0, 0. Alright, well, it's gone. I guess. So weird. Out of here. Seriously? Weird. Returning it to its former glory of the correct materials. Even though I didn't have to do the grass because it would have turned to dirt anyway. I'm wasting time. Whatever, it's back to normal now. Oh my gosh, okay. Well, we're not using boats. Oh my, if it... Okay, good. It doesn't look like it reset. I'm gonna say if it fell into the void and then just went to 0, 0, I would have just quit. That would have been the end. Although I really should end it probably soon. I could have done it /s undo. Too late now, but that, yeah, I should have done that. That would have been a little bit faster. Yay for modded Minecraft. That was Valkyrian Skies. Valkyrian Skies, and then also Eureka. I think you need them together. And then also this one. So all three of those I'm pretty sure you need all together. About whose name shall not be called. Well, too late, I called it. I think one of them adds the physics engine, and then the other makes them available as boats. But we've had, on multiple occasions, errors with it. See, we disabled a bunch of stuff from doing it. I can't remember the name now. Andromeda. I will look into the config of that. Reason got back to me and I totally forgot to check. Oh boy. Entity is probably going to be here. Slime tweaks, bees, villagers, all this stuff. Villagers follow emeralds, better furnace minecart. New minecarts, new boats. Not going to be that. Items, it's not going to be pumpkins. Bug fixes, mechanics, throwable items, wandering trader horn. Oh, that's kind of cool. Throwable items, villager gifting, UI, new crash reports. I don't know what any of this means, but I'm not seeing anything that I think would relate to it. No clue what that... Oh, that's for mobs growing up. Yeah, this is weird. Self-planting crops, it's not going to be this. I mean, I guess I could... Yeah, it's not. I've checked them all. New minecarts, new boats, items, tooltips, block compass, recovery compass, block pick. Do my stand-up too. I have no clue. I'm having so much fun right now. I'm not that mad, I'm just disappointed. I don't understand this at all. For what reason did it decide, oh yeah, let's just mess everything up. That's gonna be a good idea. That didn't seem to fix it. But thank you. Not a single clue. What else in here would affect it? No, I'm still okay. I'm just frustrated because it should be fine. It's not. I don't. That's why I was avoiding using that mod. It's because I know it has problems and it scares me that I'm just gonna lose everything. It wouldn't be the first time that something I did in the world corrupted the file, and that was the only save I had. So I think after I look through this list, immediately I'm just gonna make a backup just in case. Because it's functional now. Before, at least I was able to get the world back. I can't remember what the program was, but I was able to go basically into a bare bones version of the 3D world, and the thing breaking the mod and preventing me from joining was the supplementaries. The faucet, when connecting to a chest. Cosmetic armor, no, that gives you an extra slot set so that you can wear armor that doesn't do anything. I don't think that applies to mobs. Like this. Oop. So I can... Oh, I have to turn this off. I can do this. So now you can see at the bottom, I don't have any armor, but I'm still visually wearing it. That's all that does. That wouldn't affect... Oop. Wow. There we go. Wouldn't be beacons, wouldn't be that, wouldn't be that. I don't understand this. It makes no sense. None of these should affect pumpkins. These maybe, but I have them already. And I've never had an issue with it. Yeah, there's 2 slots for every armor slot. But that's only for players. Oh. But maybe it isn't. But I've played with that, but I haven't used dispensers in that. It could be trying to put it on a second slot and then doesn't find a second slot because it's a mob, and that's what causes it to crash. Maybe. Wonder. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I've got no clue. Nothing in here I'm seeing besides that one has any real issues. Crashed on a zombie and a player, yeah. Oh, you're right. So it should have worked fine with me if that was the problem. Don't think it's going to be this one, but I might as well look. Nope. Gotta be that. Yep, that's the end of the list. I don't see anything that I feel like should affect it. The only thing I can think of is maybe the carved pumpkin error mod. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot to uninstall that one. The one specifically to crash your game when using carved pumpkins with the Spencers. My favorite mod. Install that all the time, so much fun. I can't see anything else in here that would affect it. Not using a resource pack for it yet, so that shouldn't be an issue. Ocean Bender. Knowing how mods work, it's probably going to be the most obscure issue. Like, I don't know, Lightmatica is trying to turn the trigger for dispensing a pumpkin into a block and therefore crashes. It's going to be something really dumb like that. Where it's like, it shouldn't be an issue ever. You'd have to go out of your way to make that a problem. But I really don't know. I'm trying to think of... Yeah, I could. And that's what I normally do, too, is I'll literally I'll turn off all of the mods and then from scratch turn them one by one until it works. I'd have to do that off stream, though. I will absolutely make a backup before I do that, though, just in case. Yeah, there's literally nothing you can see. That's so weird. Okay. Well, let's, for now, try something. Oh, but that... I can still put carved pumpkins on armor stands manually. Is there anything we could try to slow it down with an armor stand and not a not a zombie? Oh, wait. Yeah, I understand. The zombie wouldn't have worked anyway because the zombie's head was moving. So for now, I'm just going to pretend like that didn't happen. But yes, I do need to back up the world. I did have a backup here. I'm going to not recreate. That's not what I want. I just need to copy it. Okay. Going back. Oh, I missed. Oh, I can still do this. Slow falling. That would require me to have a copious amount of slow falling potions, which would spend one slow fall potion for every single one. The only alternative I can think that would allow me to have infinite potions, that slow falling limits speeding up too. Maybe. What? I can test that. Something tells me that's not the case, though. That's so weird. So the only option I can think of to have an infinite source of effect would be to use the supplementary tipped spikes. But the problem with that is I don't think it would affect an armor stand. I mean, I'll certainly try it when I sit back down, but can I sit down now? Okay. Big stretch right before. Okay. So I was checking some. Oh yeah, I was going to copy the world file. Low falling tipped arrow shot from piercing. That's true, but it has to be picked up by a player. So theoretically, I could just every once in a while. Do piercing arrows despawn after a certain amount of time? Because like regular arrows, you can't pick. Oh, but those despawn too. But do they No, because Scar was able to get away with that with his Hawkeye career. Oh yeah, thank you. Forgot about that. Saves. That's what I was trying to get to. Out of config, saves. I'm looking for MC Creative. That's the test creative world. That's a B-roll video. I literally never use that. I guess I'm looking for current. Copy that. Paste that. And then let's name this. What is it? 224. 224. I should probably also, depending on how long this project goes, 24. No. 23. Last year. And then this one will be 24. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I've got a copy of the world. They do despawn. Okay. They don't despawn in its movement. That's why he was able to get away with it. Okay. So my immediate thought then is I could shoot it through piercing, it go through an armor stand, and then immediately get affected by soul sand, and then it would just get caught at the top and keep moving. That would be really dumb. That's a terrible system, but it might work. I hate this idea. This is so dumb. So let me chant, Laynce, piercing. So stupid. Armor stand. It's such a stupid idea. Let's see if this works. So first of all, it's not going to work. Oh, it breaks it anyway. It doesn't matter. That doesn't work. What was the other thing I was going to try? I forget. I wanted to do... There was something else. Modded spikes. Yes, that's what it was. Let's see. Armor stand. Slow falling. I don't think this is going to work. Oh yeah, that was the other thing we were going to try. Just giving myself... Set. Glass. That. Effect. Give. Laynce. Low falling. Infinite. Pretty slow. It doesn't affect it anyway. So there goes that idea. Maybe it works different from an armor stand though. Let's see what happens. Can you waterlog it? You can waterlog it. And you waterlog it with the properties of these sand. I mean, we get the slow effect just by having regular spikes. Pretty sure. Hold on, let's actually test that. Because it makes you slow. Well, maybe not vertically. Let's see. So it makes entities slower, not players. It? Wait, hold on. Okay. Okay, it does speed up. That's good. That's really weird. It doesn't give it the slow falling effect, so that doesn't matter. Is there some way I could... What's something that... Hold on, here's something. Shrinking potion. What is... I'm gonna ignore that. Whoops. Oh well. I don't think this is gonna work. Let's see. Yeah, it didn't work. Okay. Not the same kind of entity. We're gonna pretend like that didn't happen. Oh, I deleted something. Oh well, that's fine. But yeah, that's what I was gonna test. I wanted to see if it would compromise the... Yeah, that was a mistake. I did not mean to type that. Oh. Oh, I broke the... Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Trying to type shrink. Yeah, it doesn't work. It works until it hits it. Yeah, I know, that's fine. I just trying to type shrink. I made a mistake. I apologize, but there's nothing I can do about it. Nothing. I accidentally typed a bad word instead of shrink. I was trying to type SHR, and I typed SHT, and instinctively I typed I. That's it. Oh, next to honey. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, we already tried that, though. With the armor stands, right? We already tried it with honey. You mean honey and spikes? Because it doesn't give the... It doesn't give the armor stand the effect. So having the spikes there doesn't do anything. And even so, having the spikes... Although, what if... Hold on, I have an idea. Let me try something. So, we already figured out that doesn't work quite like the way we want to. But what if I try... I need to have it hitting multiple blocks. Honey replace spike. We tried that though. Having that, we tried honey and slime on the side and it didn't. Spikes my mate. Honey instead of slime, right? No honey, replace spike. With what? Spikes baby implement. What? Did I not? I just tried that. Having the spike in the water. Like this. The problem was it doesn't allow the bubbles through when the soul sand's there. It only powers it to here. But right now it should be powered. You can see the bubbles, but as soon as it gets to there, you only get the bubble effects till this block. That's why that doesn't work. But my idea was to try something like this. As long as the water doesn't flow. Yeah. Unless this is what you meant. If this is what you meant, then yeah, that was what I was trying to do. So let's try this. The armor stand. Do that. Break this. Theoretically, it should be partially... No, it needs to be in the end rod or something. Or maybe it needs... Oh, I know what it needs. It needs to be pushed against a block. I guess. It didn't matter. Okay. Well, try it. It's not... It's like right on the edge. I need it to be just a slightly bit more. What if I just... Nudge it just a little bit. Just a nudge. Just a nudge. I don't think it cares. Mm-hmm. Not a column of honey, column spike. Yeah. How do I get it in the middle of the block? Wall? No. I mean, that's gotta be thinner, right? This is 1.5 block high. Oh, I see. If I do this... Well, first of all, if I do a lever on the side, it's gonna... Yeah, it's gonna... Oh... Brain hurty. See. Why am I making a whole mechanism for this? Okay. That should be fine. That'll work. That's all I want it to do. Wow. Science. Okay. Whew. A million time. Armor stand. I want that to be 1 over. What if I try this? Why am I trying that? Oh? Hold on. Well, it goes down really slow because of the spikes. Yeah, I needed to... Yeah, it works. So it goes down really slowly. That's too slow. So I would need to move the spikes when opening the door and put them there when they're closing. Unfortunately, because it's not like constantly being pushed up against the spikes, and the hitbox of this block is so thin, just being in this vicinity is fine. So if I move this in and out, that armor stand shouldn't move. Yeah, this works for going down. Oh, magma maybe. So I swap it out. The problem was going up. That was the part that was the headache. So now this should hit the block. That's fine. Cobwebs. Well, the problem is we figured out how to get the armor stand going slowly down. We need to figure out how to get it slowly up. Tango can use water being pushed, but water being pushed is directional left, like horizontally, so you can push it left and right slowly, but I'm trying to do it vertically, which is I'm fighting gravity. So if I flip this, that's not bad. That is progress. So now I need a system that will... That is actually... That might be your solution, is using these spikes here. So if I swap this out, that should pull it down. Oh, that has to be up. Whoopsies. We might have our solution. So instead of... oh, that'll still be a problem. That's fine. All I would have to do is swap this back out. We might... I think this is actually the winner. That took way longer than I was expecting it to. Okay. I'm gonna swap this out. Push that back up to the top. This looks so good! Okay. That worked out amazingly. Okay. Okay. Wow, that took forever. Holy moly. Okay, so what I want to try to do... First of all, I don't need this to be... a specific kind, so that makes it cheaper. I'm gonna move the... Oopsie daisy. No, my lever. Aw. No, come on. There we go. Man, we were figuring that out for a long time. That was mostly Lion. Thank you, Lion. Okay, so now if I turn... I'm gonna actually break this. That can stay there. What's gonna happen, hopefully, is this is going to go down, and then it's gonna get caught, because it's not fully in this block, it's gonna get caught on this glass, and therefore will not be affected by the difference between soul sand and magma block's height. So I can make this as tall as I want, meaning I can put it wherever I want. And because I have it stopped right here, that should be fine. Seriously, W. So what I need to do now is make it so when I flick this lever here, instead of moving it up and down, it moves this left and right. And let me get a NOT gate. I think I could just do it with cog blocks, actually. Common Lion W. Okay. So let's get this. And then... See, that will bring it back. Oh, wait, no, I could just use regular pistons. That'll make this easier. So that'll push it if it's there. That needs to go 2 blocks out. That, right? And then we have a magma block here. And then when we need to swap it, we'll just do... First, let me break this. Does this invert the signal? It does. Okay. Do that. Now it should pull it back down. And it will get stuck. Our door is fully closed. And then when I want the door to open, invert it. I didn't connect it. There we go. That works. It's a little bit faster than I'd like it to be, but I don't think that's too bad. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm just going to do this manually. That's probably easier. I'm just going to add a block to each side and then a button. But it functions. That is superb. Goes up. That's like basically instantaneous too. This takes longer to go down, but honestly, that's fine. That works! Way to go, Lion! And a trapdoor to present something. Yeah, that's... Even this is fine. You don't hear it. So we should be good with that. As long as it's... As long as it doesn't make a lot of sound, I'm fine. Like, I'm okay with one piston. Like, that's not too bad. I'm sure I could realistically find some way to... If it's really low... Actually, you know what? That's not even an issue, because if I can make this as tall as I want, because the only thing keeping it from going down a certain height is this block here. So if I really wanted to, I could make this tube way taller. Like this. I should just be using World Edit, but whatever. This is fine. I also didn't need to make it that tall, but that's fine. Let me get these. Sure, right there. That should be fine. Okay, and then we get water. This is the kind of stuff I love mechanical Minecraft for. There we go. Look at that. And then all I have to do to change the height is swap one of these out. So if I, for example, take a bow, and I stand up here, you shouldn't be able to hear. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. That's why it didn't work. Thank you, Maddie. Haven't seen you in a while. Miss you, bud. I hit that. You didn't hear the piston because it was so far away. So I can do this at any distance, and because of this, I can make it stop wherever I want. That works so well! Oh, there's no boats. There's no, the other boats. There's no mobs involved. It's just so clean. Ah, it works so well. Look at that. That we got two... Oh man, now I'm excited to model a door. Said no one ever. Oh, that works so well. It's so simple too. I was for sure thinking, yeah, these spikes are gonna be useless. There's no reason to have the spikes. Like, it has an effect, but that won't apply it to an armor stand. Little did I know, not only does the water not affect it, that's like a key thing for this working. It also, well, I guess I could have done it diagonally. That might have functioned too. Oh my gosh, so much suffering, and it ended with success. Look at that. That's so great. And I don't think doing the kill command, it killed 50 things, but I think those 50 things were just mobs. And I didn't have any mobs that I desperately needed. So I think I'm good. I'm gonna take another backup after this too. Like, signs are still good, it looks like. The only thing that was worrisome was the chains, but chains look to be fine as well. The only one I missed was this one. Oh, my neck. Ooh. But other than that, I think the world is intact. The boat mod is horrifying. It's scary. Scary Larry Jerry. But yeah, we got an amazing model of the level, or the starting room. We've got a functional front door that all I need is the custom model for. Oh man, this is going so well. I am so excited for this project. We've made so much progress in just 2 streams. I mean, granted, we took forever to actually do anything because I kept getting distracted. But the point that you need to resonate with is not that I get distracted easily every single day of my life. It's that occasionally I can make progress. Oh man, it's been 5 hours. All I've eaten today is a cinnamon roll. I should probably eat something else too, besides pistachios. I got lasagna and horchata pasta in the fridge I want to eat. Pasta. I kind of want to do more redstone, I'm not gonna lie. You know what? Just for you, I'll keep going for a little bit longer. But I do have to eat pistachios because I'm gonna explode if I don't eat something. There you go, Slavic, in your honor. I know you're not here, but if you couldn't hear, that's you? I didn't realize your name on YouTube was so vastly different from the Discord. That's good to know. Yeah. I don't like eating at my desk. The only reason pistachios is an exception because they're basically no mess. I've got a bowl for the shell. A bowl for the shells and a bowl for the full ones. And then I also don't like talking with my mouth full. And streaming is not good for that. Seriously. It's today has been a mixed emotion so far. First it was happiness for the scale model of the level 1 thing. We got that finalized. There's a story that makes sense. And then came grief when I wasted a ton of time building a boat that did absolutely nothing but kill all of the mobs in my world. Woo! Oh, I suck at taking pills. Okay. ADHD medication consumed. Should be good. My alarm went off like an hour ago. Alright. What is the next thing? That boat is going to give me nightmares. Oh, you have to... That's another account. I see. So I could work on the door. What's another system that I need to have set up? So first of all, we need to figure out what... we have to figure out what makes the dungeon more difficult when you run out of time. Or maybe we should just focus on that. Let's focus on the queue system for that. I'm gonna do that. What? I don't know what I said. Whatever it is, I'm sure it was completely fine and no one could misinterpret it. Anyway, yeah, I think the system we're gonna try to work on. I'm just gonna get rid of this because I've decided we're doing that. I'm not going back. The thing I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna take the concept of the timer system from up there, and I'm going to apply that to the overall dungeon, like the heart of the dungeon, basically. So we're gonna take see, I have to formulate my thoughts. Oh, yeah. 10 so the thing is, I don't I don't want to just use Ravagers for everything. I don't want to just, because that's like one of the big things that decked out is Ravagers. And so if I just do that, A, people are going to copy or tell me I'm just a copy of Tango. And B, I just wouldn't feel the same satisfaction. I want to have something different. Some ideas could be wither skeletons, husks for specific zoned biomes, the bogged, which we don't have access to. Lava from the ceiling. I would do that. We have fire tick off, but I'd have to be careful about it. So yeah, right now. So here, well, actually, let me give you a quick recap of what we've done this stream. So at first, it started with I think what, an hour of absolutely nothing, and then I finally started building. I've discovered that for me, and I didn't actually put this together before. For me, when I work on projects, I'm really good at building on ideas. I can't just immediately make something. Like for me, making a build, I have to have a reference or a collection of ideas. I have to have some shape to start off with. There has to be something that I can add to. And so I was really struggling to come up with a design for the first room because I didn't have anything to start with. I had a concept, I knew what I wanted to do, I wanted a rope to go through, but as far as the visual aspect of that room, I didn't know where to start. And so in God of War, there is a cave, which I don't have the picture anymore, I had it up on the stream earlier. There's a cave that has a river going through it that you take your boat to get to other areas of the map. And in that cave, there's a hole that you can see the outside. And I thought that was a great idea. We were trying to figure out what the layout of the map was going to be. So the first, I was just like, okay, I'll just make a big room. Oh yeah, the Ender Dragon, I'll just move that over real quick. So my idea was, you take, here's your rope. I was trying to figure out what shape do I want this room to be. I want it to be big, but not too big, because then I don't want to force the players to run a huge distance to get places. That was like the big problem. And so I was like, well, I could have walls here. That feels too... Like, this is a small scale model. That's our rope. It's like, oh, I could have the walls here, well, but that feels too cramped. And then I move it back one, and oh, now that feels too open. Or it feels like a good space to run to, but the atmosphere of the room feels too small. So I was trying to figure out how to balance gameplay and the distance you have to run with how it feels to be in the room. And my solution for that was to make the room very big, but inaccessible to players. So there is a huge river that will be carved through this cave. And if you can imagine, let me actually just hop out. If you can imagine, your player will probably... Your player will be like this big. Okay, maybe a little taller, like this. And so you'll come down the rope, and then you'll just be you'll see this giant cave, and me, and you'll be able to walk through the different areas. And I might have some that are like parkour to get to, or something like that, or maybe it just expands them to you pick. But it's gonna be, this is like a small scale model, so you'll see the statue, which we've decided is either going to be higher than this or lower than this. So you can imagine coming from this area to the middle, and then walking down, and then being presented with this massive hole that looks out into the real world. Or maybe it goes up, and so the statue now has more power because you're going up to the statue. Oh yeah. I've got a mod that allows me to blink. I'm blinking a lot. Blink again. Blink again, I said. There you go. Yeah, I got a... Pistachio is in my throat. I got a mod that lets me blink using a custom... I added extra spots. You know how a Minecraft skin, there's some spots that don't get use because it's a big rectangle? The spots that don't have use, this mod allows you to use that. And so I basically took the texture of my face, copied it, and then made 2 frames where there's one half blinking and then one fully blinking, and then it takes those and makes it look like you're blinking by animating it. Jampot taught me that. He made a video on it. So yeah, this is like the scale model. This is the first thing we worked on. We did a poll at the beginning that said, hey, would you rather see building first or redstone first? Because I wanted to do both. And so we started with the building because that won like 60%. And so this is the concept. I wanted it very dark. I wanted natural lighting from the ceiling and possibly the wall as well. Really fond of the ceiling lighting. And then I decided, I think a great thing for both spicing up the ambience of the whole structure and spicing up gameplay. Oh, these are not the Minecraft tracks. That's why you haven't heard of them. I listen to this stuff all the time. This is other work besides Minecraft that he's done. I think this is from 1. Yeah, this is from the album 1. But yeah, this is the concept. We're gonna build off of this. Could use glow lichen, and I'm confident I will be using a lot of glow lichen. I'm gonna keep it very moody. I want to make sure it's all mob proofed. Lichen is gonna be my best friend. Redstone torches will probably be pretty important too. This is really small scale. This thing, I'll explain that next. That was the second thing we worked on. Or I think it was like in between. I had the idea. We were trying to figure out how to adapt the gameplay to the lore. Why are certain things the way they are? I do that with pretty much every story, but I was really struggling to think of one. And we've decided, taking a 5.5. This is by far the longest stream. Taking taking a hint. I'm stealing from Indiana Jones. There is a big bad guy with a bunch of henchmen who are forcing you, the explorer, to go look for an artifact. And that is what you will find in those purple rooms. If you were here last stream, you've seen it. I don't think, or if you've seen it all. Here. So here's the starting room, that room down there that we were just looking at. That's this room. You'll split off into different directions. These will be like minor loot, like sherds and stuff. And in here will be things like... Excuse me. These will be things like totems of undying or like really high value artifacts. You are not allowed to leave the dungeon until you have collected one of these and brought it back to the beginning. The idea is that this bad guy is at the top. Yeah, inspiration from Indiana Jones, absolutely. That was probably a better word than what I said. Taking a something out of somebody else's book. I can't remember what the word that fill in the blank. But anyway, yeah, you grab the artifact and you have to take it back to the center. And once you bring back the artifact, you will send it up to them using this method. This is how you will submit artifacts, and it is how you will purchase items. I haven't figured out how to distinguish it, but this is separate from oh, Vindicator's good. I just looked way up in the chat. This is separate from time in the dungeon. I didn't mention it when I was down there, but the way you're going to submit... Oh, I gotta... Hold on. There we go. A note. That sounds wrong, but that might be the correct one. Thank you. Taking something. Maybe it is taking a note. But the way you're going to submit time now is... There's one of two options we've decided on. A... Okay, I'll use numbers, stay consistent. 1, there's going to be some kind of thing here that you have to put it on. Maybe a pedestal, maybe a little thing that you throw it, like a little... Taking a note. Taking a page, that's it, thank you. Yeah, I'm taking a page out of Indiana Jones. And so I'm at free cam. You'll run over with your artifact or your sherds or whatever, and you'll toss it into a little pool. And then, I don't know, the statue's eyes will glow or something to let you know it accepted it. And that will give you more time in the dungeon. Alternatively, there might not be a statue, and this is just like a point that is of significance because this is where you do your offering. Maybe there's something like the gods of this world peek through this crack, and then that's why they like this spot, because it's like, oh, I can offer something. I don't know. I have to figure out an actual story. But you throw the items off the waterfall, and then it collects it at the bottom and puts it into the machine. In Horizon Zero Dawn, you need to read and listen to snippets of figure. Maybe. The only thing is, I have to keep in mind that this has to be a replayable. It's not a one-time thing. So once you start learning puzzles, you're going to be able to do them very fast. And I'm already doing that to an extent. So things like this, if I have it how it is... Oh. That button. There we go. If I just leave it how it is... I still don't know why it does that. Maybe it's bud-powered. I don't know. If I leave it how it is, people are going to learn how to solve the puzzles, and then the more they do it, they'll just be able to solve it faster and faster. So I have to keep that in mind. So if I do something like audio, or maybe there's a written book somewhere, the problem would then be, once you get good, you don't have, or like once you start remembering them, you don't even have to go look for that clue. So there is a few things that I have come up with, and by few I mean one, that I can name off the top of my head at least. And that is these fancy things. They are gone. Here it is. This. The crystal display. Depending on the level of redstone, or the power level of redstone that goes into it, it changes the signal. So there's 7, redstone level of 7. This should be 8. Yeah. And so you have the ability to display numbers based on the amount of power. Meaning, I can make a randomizer at the beginning of each round where you have to go find it, otherwise you'll just be guessing. And I'll probably end up using these symbols. There's some crazy ones. You got like an X, like multiplication. I think that's supposed to be equals or something. That's the same. The X I just looked at. I think that's supposed to be a slash, so or a division. I don't think it goes up that high. That's slash the other way. Minus, I'm assuming this is addition. That's a 0. Okay. But I don't get everything. I'm sure. Oh, 15? 15, like right at the beginning. Yeah, that's the three dots, which I'm guessing that's like supposed to be an equal sign. This is 5, so if I go just beep, boop, boop. What does this look like? 2. This should be 1, right? Yep. And then this shouldn't even reach. Yeah, so that is one way I could make those clues reusable, is make them randomized at the beginning of the round. And so I might have a vault or something that can only be usable if you have this code. How do you remake a model? I do it in Blockbench, which is a Minecraft 3D modeling program. Specifically for making custom models and skins. No, we do not have create mod in this. This is a mod pack literally designed to add functionality without adding create. That was like one thing we were we really wanted, was not to add create mod. So all of these features are from supplementaries. They're from Farmer's Delight, Decorative Blocks, Wilder Wilds. I forget what the RAM one is called. You've got to be kidding me, which gives... We wanted to basically take the vanilla idea and expand on it. So add new features that use old features. How do you put the model in mind? You got to turn it into a texture pack, which requires a data pack called custom roleplay data or something. Custom model roleplay data. I know you can find it on CurseForge. I'm confident you can find it on Modrinth. But yeah, you would basically apply it to a carved pumpkin, which there are tutorials for it. I know Krazen has made one. You apply it to a carved pumpkin, and then it will change the model and use the texture from your texture pack. I don't know the details because it's been a while since I've done it, and I basically forgot how to do it. But basically, you're telling the game, hey, I got a resource pack with some extra files. Here's where to put them to. When a carved pumpkin has this specific NBT data, use the new use this new model and use this new texture. And so the game will, instead of using the carved pumpkin, because the carved pumpkin does not render on a player's head the same as armor, then you're able to apply custom models to it, which is why having a custom model hat, like on Hermitcraft, you can't put any enchantments on it other than Curse of Binding or Curse of Vanishing, because you can't put protection on a pumpkin or respiration on a pumpkin. It's just a retextured carved pumpkin. So for what I'm gonna do, and this is the other thing we worked on, Yavin. Actually, before we get there, before I forget about it again, this thing, when the bad guys are like, we're gonna send you down here, if you want to be let out, you have to bring us back a big artifact. So you're not allowed to leave the dungeon until you've conquered a purple room, any of the purple room. You bring it back to the center, and you put it in this barrel. And you're like, okay, here's my artifact, put it in the barrel. And they're like, all right, we'll bring it up. And they test it, and they're like, yep, that's the one, that's the artifact. And then they'll lower the rope again, and you can escape. For purchasing items, and I haven't figured out how to do this. We haven't really looked into the system yet. This is just an idea. And say, okay, you want a key to get into a room? Give us some of the smaller artifacts. So you give them a sherd, or one of the other things that appears in the blue rooms. And they're like, okay, the rope goes back up again. They check it, and they're like, oh, well, now you have something of value to us. And we know that you could get that far, so we'll give you a tool to get to the more dangerous part. If they sent you down there with the big key to the end, then they would lose that key if you died, and they would have to go get it themselves. So they only want to give you the keys if they know you can make it to the part that would require it. That's my logic behind it. So once you submit your sherd for a key, it'll bring it up, and then they'll drop one down to you with dispensers. And then I might have an audio track that sounds really far away. So it's like, here's a key or something, and immersion or whatnot. So I'll have a system that plays custom music discs for responses for sending up sherds. I don't think that would be that difficult. I just need a randomizer. And then the biggest thing, which probably took an hour and a half, we were trying to figure out how to do the big door. In Decked Out, inside the dungeon, Tango has the double doors that open very slowly. Oh, okay, bye-bye. See you leave. They have the big door that opens very slowly using water, but because I wanted to do mine vertically, I wanted it to lift up and go down. I need to figure out a way to move the armor stand with the custom model of the door vertically slow. Tango could do it easily because he did it sideways, and therefore he could just use the default speed. The water pushes you. You place water down, your player gets pressed or pushed away. Same thing with the custom models. That's how his door opened. But for me, because I'm going vertically, I'm not fighting horizontal gravity, I'm fighting vertical gravity. And the only way I can think of to move an armor stand upwards, the only way I can think to move armor stand upwards slowly, or just at all, is with a bubble vader. And the problem was, I could have no effects on it, no magma, no soul sand. The armor stand would slowly go down. That's perfect. Going up, I switch to soul sand, and it goes shoo! And that was a problem, because that doesn't feel like the door has any weight to it. So for about an hour, we've crashed a single-player game. Sorry, not crashed a single-player game. We somehow disconnected from a single-player game. We built a boat that picked up water. I don't even know how best to describe that. Literally, we had a boat, and moving the boat moved the water with the boat like it was part of it, like a big fish tank. It's a terrible description. If you really want to see, you can go back and watch it. It was awful. I was so frustrated. And then they were like, how to get rid of it? I was like, okay, well, if it's an entity, I should be able to just kill the entity. And so I did the command, and pushing tab automatically filled it with the not function, meaning it killed everything but the boat. And so whatever I had in this world that was an entity died. Any mobs, which I don't have any that were useful to me, pigs and cows and stuff died. That's okay. But anything that was an entity, like a block entity, I don't know what was here, so I have to go back and look what that was. It killed all of the chains on my precious railing, because these are not actual blocks, they're entities. Anything else that worked like that is gone. I have to go back and figure out what those were. So that was a huge waste of time and could have possibly broke everything. We also found the weirdest bug I have ever seen with the audio player mod, the one that plays sound effects with custom music discs. I was playing these discs and the stream was hearing it. It was picking up an OBS. You guys were able to hear it. I wasn't. I could hear game sound just fine. I could hear audio or like Spotify just fine. But the problem was I couldn't hear custom music discs, but you guys could, and it was so weird. I've never seen that bug. Fortunately, just restarting the world worked. But that's a bug I have literally never had before. It really should, yeah. Especially with such a large change. I made a backup after all that, just to make sure it was okay. But yeah, the problem was we couldn't find a way to get an armor stand or something that could wear a carved pumpkin moving upwards slowly. Downwards was easy because we have gravity, water slows it down, magma slows it down, that works just fine. Moving it up was the problem. And we were like trying to put effects on it. We were trying to use zombies in a boat because zombies, I don't think that would have worked regardless, but yeah, we were trying all sorts of things. We figured out that for some reason, trying to put a carved pumpkin, like just putting a carved pumpkin in a dispenser and firing it, that was what disconnected the single player world. Really weird. So I can't use dispensers to put carved pumpkins on mobs. That's good to know. Oh. And then, yeah, so we trying to figure it out. We're like, okay, what about effects? Can we put slow falling? Which, that wasn't the problem. We could already get it to go down slowly. But we were trying to see if that would negate the soul speed, or the soul, the bubble vader, if having slow falling would make it go up slower too. It did not. But I was thinking, oh, well, even if that did work, I would need a way to have an infinite supply of slow falling potions. And so I was thinking about it, and I'm like, well, supplementary adds these spikes, which can be applied with potions. And so we tried that. It didn't work, but we did discover that the wonderful thing about these spikes is that the hitbox of the block is very thin, but anything that passes through it, not players, any entity that passes through it, still gets applied with slowness, like it is soul sand, for example. Like something like this, where you walk slower on it, that applies to entities when touching anything in front of it. So we took that concept and said, well, what if that works vertically? So I have this armor stand, half in this bubble vader and half in the spikes. And so when I alternate it, going upwards is also slow, meaning that is what we were trying to get from the beginning. And we switch it to magma, it pulls it down, and then also is slowed down by this, so they work together to make like the perfect speed. You want to make a block, not a hat. Well, if you're trying to make a custom model hat, like it's not an actual block, it's a custom model that looks like a block, you can do that in Blockbench, like Tango did for his front door. He had the chiseled deep slate, he had the blue eyes or whatever. If you want to make like a modded block, mCreator is a really simple tool for doing that. Blockbench or Photoshop or literally any, like MS Paint even, for making a texture, you can totally do that, but mCreator is where you want to go for implementing a texture to make it a block. Keep in mind though, because it's a mod, adding something to the game physically, it can't be used on a server. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to make a block for. Okay, what was the other thing we were trying to do? I wanted to work on the timer system. That was like a 20-minute recap. I mean, I guess that's shorter than the 5.5 hours we've been spending on this. You know, the funny part is, I was going to do a celebration for the 100 members on the Discord, and I'm still going to do that. But it was going to be like, oh, really long stream. That was going to be part of it. And I'm just doing a really long stream anyway. I probably still will do a really long stream, but it is kind of funny that I'm already doing it. Okay, I'm really dark. Gotten dark outside. So, displays, they work. But I think it's cool. They don't work down. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. But yeah, if you're trying to make a block, like coding-wise, simplicity, like taken into consideration, MC creator, M creator, they don't work what you think. Oh, they don't work. Okay. Yeah, M creator is probably where you want to go. You can also texture the blocks in there, but the tools aren't great. I would rather use Blockbench. It's free and it's wonderful. It's really well designed and it's simple. So yeah, if you want to do something like that, I would recommend Blockbench. I don't know code, so that's what I use whenever I make a mod. We have decorative... I don't think we have it in here. Yeah, in my other mod pack, I made a mod that just adds a decorative sniffer egg, but I used mcreator for that. So if you want to make a custom block, whatever, all that stuff, mcreator. Bye, Aveen. Thank you for joining. I love how you joined. I gave you the recap, and now you have to go. I'll update everybody in the Discord. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for joining. Oh man, we have been live for almost 6 hours. Right? Yeah, almost 6 hours. 15 off. That's crazy. I think we should probably... I'll give myself 15 minutes. If I can figure the system out there, then we're good. If not, I'll come back to it. So I want to do the system for when... Yeah. Yeah, have a good night. I will see you in the Discord later if you're on. Yeah, slow on your computer. Well, then I'm not really sure. That's the only thing I've ever used, so I'm not familiar with any other tools. Yeah, have a good night, Yaveen. I will see you later. I think probably the simplest alternative would be trying to learn Python, but even that is wildly more complex. I don't really know why I'm breaking this platform. I don't need this packed thing anymore. Okay. So what I'm going to do... I need an hourglass. I just want to make the queue system. Something that says, if there's still time left in the dungeon, then don't make everything really difficult. What is... Oh! I forgot this existed! So this is a new block from Supplementaries too. It stays permanently powered. It's permanently powered until you power it. In which case, depending on the power level, changes... Oh, that's nice. And I can use this too. I forgot about that. That's going to make decoration so nice. I thought you could make Minecraft mods with Python. Maybe not. So this is going to be great for decoration. I forgot this combo existed. Redstone Illuminator allows you to set the light level in vanilla, meaning light blocks can technically be applied. A crank is a lever with more than just on and off. It's not just a toggle switch. It is a variable switch, meaning I can go up to 15. I think, or maybe more than 15. Can I see that in F3? It goes all the way up to 15. Yeah, 15. And depending on that, it will make it a certain brightness, which is great because it means I can play around with light levels and it looks good too. Oh, this is going to be fun. What do those cost to make? I have to make a sea lantern farm. Oh boy. I'm gonna hire somebody else to do it on the server. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to do. If you want to make a mod for your display, I'm not sure what you mean by display, so I don't know how to help. But yes, let's make... Oh, I want to test it, but I don't want to corrupt the world. Okay. Oh, this is something we also can play around with. I totally forgot this existed too. So this will push players. That would actually be a great trap. What happens if I shoot an arrow at it? Curious. Is it going to... I don't think it really does anything. Wait, what? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Okay. I had an idea and it didn't work. That would be a great trap. If you had two players, maybe one of them is really high up on a cliff, and you give some kind of trigger, maybe it's a bow, maybe it's a button at the bottom. You could push your teammate off by triggering the bellow. You can press the button, hold on. Got this. Watch it not be possible because it's a stone button. It's not possible because it's a stone button. I'm gonna try it with a wood button. Oh, first try, what do you know? So then if they're up high on a wall, you can push it and these will despawn after a certain amount of time. Or I could make it a set timer thing. And that could possibly mess with your teammate. I'm gonna add that to my list actually of things I can utilize. I don't have it here. Hello. Bam. Okay, cool. So now let's work on this timer system. I'm gonna need the hourglass. I know I'm going to need hoppers, obviously. For item transportation, I don't have to rely on water streams because I have those pipes. Meaning, I kind of want to see how long it takes for items to travel long distances, but I feel like this is going to be fast. Let me quickly look at the mod page. Because that might make it better, actually. Let's go, what is it called? Is it called Lunad? Simple copper pipes, that's it. If a copper pipe is pointing into air or water, it will automatically shoot out its items. Okay, so that's good to know. So basically, if I have a pipe and I do this, here we go. If I take a, what's up, a trapdoor? Sure, that'll work. Water. This should be fine. Still shoots out perfectly good. It's air. Still works out perfectly good. But if I put something as small as a torch, apparently, anything that isn't water or air will not shoot until that's moved. Meaning I can control when it does and doesn't use it. That's really good to know. Popper pipes will shoot. So things that would be shot out of a dispenser also get shot out. What about powdered snow? I'm assuming not. Just because that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, okay. But arrows, for example. How does this work? It's just one. What? They interact with dispensers if you do it right. Oh, found it. They have to be powered. That's carrot on a stick. There we go. That's powered, right? Yeah. That's cool. So this also works with potions. So I just give it a potion. Splash potion of poison, sure. So that's how I can dispense potions if I don't want to use dispensers, which might be really good for refilling systems too. I can make them split off. That's awesome. What else can I do with these? Pointing them to inventories. I can move them in and out of inventories like chests, barrels, things like that. It can be used for intersections, basically. Copper pipes with dispensers will shoot behind them. Oh. Copper pipes with dispensers behind them. So, does that mean like this? Let me get another pipe. Just like a, yeah, here we go. Let me try this. Copper pipes. What does that mean? Let me reread it. Copper pipes with dispensers behind them. So like this. That is not at all what I thought it meant. Does that mean... Oh, that's cool. Okay. What about this? Okay, let me try that again. So that shot it way farther. That's so cool. Well, that's good to know. Okay. I can use that for sure. Oh, that's super neat. All right. Well, that doesn't help for the thing I'm trying to do, but that's super useful. Copper fittings will prevent the flow of items while being powered. That's good to know too. That means if I have a fitting like this, for example, in between, I can toggle the flow of items like this. So right now I can put stuff in. It's stopped right here. Only when that is unpowered. So that could theoretically mean I do something like this. I can just flick it really fast and it will shoot one of many. So that works really well for things like potions. If I want to shoot poison potions into the dungeon, maybe it's poison potions of lingering. I could just have a huge like storage supply of them, have the pipes fill up with those, and then whenever I want to dispense one, then just really quickly toggle it. I just have to make sure I don't do two. It has to be really fast. Okay. That's really useful. What else do we have? Different pipes have different cooldowns. Waxed pipes are the fastest. Normal pipes are slightly slower. Oh, that's also good to know. Corroded pipes. So this probably is what we'll end up using. Or at least if we use potions. So this means it will slightly back up because this one moves items faster than this one does. I'm assuming. If I put this in here, look at how much slower that is. So if I power this then, it's still got items in here because it takes so long. I do that. And I basically, hold on, you know, I'm actually gonna do this. Let me grab potion of lingering. Sure. No effects. Oh yeah, we can stack up to 16 too. That's gonna make this easy as well. Okay, cool. These are gonna move really fast, which is awesome. And then they're gonna back up right here and right here. I probably would want to do this, actually. Is my guess. Yeah, it's fine. Oop, definitely not that. Cool. So now they're going to back up right here. And as soon as I unpower this... Oh, this has to be powered as well. There we go. As soon as this one gets unpowered once, it fires. So I think actually what I want to do is not power this one, but power this one, and then put this into a dispenser. If this is above shooting down, this part doesn't matter, but if I'm shooting it from the side, I want to do this. So it shoots it really far. It's such a dumb system. Oh, that's so cool. So what we're doing is we're blocking the flow, so it stops here. This slows it down, meaning there's a cooldown, so it doesn't do like 7 at a time. And in fact, I could probably put that beforehand. No, that doesn't make a difference. This is where it has to be. This turns it into a cannon, and then this turns it into a projectile. I'm turning Minecraft into code. So this, if I flick it off, it will just shoot out the item like that. This, if I turn it off, this will act basically as an inventory. Like a chest. It doesn't even work as a dispenser. So this would shoot out items normally as if this weren't even here. This will slow it down. I don't have a toggle. And then this will that just shoots one item. And that turns it to a projectile. That is a really cool set of features. And I haven't even finished reading through this. Water will flow up to 12 pipes, where it will then stop. By placing copper fittings, you can renew the flow of... So what is... If a pipe is waterlogged or placed directly behind the pipe? This is visual. So does that mean I can move water? How does that work? Let me grab water. I'm going to grab a fitting. Just do this. This is going to be fun. Imagine that, but potions of harming. Oh, man. There we go. We're done. So I want to try... I'm going to try this. I guess I would make sure that's powered. And I want to... There's a wrench in here, too, so I can turn these. I don't need that. You need this. We'll take water here. I'll give myself an infinite water source. 2x2. For some reason I didn't do that by default. Okay, infinite water source. I think I would do this. Put a fitting on it. By the way, the direction that the thing is facing is the direction with this edge on it. You see the water particles are there, which means I can use this for decor if I wanted to. And some of the different pipes actually blend in, like the exposed copper, and possibly the corroded ones, maybe even the brown pipes. But that means I can... What does that mean? For gore. That means I could possibly move water, but also use it as a decorative block. So what is this saying then? Does this have to be waterlogged then? So like... Uh-oh. That should be fine. Yeah, it's good. It's not going to hit anything. I'm having so much fun with all these new mechanics. This is awesome. There's so many cool new things. This is exactly what Crazen and I were trying to do with this mod pack. Was just give ourselves a whole new tool set to make things. Okay. Now that is a 2x2 of infinite water source. That didn't do anything. So did I do something wrong? That doesn't do anything. Water will... If a pipe is waterlogged or water is placed directly behind the pipe, both are true. The water will move along the pipeline. This is visualized with the drops of water falling from the pipe. We see that. Water will flow through up to 12 pipes. Copper fittings renew that. Farmland. Oh! So I don't think it actually places water blocks. All mobs will be considered in water if under... Oh! That's good to know. So that means a few things. So in Decked Out, you got Willy, and he's a drowned. And depending on if you touch water or not, it actually changes its behavior. So if I have a roof of just wet pipes, then it'll consider the drowned in water. Oh, no, it's the drowned in water, not the player. So it would have to be above the player. But still, that means if you walk under a pipe that has water in it, then it would automatically trigger the drowned to being hostile, which I find just hilarious. That's really good. I love that. Okay. What else we got? I guess... Yeah, I guess it's fine. I don't think there's anything about actually placing water with pipes. Alt clicking a pipe removes this wax. That's fine. Reverse oxidize. Blah, 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 blah. Oxidize. Alt. Transport items faster. So waxed. Okay, that's good to know. So I thought the oxidation level was the thing that made it travel quicker. I don't think that's the case. I think it's the oxidation. We can illustrate this with a little bit of a test. Not oxidation, waxed. So let's do a control test. We've got waxed, we've got oxidized, and then let's do just a regular copper pipe. Copper pipe, waxed copper pipe, and I don't think the color ones change it. This one's gonna be really slow, so let's do that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a fitting. Supposedly those are the fastest, so I'll do that. Do the copper pipe. Do the... Did I even get the other one? I did. Wax copper pipe. So, gotta get a sign. We're just experimenting at this point. Copper pipe. Copper. Waxed. Copper. I'm just gonna do waxed and unwaxed because you can see it. Waxed. Just copy that with MBT data. That will be waxed. Oxidized. Waxed, oxidized, and then corroded. That one you can just see. Hopefully that's enough space that you can tell. Oh, wait. Nope, not that. Wait. There we go. Oxidized. That's what I want. Should have done that. Okay, that's fine. So now all I need to do is can go here, that goes there. All right, cool. I think the last test the last thing I'm going to change is actually... Oh, can I? If I do this, that does shoot it at the top. Perfect. Okay, because it doesn't go, it can't go bottom. Ah, this is so cool. I love messing around with this kind of thing. So I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. And hopefully, we'll be able to visualize the different speeds. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take each of these... Actually, it doesn't matter. I want to lock these all. So these don't connect because they're not pointing directly into each other. And I do want to test, actually... Does a fitting directly affect this? If I have a pipe going through, going out the side, will a lever affect it? If that's powered, that... Oh, I thought it changed visually. Okay. Put an item in. That works. It shoots it out the side. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to line the top of this. And I'm going to lock it. So now, what I can do is I take... What should I do? I'll just put the kind of pipe in it. I don't think that's really going to affect anything, but... Do this. Nope. Corroded pipe. That. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't power it. Oh, that was really slow. So we can already see the difference. I've probably lost so many viewers doing this, but this is so fascinating to me. Music is still going. Cool. I'm having so much fun, though. There's so many cool things. So, corroded pipe. I keep getting these. Where am I getting them from? Okay. Now it's locked. You don't see it come through. Perfect. Okay. Oh. These. Minecraft is so much fun. And then this one, copper pipe. Cool. So now they're all filled. As soon as I pull this lever, we'll get to see which one is the fastest. 3, 2, 1, go. Interesting. Okay, so it was this. Those the two waxed ones. So they waxing them makes it one consistent speed. So having a waxed oxidized versus a waxed clean does not make a difference. As long as it's waxed, it's one speed. Likewise for the non-waxed ones, we saw these ones come out at exactly the same time, and this is oxidized, this is not oxidized. So that proves my recollection. That proves me wrong. When I tried this like 2 streams ago or something, I can't remember. I came in here and I was like, I think this does the blah, 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 blah. Gosh, man. Whoa. So I was saying that I thought the oxidation level was controlling speed. It is the waxed variable, not the oxidation variable. So that's good to know. So basically we have 3 different speeds. I can get rid of these 2. These do absolutely nothing. The only thing... So what we're going to see now... I'm just going to delete this, it's fine. What we're going to see is that... Oh, I didn't. Lock it. Give it to me, thank you. I'm going to do this one. And then this one. And this one. So now what we'll see is this one goes first, then that one, then that one. That is a huge difference. But that opens up so many possibilities with being able to filter items. Oh, this is fun. Okay. So this system didn't work as I thought it did. Get rid of that tab. I don't need it. Don't need that. That's not useful. Here we go. I'm trying to simplify my Google tab. Farmland can stay damp under a leaking pipe. So that doesn't really affect me at all. Oh, but you know, this doesn't affect the game, but this is really cool. If this is what I think it means. So normally you can't put sugarcane on that. But oh, I got rid of the fitting. Hold on. But if I get this pipe, move it up, add a fitting, boom, 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 that should be fine. It's connected to the water, so therefore you can see the pipes. And because of that, you can then put sugarcane. That's so cool! And it can grow like this. It keeps farmland dry and it allows you to play sugarcane. I'm assuming it doesn't work. It does work adjacent. Okay, so it works 3 away from the pipe. That's so neat! You know what this means? Sugarcane farms just got infinitely more compact. I thought this was just like, oh, it's cool. You don't have to use the water because the pipe, but then you have to have a ceiling of pipes. Even if that was the case, that means you don't have to have a block adjacent because the water comes directly above it. Which means you could just have a field of sugarcane. And that works. That's so cool. So this theoretically also goes out 3 blocks, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Sugarcane farms with a flying machine are just like infinitely more. Instead of every other block, now you have literally twice the rates now. And I'm assuming it goes 3 past as well. Look at that! In 20 minutes, I'll have twice as much sugarcane as I would have otherwise. And it turns to mud! This is phenomenal! This opens up so many possibilities. I'm assuming coarse dirt still lets it grow, but it prevents it from turning to mud. That's my theory. I don't know if that's true or not. Oh! The one that turned to mud was because the water's... Aha, okay. Nope, I lied. It's here too. It just takes time. Okay. Wow, that's so cool. So not only is it infinitely more efficient, I think it only turns it if it's directly under. Let me try... Oh, look, there it goes. So this means not only are sugarcane farms way more effective, but also automated mud farms have been made possible. I'm glad you stayed too. Is there a way to make this... I think if I just do this, and then I can add fittings here too. I'm not... I think it... Does it do it with the block with the fitting? Maybe not. Oh my gosh. And this will renew it too. So another, I think, what, 8 blocks? 12 blocks? What did it say? I lost it. Where'd it go? I'm looking for a number. 12. So 12 blocks. So I could even do this. So I'm going to try just adding a fitting. No, that won't connect. I have to do it here. We'll add fittings here. Oh my gosh, this is why I love this mod pack. This is exactly what Crazen and I were hoping would be. All these new functionality, it opens up so many new options for creativity and using that creativity to make things. This is exactly what we were trying to do with this mod pack. So I think it still drops water. It still reads this as a block. If any of these three turn to mud, then we've just invented automatic mud farms, which theoretically means we could hook this up to an observer. I'm not sure exactly what I could do with that information. I could hook it up to observer so it detects when it turns from... There's no way for me to break it. I'm just going to do these three. These three. Paying attention to these three and these three. Looking for a tick to let me know that it has turned into mud. I don't really know what that would do. I'm sure that's possible, or sure that's useful for something. Imagine if this amount of new features came to an update. Okay, so yeah, it does look like that works. So it does work with the fittings, which means you don't even have to lose efficiency with this. I'm gonna. Oh, it worked! It worked right as I opened up the inventory. That one ticked, meaning it can detect for the change from dirt to mud. That is awesome. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to play with this in survival. I'm gonna become even more of a nerd than I am right now. Man, and I was thinking this water thing was kind of boring. And then I realized what this means after reading that sugarcane thing. Holy moly. Okay, is there anything else? Oh, here's something that's really fun. I've already experimented with this. This... Oh, that scared me. I wasn't expecting that at all. That makes sense, though, why it all broke, because it's no longer habitable. There's no water above it. Wow, that was scary. That's so cool. Hey, I didn't know you could raid on YouTube. Thank you. Welcome in. That's what? That's a thing? Oh, that's where you can send viewers after the stream is over. Well, welcome in, guys. We are nerding out over here. We've been messing around with a mod pack that Crazen and I put together, and there are so many possibilities. We just made the world's most efficient sugarcane farm. We've invented a automatic mud farm. Item pipes have like different they have different speeds, meaning item transportation is just infinitely faster and more efficient. Oh my gosh. We're making a big old game right now. So I've got a sample over there. I don't think I should I'll do it like, I'm gonna just speedrun this. So for all you new people, we're making a game. We're archaeologists, we're sent into this dungeon, we're not allowed to leave until we find an artifact. The dungeon or the temple itself is a maze, and you get a bunch of different options. You can pick which ones you go. Unlike Decked Out, you have you have multiple objectives. You can either go to these smaller ones, which will give you a lower amount of points, or you can go to a big one, which you have to get to leave the dungeon. But to get there, there are traps, there are puzzles, and it's co-op. So you have to do it with a partner. You can choose either to sabotage them, or you can choose to work with them. If an artifact gets out of the dungeon, then whoever leaves gets to... If 2 people leave, they get to split the loot. If 1 person leaves, then the loot goes to the person that survived. If no one leaves, then no one gets the loot. So we've been working out game mechanics. We've got this system, which basically says when you go through the front door, the game starts. What will happen is an event will tick, the game starts, it lowers this rope, and players will stand down here. Once the rope finishes, then players can jump down, and they'll be thrust into the jungle madness. And there's a timer, it will come back up automatically. Now, I can never get that timing right. But yeah, so it automatically detects for when it has rope and doesn't have rope, switches the direction of the turntable, and then we have automatic rope deploying and recovery. Today, we also worked on a door mechanism, which I won't get into because there's no actual door yet. But this is the cosmetic element of it, the actual dungeon. We've made a small-scale version of what it will look like. So if you can imagine, players are probably even smaller than this. This is going to be a really big room. But there will be bridges to go to the different sections of the dungeon. This is where you would submit points. This is where you'd be lowered. And you've got this really cool exterior presentation with the hole in the wall and the ceiling. But right now, we're focusing on learning the new mechanics. I was going to build the timer system. The longer you're in the dungeon, the more dangerous it gets. For the people that have already heard this 4 or 5 times, I apologize. But for the new people, the longer you're in the dungeon, the more dangerous it gets. You keep it from being more dangerous by submitting those artifacts I mentioned earlier. So I was going to try to make a system for a artifact queue, which basically means when you collect artifacts and submit them, it adds that, and every time you get an artifact, it means you can be in the dungeon for longer. But now, I've been just experimenting with all the new stuff. Oh, I don't have anything in it. We've been experimenting with the different pipe variants, which these are the different speeds you can get. We have waxed, not waxed, and corroded. And depending on which one you use, it changes how it interacts with the world. So these are all locked right now. No items can travel through it. Corroded, waxed, that's right? Yeah. And then the regular. And you'll see that one's going to go first, that one's going to go second, that one's going to go third. Which, oh my gosh, it's so exciting, because that means there's so many new mechanics to play with. This game is going to be phenomenal, and it's modded, so it's going to be unique. Oh, I'm so excited. This is going to be so cool. Is there anything else from this mod I need to know about before I move on to something else? They all oxidize. I knew that already. When a lightning rod is triggered on top of it, electricity will surge through the entire pipeline. Each time it receives... Oh, it just deoxidizes. So as long as they're underground, it doesn't get struck by lightning, it'll be fine. But that is how you can even... Wait, what? Hold on. So if I take a pipe... Let's just take... Can I make these glowing? Oh! Does it only... Okay, so it only works with the... You dye the pipes. No, I think I've made these pipes, so you can... Light gray pipes, yeah, okay. Corroded pipe you get from cooking the pipe. Okay. So... I'm assuming... Let me take just a regular pipe. For testing purposes, we'll take a copper pipe, and we'll take a cyan pipe. Put these both here, and then slash summon lightning bolt. If I... Oh, actually I don't need to do that. What did that do? Do it again. Did I read it wrong? Oh. Lightning rod, not just lightning. Okay, so this is something that would only happen if you want it to happen. So I'm assuming it would work right next to it. Have to be directly on top. I wonder if it's natural. Because I can make it summon lightning, but I can't make it. There it goes. So that turned it. What did that do then? Do I have to do it a bunch of times? I'm so confused. Hold up. What does this even do? So, yeah, deoxidizes. On glowing pipes and fittings, it will... sorry. Yeah, glowing pipes, fitting? What? How do you make the glowing versions? Oh. So then... Is it just a cosmetic thing? If I take just a line of this... I'm assuming this just makes it glow at night. What? What is the point? Strike it with lightning. Oh, that's cool! Is it permanent? Oh, it's not permanent. Okay. Can I do it into a loop? If I can do this into a loop, that means I could have, like, animated neon bars. No, it doesn't loop. Okay. Unless I do this. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. But that does mean if I have a really long pipe... Move that there. I have a really long pipe. Oh, this is going to look so cool. And then I'll take two other colors. Let's do cyan. That'll look cool. And then... Sure, orange, why not? Oh, this is going to be so neat. Just ate a double quarter pounder. Mmm, burger. Haven't had a double quarter pounder in forever. Actually, it's probably a lie. I've probably had a double quarter pounder. But it was just a hamburger that we made. Oh, that's so cool. Is there a way I can replicate that without lightning? I figured it out. Okay. Oh, that's so neat. So, if we want to do that animated pipe thing that I was talking about, I'm going to... Oh, did I... Oh, I got it, okay. This is going to be so good. You ready for this? You ready for this? Okay. I'm going to take corroded... Wait, what? Hold on. Huh? Okay, I figured it out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a glowy pipe, and then I'm going to take fitting, ink. No, glowing fitting. There we go. So that way it goes off to the side. Do it again. And then one more time. If what I understand is correct, I can take a glow ink sac and I can put it inside. Oh, that's so cool! Look at that! Oh, I love that. And so if I take honeycomb and I wax all these, left alt. How do you do this? You can't wax these, can you? So glowing. Yeah, okay. I was gonna see if maybe I could wax them, but it looks like when you corrode them, you remove the ability to wax them. So I can't make it go any faster than this. Because the only thing that controls speed was the ability to wax it, and then also it being corroded. But because it is dyed using the corroded one, it's going to be the corroded one's speed, I bet. Okay, that's good to know. This is just so cool. I wonder if it works with glowstone as well. Maybe. It does work with glowstone. Oh, that's so neat. Imagine like a steam not a steampunk, a cyberpunk city, but you have neon signs that are lit up with glowing sex. The potential for detail is phenomenal. This is the kind of stuff I play Minecraft for. Alright. Set that to noon. What else do we have? Decorations and light displays? Keeping track of which pipes your item... That is actually true. We can send a signal, or send a glow squid down. Not a glow squid. Send a glow ink sac down the pipe. And if there is a fitting, then we would be able to... Or not fitting. If there's a glowing... If there was a glowing pipe involved, then I would be able to tell. But what happens... Let me try this. I haven't actually looked at it. It only works with glow ink sacs, right? Let me turn it back to night. Oh, that was the glow ink sac. Okay, it does work with every item. So I'm assuming this was talking. Okay, no. So it doesn't have to be glow ink sac, it works with anything. Hey Brian. It is going spectacularly. We are making some awesome things and learning about some awesome things. This means... Shush! Shush! I'm around to you too. I can take just regular cyan pipes and then the glowing variant. And then say I have a skeleton farm, for example. Oh my gosh. Gosh. We'll take also arrows too. And then we'll get pipes. Let's do brown for arrows and then white for bones. Let's get the glowing variants. White pipe, glowing white pipe, brown pipe, glowing brown pipe. And then I could basically say, what is this? Brown pipe. Cool. This is what I want. That's gonna go up. And then I'll have the, well, not the glowing white pipe, the regular white pipe. Here. Nope. There we go. Brown pipe. There we go. And then basically this could be kind of embedded into a wall or something. And then I'll replace just this one with the glowing and just this one with the glowing variant. And that way, I wonder if there's a way to do an item filter. Whenever I get a bone from the skeleton farm, it would automatically move it up. And you would see it glow every time I receive an item. That's so neat. And likewise with this one, I could change. So that way I would know if I'm getting an input of certain items. Oh, this is so much fun. There's so many items and blocks and things and stuff. What else do we have? Like, this mod alone adds so many features. Okay, here's a cool one. How do you do this? Hold on. Oh, this is gonna be mean. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. So, how do you do this? When a fitting is placed behind... Okay, let me see if I can try to replicate this. I'm gonna do just gray. Ink? Like, let's do dark gray, just like regular gray. And I'm just gonna get a fitting, it doesn't matter the color. Let's see if this works. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, no, we've been going for 6.5 hours. This is the longest stream I've ever done. This isn't gonna work, is it? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. A fitting is placed behind it. How does it know then? Does it have to be powered? It might have to be powered. That could be it. How does this work? Does this have to be powered? No. How do I? Oh. Wait, what? A copper? Nope, that's the wrong one. Ah, I figured it out. Okay. So it is based on the color of the pipe itself. You've been here 5.5. That is insane. I really appreciate that. I'm so excited because I was kind of frustrated earlier with the game. I was worried I was going to lose the game. But fortunately it's fine. Let's see if this works. Ah! Look at that. So depending on the color of the pipe, and this is very varied based on yeah, the color of the pipe, and if it has an ink sac in the fitting. I don't think this needs to be powered. Right? Yeah, that doesn't. So now I have smoke pipes or smokestacks, which I still think campfires are better, but it does mean. What if I put more? Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Oh, it's okay. That's where it goes. Okay. So if I take colored pipes or what they're called, dyed pipes. Let's do, what color can I do? Let's do the rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, lime, the green. Lime, better. Light blue, purple. Cool. Rainbow. I don't know if it has to be a certain fitting. I think I don't have to. Let's see. I just need a way to get the ink sac in there. 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Boom, bang, bong, boom, bing. Cool. So this one shouldn't matter. That's not the thing we have to pay attention to. In theory, this should be fine. Let's test it. I put. Oh, what? Interesting. I wonder what that does. Yeah, okay, so it is just the one that is coming at the end. So I can do this. I can't count. There we go. And then theoretically. Yes. Okay, I didn't even need these. Look at that. That's cool. It's like maybe like smoke effects. That's neat. This is so neat. There's so many little things that just I want to be able to find ways to use them all. Colored pipes are silent, so you won't hear them traveling through. Okay, that's good to know. I'm literally making a Willy Wonka chocolate factory right now. Okay, so this is something that I think would be really cool for the Wardens section. RGB pollution, yes. I'm gonna grab this and need pipes. Just get waxed exposed. Why not? That'll be the fastest. We already know my voice will pick up the skulk sensors. But one thing I've also learned, and this is actually, this might change. Hello? Oh, it's just me walking. This might change my problem I was thinking about, or thinking I would have with the deep dark. In fact, let's go test it right now. Let me make a new world. So my issue was that I was worried that I want to have a warden section. Oh wait, this might actually not fix my problem. Still, I'm gonna check it. RGB, oh yeah. Sky bees. Or from literally anything. Why do you need a pipe? You ain't using Python. No, but with all the pipes I'm using, it may as well be a snake. Ooh. Water's yummy. I am running out. That's how you know I've been streaming for too long. Okay. Let's locate
think structure. Ancient city. Yeah, the board. I mean a wall. Bingo. Alright. Where is the ancient city? Oh. There it is. I'm just too high up. I know, I'm so funny. Whoa, this looks so different. Oh yeah, we got ambience in the Deep Dark too. So the one thing about the Deep Dark, we already know. The Deep Dark, you make sound, it summons a warden. But the thing about that is, in like just if you just have a Skull Shrieker, you broke one in the Deep Dark, you bring it to somewhere else and replace it. It does the shriek, but that's it. It doesn't give you darkness. Is it bad? Oh, hold on. There we go. That should be better. Yeah, you can place the shriekers. It makes it loud. Or no, I can't think of words. When you place the shrieker after having broke it in the Deep Dark, it will shriek like normal, but it won't summon a warden and it won't give you the blindness effect. So the problem is if I want to do a warden section where the warden actually spawns in the dungeon, then I have to find a way to either build around an existing ancient city, which is fine, I can do that. Or the other option is I can take these pipes. I'm getting tired. And hold on, let me find a section that just has, oh, there's a dungeon here. There we go. Let me get wool so I don't accidentally trigger it. What is? Okay, that's fine. Cool. Now we got skulk sensors with no shrieker. I did not mean to do that. I broke the wrong thing. Here we go. Let's do that. Break that. Should be fine. Cool. So now we have this. Should be cool. Cool. Okay, okay. So we've got this. I can walk around here. I'll be fine. It's a terrible demonstration. I moved to this world and suddenly I can't think anymore. There we go. This is what I'm going to demonstrate. We have a skulk sensor here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cover... Oh, that was close. I'm so glad I pressed control. Cover this up. That can't trigger it. That's good. And then I'm going to get a fitting. This. And theoretically... Let me double check the wiki. Yeah, okay. So all I should need to do this. You can see it. It activates the Skulk Shrieker. So if I take this away, and I'm standing over here, and it makes sound, it triggers all the way over there. After the stream, probably not, because I need to, it's going to be 6 p.m. I'm probably going to have dinner soon. But I'll be active in the text chat. And also my voice is just exhausted. But yeah, I'll be active in the text chat. I'm pretty much always active there. I never get any sleep because I'm Batman. So I want to see if these two mods are compatible. Because if I take this off, and then I speak, so it only detects movement. Okay, that's good to filter text then. This won't hear anything, but as soon as I walk, then it, okay. And I did unmute, right? Yeah. So talking does not transmit the voice waves. Good to know. Walking does. Well, that's neat. So the problem I was thinking of, and actually, let's see what happens. If I move, and I get the warden to summon, where does it summon? If it summons next to the Shrieker, it summons next to the Shrieker. Okay. To make these two mods compatible? I mean, if you'd like to, I don't know how difficult that would be. But, yeah, I'm not sure how that would happen. If you'd like to, I would be more than happy to try it out. Because that would be awesome. My idea was, and I don't think, yeah. No, like, if you don't want to or can't, that's totally fine too. I don't want to force you. My idea was, though, because the problem with using these is the naturally spawning ones are the ones that spawn the warden. When you place them yourself, it doesn't give you blindness and it doesn't spawn the wardens. So I was going to try to build a section of the dungeon in a ancient city and not break the Shriekers, because those are naturally spawning and therefore would summon a warden. Tango's decked out just has them name tagged, meaning they'll always be there because of that. I want the tension of accidentally spawning a warden, and because you can talk, it will make it even scarier. And communication might be key for some of the puzzles in there. The pipe mod is called Simple Copper Pipes. It's by Luminod. The mod itself, the mod file itself is called Luminod for some reason. Lunod. But yeah, so we've got Lunod's Simple Copper Pipes and then Voice Interaction are the two mods that need to work together. But yeah, so I thought maybe I could use the effect of the empty pipes, exposed to air pipes will detect vibrations and send it through. And I thought that would be a cool way to trigger the warden from afar. And if it spawned next to you and not the Shrieker, then I could make the consequences and just have a bunch of pipes throughout the dungeon all hooked up to one Shrieker. And that would solve my issue. But because it spawns where the Shrieker is and not where the pipe begins, then that makes it a little bit more difficult. Which is still fine. I can still work around it, just I thought it would be easier. I told myself, oh yeah, I'll give myself 15 minutes and we'll get to 6 hours. It is now 6:50. Oh dear. Oh no, it's fine. I joined the right world. Okay. So I think that is the extent of this mod. I think we've covered everything. Note blocks. Whoa, hold up. I want to hear this. Oh, that's cool. If I do this, what is that? Oh, that's cool. Oh my gosh. So that changes Tango's original Clank system where he was using note blocks for everything. I don't have to set up note block systems every certain amount of blocks because I can send note blocks through pipes. It's like it's echoing. So if I were to get a cog block and just for the sake of it, let's do note block here, pipe there, and then just a really long pipe. I shouldn't be able to hear that note block from this distance. But 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Fine, I just wanted to make sure I didn't run out of charge. Okay. Theoretically, push this button. Oh, I didn't do it right. I can still hear it from all the way over there, but that's fine. Oh, that's cool. So can I split then? If I do this... Can I split this into 2 paths? I can. And they're synced up. Oh, that's so neat. Now I want to know if this is going to sync up. If I go all the way back to the start, is there a delay from the note block? Let's see. Did I mess it up? No. I wonder if it just doesn't pick it up. Am I hearing it? Is it too quiet or... Hold on, let me see. Note blocks function like vibrations. They appear controlled. Oh! We might not even need a mod. You can configure it. Not through the one output, but there's only one output. I got rid of the other one. Oh, is it transmitting? It might be transmitting from that, but also we proved that wrong before. I can see the note block thing. Copper pipe, okay. Vibrations sent through the pipeline, which can be used to distract wardens or work with skulk mechanics easier. Yeah, it can go through it can go through 2. Because when I had it as 2 before, I could hear it in both ears standing between them. So that does work. Blocks will be picked up by pipes, which we know that. Oh, when note blocks will be picked up, sent through like vibrations. Copper fittings are not required to renew vibrations. What version am I running? Alternate right-clicking on a pipe with a hoe will rotate it. Pipes will bubble underwater. Oh! Wait, so does that mean... Well, now I have to reset up my water thing. I should probably do this other thing first, but hold on. So if this is hooked up to a pipe... This is... I think that was old, what I just read, because now there's a... You don't need a hoe, you have a wrench. So if I take this... Do that. Go into water. You see bubbles. I don't think that does anything. But it's good to know. Okay. I'm gonna do one more thing. I'm gonna do this test before the end of the stream, and then I'm gonna head off because I'm starting to feel it. Pretty dang tired. So let's check simple copper pipes. We are running version 1.13. Oh, that's totally fine. We might not even need a full mod because it does say it can be controlled with tags. So that would mean a data pack would do it. Keep in mind this is purely... Oh, wait. Hold on. Maybe not. All copper pipes with an exposed opening will pick up vibrations through the vibration particle. Through the vibration particle will only appear... That's not a good sentence. Through the vibration... What? All copper pipes with an exposed opening will pick up vibrations, period. Though the vibration particle will only appear if a block or entity that can listen to it is around. Okay, this can be controlled with tags. Keep in mind this is purely visual. Vibrations will still be emitted. Okay. So okay, that's not what I thought it was then. The thing that the mod would help is not something that they at least mention can be modified. This is copper fittings are required. Oh, as of. So now they require that. That's good to know. So I guess I need to renew it with one of these every so often. Which I think just having this will be fine. Yeah, okay, so there is a delay. That's good to know. So if I make this pipe really long, there is going to be a difference between the length when this plays and when this plays. So I would have to sync them up. Okay, that's good to know though. I'm not sure. I don't think the number of fittings is the thing making it lower. Yeah, no, it's just the length. But that's kind of cool. I like that. I think that is going to be all I experiment with today, just because it's been almost 7 hours and I am super hungry and very tired. But man, we did a lot today. We did the scaling, or the small scale test room for the first beginning part. We figured out the door. Maybe in between streams I will make a model for it, and then, or at least a test one. We figured out the story, how that's gonna play, and how that makes sense with the functionality. We figured out how we're gonna do a shop, or a idea for a shop. I swear there was something here I'd written down. No, I guess not. Okay. We discovered so many different tools with the pipes. And man, yeah, we just did a ton. All right, well, it was lovely streaming. Loved having you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'm hoping to have a video within a few days. We'll see. Hoping. It's gonna be a great project, but I often take up really ambitious projects, so we'll see. But for now, have a wonderful night. Have a great day. Farewell. Bye-bye.